Welcome back, guys. This is Potter Fanfic Hub. Here we explore powerful Harry Potter what-if stories and hidden magic. This video is self-recorded and fully created in line with YouTube's latest policies. What if a dying house elf delivered Harry to Gringotts and the Goblins claimed him? If you enjoy epic magical videos, subscribe to Potter Fanfic Hub now. Let the story begin.
Chapter 1, The Elf's Final Promise. The night was thick with death. It clung to the air like cobwebs, settling over the rolling hills of Godric's Hollow with a weight that pressed against the very stones of the cottages and the tired hearts of those who slept within. The stars above seemed to dim, as though even they could sense the shadow that had crept across the land, hunting, seeking, with a hunger that had not been sated in 11 long years. In a small house tucked away from the main road, hidden behind a hedgerow of brambles that had grown wild and tangled, a candle flickered in an upstairs window. The flame danced nervously, casting shadows that writhed against the walls like living things. Within that room, a young woman with red hair that spilled across her pillow like fire held a bundle against her chest, her green eyes bright with a love so fierce it seemed to warm the very air around her. "Harry," she whispered, her voice barely a breath against the darkness. "My beautiful boy." The infant in her arms stirred, his tiny fingers curling around her thumb with a grip that spoke of trust and innocence. His hair was black as a raven's wing, impossibly soft, and on his forehead, a small mark that looked like a lightning bolt marked his skin. It had been there since birth, the healers had said. Nothing to worry about. A birthmark, perhaps, or a strange trick of the light. But Lily Potter knew better. She had seen the mark in her dreams, had felt the weight of prophecy pressing against her chest like a stone. Her son was special. Her son was destined for something far beyond the small cottage, beyond the hedgerows, beyond the very world she had grown up in. And tonight, that destiny had come knocking. The front door exploded inward with a sound like thunder cracking the sky. Lily's heart seized in her chest. She clutched Harry tighter, her wand leaping into her hand as if it had a mind of its own. The warmth of the room drained away, replaced by a cold that seeped through the walls and settled deep in her bones. "James!" Her husband's voice echoed from downstairs, followed by the sound of a struggle. Furniture crashed. Spells crackled through the air like lightning. And then, a laugh. High, cold, and utterly without mercy. Lily knew that laugh. She had heard it in her nightmares, in the shadows that crept along the edges of her vision. She had spent every waking moment since Harry's birth dreading this exact moment. "Lily, take Harry, and go. It's him. Go. Run. I'll hold him off." The words were a scream, a prayer, a final act of love from the man she had married, the man who had given her a son, the man who was now fighting for his life in the hallway below. Lily's feet carried her to the corner of the room, her back pressing against the wall as she cradled Harry to her chest. She could hear James's shouts, the crack of spells, the sound of furniture shattering. And then, silence. A terrible, absolute silence. "James?" No answer. Just the sound of footsteps on the stairs. Slow. Deliberate. The creak of each wooden step beneath a weight that seemed to press down on the very soul of the house. Lily's wand trembled in her hand. She could feel the cold seeping through the walls now, could see her breath misting in the air before her. The room was growing darker, the candle flame shrinking as if it too feared the presence that approached. The door to Harry's nursery swung open, and Lord Voldemort stepped inside. He was not what Lily had expected. She had pictured a monster, a beast with fangs and claws and eyes like burning coals. Instead, she saw a man. Tall, pale, with a face that might have been handsome once before the power had twisted it into something grotesque. His eyes were the color of blood, slit like a snake's, and when he smiled, his lips pulled back from teeth that were just slightly too sharp. "Lily Potter," he said, his voice a whisper that seemed to fill the room completely. "How disappointing. I had hoped for a more dramatic welcome." Lily raised her wand, but her hand was shaking so badly she could barely keep it steady. "Stay away from my son." "Your son," Voldemort repeated, his head tilting as he studied the bundle in her arms. "The one the prophecy speaks of. The one destined to defeat me." He laughed again, that cold, hollow sound. "Tell me, Lily. Do you truly believe a child can stop me?" "I believe in my son," Lily said, her voice steadier now. "I believe he will grow up to be stronger than you could ever imagine. I believe." "You believe in fairy tales," Voldemort cut her off. "In prophecies and destiny and all the little fantasies that wizards use to make themselves feel important." He stepped closer, and the candle flame guttered and died. "There is no destiny, Lily. There is only power. And those with the strength to seize it." The nursery was plunged into darkness, but Lily could still see him. His eyes glowed in the shadows, twin points of crimson that bore into her soul. "Please," she whispered. "Please. Not Harry. Take me instead. Take me and let him live." Voldemort paused. For a moment, something flickered in his eyes. Surprise? Curiosity? It vanished as quickly as it had appeared. "Such a noble sacrifice," he murmured. "Such a waste." He raised his wand. "Step aside, Lily. I will not ask again." Lily's arms tightened around Harry. She could feel him stirring against her chest, could hear the tiny sounds of confusion he made as he woke from his sleep. He didn't understand. He couldn't understand. He was just a baby, just a tiny, innocent child who had no idea that the monster standing before them had come to destroy him. "No," Lily said, and her voice was stone. "No. You will not touch him. You will never touch him." Voldemort's lips twisted into a snarl. "So be it." The green light was so bright it burned through her eyelids. Lily felt the curse strike her chest, felt the cold spread through her veins like ice, felt the life draining from her body in a single, agonizing moment. But even as she fell, even as the darkness closed in around her, she did not let go of Harry. She could not let go. Her body crumpled to the floor, but her arms remained wrapped around her son, a final act of defiance against the darkness that had come to claim them both. Voldemort stepped over her body without a second glance. His red eyes fixed on the child, the little boy who had been prophesied to defeat him, and he raised his wand. "Goodbye, Harry Potter." The green light erupted from his wand, but it did not strike its target. Instead, it rebounded. The force of the curse bouncing back hit Voldemort like a physical blow, and for the first time in his long, terrible existence, Lord Voldemort screamed. His body was torn apart, his soul ripped from its vessel, his power scattering to the winds like ash from a dying fire. And in the center of the destruction, Harry Potter lay on the nursery floor, the scar on his forehead blazing red, and began to cry. The house elf appeared in the corner of the nursery with a soft pop. She was old, older than any house elf should be, with skin that hung loose on her bones and eyes that were clouded with cataracts. Her ears drooped so low they brushed her shoulders, and her fingers were twisted with age and years of hard labor. She wore a tea towel that had once been white but was now stained a dusty gray, and she smelled of dirt and iron and something else, something that might have been fear. But when she saw Harry, her eyes cleared. "You," she breathed, her voice a dry rustle. "You is the little master. You is Harry Potter." She shuffled forward, her bare feet making no sound on the wooden floor. Her hands reached out, trembling, and she lifted the crying infant from the rubble. "Shoo, shoo, little master. Old Pixie has you. Old Pixie will keep you safe." But the child would not be comforted. He screamed and screamed, his tiny fists beating against the air. His eyes screwed shut against the horror he had just witnessed. He was too young to understand, too young to remember, but some part of him knew. Some part of him had felt the love that had protected him, the sacrifice that had saved him. Pixie held him close, murmuring soft nonsense words in a language that had not been spoken aloud in centuries. Old Pixie promised, she whispered. Old Pixie swore an oath. Protect the Potter heir. Keep the bloodline safe. Old Pixie has been waiting. She had been waiting for 11 years. 11 years since the last war had ended, 11 years since the death of the old master, 11 years of watching and listening and waiting for the night when the prophecy would come to pass. She had known. Somehow, through the fog of age and the haze of years, she had known that tonight would be the night. And now here he was. The last Potter. The last hope. The house elf looked down at the infant in her arms, at the lightning bolt scar that marked his forehead, and she made a decision. Old Pixie cannot keep you here, she murmured. The Dark Wizard's followers will come. They will search the house. They will find you, little master. They will hurt you. She glanced around the nursery, at the toys scattered across the floor, at the crib with its soft blankets and the mobile of golden snitches that hung above it. This was the room where Harry had slept, where he had dreamed, where he had laughed and played and grown. And it was the room where his parents had died. The goblins, Pixie said, and even as she spoke, she knew it was madness. The goblins had no love for wizards. The goblins had no love for anyone. But she had heard the stories, the old stories that had been passed down through the centuries, the stories that spoke of debts and contracts and blood promises that could never be broken. The Potters have gold with the goblins, she continued, speaking more to herself now. Old gold. Ancient gold. Gold that can protect the little master. She shifted Harry to one arm and raised her other hand, her twisted fingers tracing a pattern in the air that left a faint shimmer of magic behind. Old Pixie will take you, she said. Old Pixie will keep you safe. Old Pixie will find the goblins and make them remember their oaths. The magic flared around her, bright and golden and impossibly warm. It enveloped her and Harry in a cocoon of light, and then, with a sound like a bell tolling, they vanished. The Gringotts lobby was empty, as it always was at this hour. The marble floor gleamed in the light of the enchanted chandeliers, reflecting the faces of the statues that lined the walls. The goblin guards stood at attention by the massive bronze doors, their eyes scanning the shadows for any sign of trouble. The head teller, a goblin named Griphook who had worked at the bank for more than a century, was reviewing the day's ledgers in his private office. It was a peaceful night. A quiet night. The kind of night that made Griphook almost forget the constant tension that simmered beneath the surface of wizard and goblin relations. And then the house elf appeared in the middle of the lobby, and everything changed. The guards reacted instantly, their wands raising, their voices shouting warnings in the harsh, guttural language of the goblins. But Griphook held up a hand, silencing them before they could attack. Wait, he said, stepping forward. Wait. I know her. The house elf was collapsed on the floor, the infant clutched against her chest. Her breathing was ragged, her eyes glassy, and there was blood on her tea towel. Dark, viscous blood that seeped from a wound in her side. Old Pixie, Griphook said, crouching down beside her. What have you done? The house elf's eyes focused on him with an effort that seemed to cost her everything. Griphook, she rasped. Old Griphook. Old Pixie needs your help. You should not be here, Griphook said, his voice low. The contracts. The contracts are broken, Pixie cut him off. The Potters are dead. Both of them. Murdered by the Dark Wizard tonight. Griphook's eyes widened. The Potters? But they were under protection. Dumbledore himself. Dumbledore failed, Pixie said, and there was a bitter edge to her words. The Dark Wizard found them. The Dark Wizard killed them. But he could not kill the child. She shifted, revealing the infant in her arms, and Griphook felt something cold settle in his chest. The child was small. Tiny, even for a human infant. His skin was pale, his hair black, and on his forehead, a mark that looked suspiciously like a lightning bolt was pulsing with a faint, golden light. The child survived, Pixie said, and there was a fierce pride in her voice. The dark wizard's curse rebounded. It destroyed him. The child is safe. For now, Griphook said grimly. His followers will not give up so easily. They will search for him. They will hunt him. Which is why old Pixie brought him to Gringotts, the house elf said. The goblins have oaths to the potters. Ancient oaths. Oaths that must be kept. Griphook stared at her. You cannot possibly expect us to protect a human child. Old Pixie expects nothing, Pixie said. Old Pixie asks. Old Pixie begs. The last potter must be protected. If the goblins will not do it, then the last potter will die, and the bloodline will be lost forever. She coughed, and more blood spilled from her lips. The wound in her side had grown worse, the tea towel soaked through, and Griphook could see the faint glimmer of death behind her eyes. Pixie, he said, his voice softer now. You are dying. I knows, the house elf said. Old Pixie knew when she took the child. The dark wizard's magic is poison. It spread through old Pixie's blood when she touched the little master. Old Pixie will not last the night. She looked down at the infant in her arms, at the tiny face that had finally stopped crying. Harry had fallen asleep, exhausted by the terror of the night. His chest rose and fell in a steady rhythm, and in his sleep, he smiled. Take him, Pixie said, holding the child out to Griphook. Take him and protect him. Promise old Pixie. Promise the last potter will live. Griphook hesitated. Every instinct told him to refuse. The goblins had no business interfering in human affairs. The goblins had no business protecting human children. But there was something in Pixie's eyes, something that spoke of an oath older than the bank itself, an oath that bound the goblins to the potters in ways that even Griphook did not fully understand. I promise, he said, taking the child into his arms. The last potter will be protected. On my honor. On the honor of Gringotts. Pixie smiled, a thin, fragile smile that crinkled the corners of her eyes. Thank you, she whispered. Thank you, old Griphook. Old Pixie can rest now. Her eyes closed, and the breath left her body in a soft sigh. Griphook stood there for a long moment, holding the sleeping child in his arms, staring down at the body of the house elf who had given her life to protect him. She should not have done this, a voice said from behind him. Griphook turned. The other goblin guards had gathered, their faces unreadable in the dim light. The head of security, a scarred veteran named Ragnarok, was watching him with cold eyes. She should have contacted the authorities. She should have informed the ministry. Instead, she brought a human child into our bank and died in the middle of our lobby. She did what she thought was right, Griphook said. She kept her oath. Her oath to the potters, Ragnarok said. An oath made by house elves. It means nothing to us. Perhaps, Griphook said. And perhaps not. He looked down at Harry, at the sleeping child who had somehow survived the greatest dark wizard of the age. There is something about this child, he said slowly. Something I do not understand. Understand this, Ragnarok said. He is a liability. A threat. If the ministry finds out we have him, they will demand his return. If his enemies find out, they will attack. We cannot afford a war over a human child. We cannot afford to break an ancient oath, Griphook countered. The potters have been our allies for centuries. Their gold is in our vaults. Their contracts are in our records. If we abandon the last of their line, we invite disaster. Ragnarok opened his mouth to argue, but before he could speak, a faint shimmer of light appeared in the center of the lobby. The goblins tensed, their hands moving to their wands, but the light was soft, warm, and it pulsed in time with the heartbeat of the child in Griphook's arms. What is this? Ragnarok demanded. What sorcery is this? Griphook did not answer. He was staring at the child's forehead, at the lightning bolt scar that had begun to glow with a golden light. The prophecy, he breathed. It is true. The Potters do have an ancient contract with Gringotts. A contract that goes back to the founding of the bank itself. Ragnar's face went pale. That's impossible. The ancient contracts were sealed. They were never meant to be activated. Nevertheless, Griphook said, the child's magic is awakening the contract. The bank is recognizing him as an heir. The golden light grew brighter, expanding outward in a gentle wave that washed over the goblins and the marble floor and the enchanted chandeliers. For a moment, the entire lobby glowed like a sunrise, and then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the light faded. Harry Potter opened his eyes. They were green, bright as emeralds, and they looked directly at Griphook with an intensity that seemed impossible for a child so young. "Hello," Griphook said, his voice barely a whisper. "Hello, little one." Harry blinked, and then, in a moment of perfect clarity, he smiled. Griphook felt something shift in his chest. Something that might have been hope. Something that might have been fear. Something that might have been the beginning of a new era. "We need to call a council meeting," he said, turning to Ragnar. "Immediately. The last Potter is under our protection, and we need to decide what to do with him." Ragnar stared at him for a long moment, his eyes unreadable. Then, slowly, he nodded. "I will summon the council," he said. "But Griphook, understand this. Whatever we decide, there will be consequences. If we keep this child, we make enemies of the wizarding world. If we give him up, we break an oath that has stood for millennia." "I know," Griphook said. "I know." He looked down at Harry, at the child who had been thrust into a war he did not understand, a war that had already taken everything from him. But some things are worth fighting for. The council chamber was deep beneath the bank, buried beneath layers of stone and magic that had stood for more than 1,000 years. The walls were carved from solid obsidian, polished to a mirror finish that reflected the faces of the goblins who sat around the massive table in the center of the room. There were 12 of them, the most powerful goblins in Britain, each of them the head of their respective family. They had been summoned from their vaults and their offices and their homes, and none of them were happy about it. "What is the meaning of this?" the eldest of them demanded, slamming his fist on the table. "We were told there was an emergency. We were told that the bank was under threat. Instead, we find a human child sleeping in the security room." "Not just any human child," Griphook said, stepping forward. "The last Potter. The child who survived the Dark Wizard's curse." The council chamber fell silent. "The last Potter," another goblin said, her voice sharp. "The boy who lived." "The same," Griphook confirmed. "He was brought here tonight by a house elf who had been bound to the Potter family. She died delivering him to us." The goblins exchanged glances. Some of them looked curious. Others looked wary. A few looked outright hostile. "And what exactly do you expect us to do with him?" the eldest asked. "We are not child minders. We are bankers. We deal in gold, not in human infants. The Potters have an ancient contract with Gringotts," Griphook said. "The child's magic has already activated it. The bank recognizes him as an heir." "Impossible," the eldest said. "The ancient contracts were sealed centuries ago. They were meant to protect the bank from magical interference. They were never meant to be inherited." "Nevertheless," Griphook said, "the contract has been activated. The child is now legally bound to Gringotts. If we do not protect him, we break the contract." The council members went pale. Breaking an ancient contract was not just a violation of goblin law. It was a violation of magical law, a violation that could have catastrophic consequences for the bank and everyone connected to it. "Show us the child," the eldest demanded. "We need to see for ourselves." Griphook gestured to the goblin guards, who had been standing at attention by the door. One of them opened the door and stepped out, returning a moment later with a small bundle wrapped in a soft blanket. The guard set the bundle on the table, and the council gathered around, staring down at the sleeping infant. "This is a human child," one of the council members said, his voice dripping with contempt. "He is not a goblin. He is not even a half-goblin. He is pure human. What possible connection could he have to our bank?" "Look at his forehead," Griphook said. The council members looked. And then, one by one, their expressions changed. The lightning bolt scar on Harry's forehead was pulsing with a faint golden light, the same light that had filled the lobby when the contract had been activated. But that was not all. As they watched, the light spread, tracing patterns across the child's skin that looked remarkably like the runes carved into the walls of the deepest vaults. "The mark of the Old Ones," the eldest whispered. "It cannot be. The Potters are descendants of the Old Ones," one of the other council members asked, his voice filled with disbelief. "That's impossible. The Old Ones were goblins. Not humans." "The Old Ones were more than goblins," Griphook said. "They were the original wizards. They were the ones who founded Gringotts. And they had dealings with the Potters. Dealings that we have long since forgotten." He paused, letting the words sink in. "The contract is not just about gold," he continued. "It is about blood. The Potter bloodline is connected to the Old Ones. That is why the bank recognized the child. That is why the contract was activated." The council chamber erupted into chaos. "It cannot be. This is a trick. Prove it. Prove that the child is connected to the Old Ones." Griphook held up his hand, and slowly, the noise died down. "I will prove it," he said. "I will take the child to the Hall of Records. I will find the proof myself." The eldest council member glared at him. "You expect us to wait here while you go digging through dusty records?" "I expect you to do what is right," Griphook said. "The last Potter is under our protection. The bank has accepted him as an heir. If we turn him away now, we will be cursed for generations." The council members muttered among themselves, and Griphook could see the wheels turning in their minds. They were calculating, weighing the risks and rewards, trying to determine which path would serve them best. Finally, the eldest nodded. "Very well," he said. "We will give you until dawn. If you find proof, we will consider the child under our protection. If not, he will be handed over to the ministry." Griphook nodded. "I will need the child with me." "Take him," the eldest said. "But understand this, Griphook. If you are wrong, there will be consequences." Griphook did not answer. He picked up the bundle, cradling Harry against his chest, and walked out of the council chamber. The Hall of Records was deep beneath the bank, deeper than the vaults, deeper than the caves, deeper than anything the wizards knew existed. It was a vast cavern filled with shelves that stretched up into the darkness, each shelf packed with scrolls and books and stone tablets that had been collected over millennia. Griphook had only been here twice before. The first time was when he had been appointed to the council. The second time was when he had been tasked with cataloging the bank's oldest contracts. He had found the Potter contract on that second visit, had read it with a growing sense of unease. The language was ancient, the words difficult to translate, but the meaning was clear. The Potters were not just clients of Gringotts. They were partners. Allies. Bound by an oath that had been sworn before the bank had even been built. "Show me the truth," Griphook murmured, touching the rune on the nearest shelf. "Show me the records of the Potters." The shelves groaned, shifting and rearranging themselves until a single scroll floated down from the darkness and landed in his outstretched hand. The scroll was old, so old that the parchment had turned brown and brittle. The ink had faded to a pale gray, and the runes were almost impossible to read. But Griphook had been trained in the old languages, had spent centuries learning the history of his people. He unrolled the scroll carefully, his eyes scanning the text. What he found made his blood run cold. The Goblin Council was waiting for him when he returned, their expressions dark with impatience. "Well?" the eldest demanded. "Did you find proof?" Griphook did not answer immediately. He walked to the center of the room, Harry still cradled in his arms, and faced the council. "I found proof," he said. "The Potters are descended from the Old Ones. Their bloodline is connected to the founding of Gringotts. The contract is not just about gold. It is about survival." "What do you mean?" one of the council members asked. Griphook held up the scroll. "According to this, the Old Ones made a pact with the Potters centuries ago. They promised to protect the Potter bloodline in exchange for the Potter family's magical support. If the bloodline ends, the pact is broken, and the bank will lose its protection." "But the Potters are dead," another council member said. "The bloodline is already ended." "No," Griphook said, looking down at Harry. "There is still one Potter left. This child. He is the last one, the last hope of preserving the pact." The council members exchanged glances. Griphook could see the fear in their eyes, the realization that their entire world might be at stake. "Then we have no choice," the eldest said. "We must protect the child. We must hide him from the wizards, hide him from his enemies, hide him from everyone who would try to use him or destroy him." "Agreed," another council member said. "But how? He cannot stay here. The ministry will find out eventually." "He can stay here," Griphook said. "There are vaults deep beneath the bank, vaults that have not been used in centuries. We can raise him there. Teach him our ways. Make him one of us." The council members stared at him in disbelief. "You want to raise a human child as a goblin?" the eldest asked. "That is madness." "Is it?" Griphook countered. "The Potters have always been allies of the goblins. They have always respected our laws. If we raise this child in our traditions, he will become a bridge between our peoples. A bridge that could end centuries of conflict." There was a long silence as the council considered his words. Finally, the eldest spoke. "Very well," he said. "We will do as you suggest. We will raise the child in the vaults, teach him our ways, make him one of us. But understand this, Griphook. If he ever betrays us, if he ever turns against us, we will not hesitate to destroy him." Griphook nodded. "I understand." And as he looked down at the sleeping child in his arms, he made a silent vow. He would protect Harry Potter. He would teach him everything he knew. He would make him strong enough to face whatever challenges the world might throw at him. But he would also make sure that Harry remembered who had saved him. Who had raised him. Who had given him a second chance at life. The goblins had claimed the last Potter. And nothing would ever be the same again. Harry Potter grew up in the dark. He did not remember the night his parents died. He did not remember the green light, the screaming, the cold that had seeped into his bones. He did not remember the house elf who had carried him to safety, who had given her life to protect him. But he remembered the goblins. He remembered Griphook, the old goblin who had taken him in, who had taught him to read and write and speak the guttural language of the bank. He remembered the vaults, the endless tunnels filled with gold and gems and relics that glowed with ancient magic. He remembered the forge, where he had learned to shape metal and enchant it with spells that no wizard could replicate. He remembered the darkness, the constant darkness that pressed against the walls of his home, the darkness that had become his comfort and his curse. But most of all, he remembered what it felt like to be different. The goblins treated him well. They fed him, clothed him, taught him their history and their laws. They gave him a purpose, a place in their world. But they never let him forget that he was not one of them. "You are a wizard," Griphook had told him on his 5th birthday. "That means you have powers that we do not. You can do things that we cannot. But that does not make you better than us. It makes you different." Harry had nodded, not fully understanding, but accepting the words as truth. Wizards and goblins have been enemies for centuries, Griphook continued. They have lied to us, stolen from us, killed us. But we have survived. We have endured. And one day, we will have our revenge. Harry had looked up at the old goblin, his green eyes bright with curiosity. Is that why you took me in? He asked. For revenge? Griphook had laughed, a harsh, barking sound that echoed through the vaults. No, child, he said. We took you in because we had no choice. Because the Potters have always been allies of the goblins. Because the blood of the old ones flows through your veins. He had reached out, placing a hand on Harry's shoulder. You are our last hope, he said. The last hope of bridging the gap between our peoples. Do not forget that. Harry had not forgotten. He had carried those words with him through the years, through the long hours of study and training, through the endless drills and the countless lessons on goblin history and culture. He had become a master of bladecraft, his skills with a sword surpassing even the best goblin warriors. He had learned to enchant metal, to weave spells into armor and weapons that would protect him from any threat. He had memorized the contracts, the ancient agreements that bound the goblins to the Potters, the promises that had been made and broken and remade over the centuries. And through it all, he had never forgotten what he was. A wizard. A Potter. The last of his line. He was 12 years old when the letter arrived. It came in the middle of the night, delivered by a small owl that had somehow found its way through the wards that protected the vaults. The goblins had been furious, demanding to know how the owl had breached their defenses, but Harry had barely heard them. He was staring at the letter, at the wax seal that bore the crest of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Harry Potter, the letter read. We are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by no later than July 31st. Harry had read the letter 3 times, his hands trembling. Hogwarts. The school his parents had attended. The school where his mother and father had met and fallen in love. The school that had been his birthright. Hogwarts, he said aloud, and the word felt strange on his tongue. The wizarding school, Griphook said, his voice flat. We were wondering when they would contact you. You knew this was coming? Harry asked. We suspected, Griphook admitted. The contract with Gringotts gave us the right to raise you, but it did not sever your ties to the wizarding world. Eventually, the school would come calling. Harry looked down at the letter again, at the familiar script that seemed to glow with its own light. What do I do? He asked. Do I go? Griphook was silent for a long moment. Go, he said finally. Go to Hogwarts. Learn everything you can. Make friends, make allies, make yourself indispensable. He leaned in close, his eyes boring into Harry's. But remember, he said. You are not just a wizard. You are a Potter. You are the last of your line. And you belong to Gringotts. Harry felt a shiver run down his spine. I understand, he said. Do you? Griphook asked. Do you really? Harry looked down at the letter, at the name that had been written so carefully on the front. Harry Potter. The boy who lived. The last of his line. Yes, he said. I understand. And as he looked up at the goblin who had raised him, he felt something shift in his chest. Something that might have been hope. Something that might have been fear. Something that might have been the beginning of a new chapter in his life. The night before he left for Hogwarts, Harry visited the Hall of Records. He had asked Griphook for permission, and the old goblin had granted it without hesitation. He had even given Harry a key, a small golden key that opened a vault deep beneath the bank. There is something you should see, Griphook had said. Something I have been keeping. From you. Something that might change everything. Harry had not asked what it was. He had simply taken the key and gone. The Hall of Records was dark, as it always was, and Harry had to light a torch to see his way through the maze of shelves. He followed the path that Griphook had described, past the scrolls and the books and the ancient tablets that held the history of the goblins. And then he found it. A vault, unlike any he had seen before. It was made of a metal that seemed to glow with its own light, a metal that Harry recognized from his studies as goblin-forged silver. He inserted the key, and the door swung open. Inside, the vault was small, no larger than his room in the goblin quarters. But it was filled with treasures that made Harry's breath catch in his throat. There were portraits, hundreds of them, staring down at him with eyes that seemed to hold the wisdom of centuries. There were books, bound in leather and covered in runes that pulsed with a faint, magical light. There were weapons, swords and daggers and axes that gleamed in the torchlight. And in the center of the vault, on a pedestal made of solid marble, was a locket. Harry walked toward it, his feet moving of their own accord. He reached out, his fingers brushing against the cool metal, and felt a surge of power course through his veins. The locket opened, and inside, he saw a portrait. It was a woman, young and beautiful, with red hair and green eyes that looked exactly like his own. She was smiling, a warm, loving smile that made Harry's heart ache. "Hello, Harry," she said. "I am your mother." Harry felt tears prick at the corners of his eyes. "Mom," he whispered. "Listen to me," Lily Potter said. "There is so much I need to tell you. So much you need to know. The world you are about to enter is not what it seems. There are dangers lurking in every shadow, enemies who would use you and destroy you. But there are also allies, friends who will stand by you until the end." She paused, her green eyes meeting his. "You are stronger than you know," she said. "Stronger than anyone knows. The power that flows through your veins is ancient, older than the goblins, older than the wizards, older than the very magic that binds this world together. Use it wisely. Use it well. And never, ever forget who you are." Harry nodded, not trusting himself to speak. "I love you, Harry," Lily said. "I have always loved you. And I will always be proud of you." The portrait faded, and Harry was alone in the vault. He stood there for a long moment, staring at the empty locket, feeling the weight of his mother's words settle over him like a cloak. And then he turned and walked out of the vault, ready to face the world that awaited him. He emerged from the bank early the next morning, blinking in the sunlight that streamed through the windows of the lobby. The goblins had wished him well, had given him supplies and advice and a bag of gold that would last him for the entire school year. Griphook had clasped his hand, his grip strong and steady. "Remember," he said. "You are a Potter. You are a goblin heir. And you have a debt to pay." Harry had nodded, and then he had walked out of the bank, into the world he had never known. The world was bright and loud and overwhelming. The streets of London were packed with wizards and witches and creatures that Harry had only read about in books. The shops were filled with magical items, cauldrons and brooms and robes that seemed to shimmer with their own light. Harry walked through the chaos, his eyes wide, his heart pounding. And then he saw it. A massive, stone building that towered over the rest of London, its walls covered in gargoyles and its windows gleaming with an inner fire. Gringotts. His home. His prison. His salvation. He had been raised in the depths of that building, taught to fear the world above, taught to see the wizards as enemies who would do anything to destroy him. But now, as he looked up at the bank, he felt something else. Gratitude. The goblins had saved him. They had raised him, taught him, given him a purpose. They had made him strong. And now, he would repay them. He would go to Hogwarts. He would learn everything he could. He would make allies, uncover secrets, and one day, he would use everything he had learned to bridge the gap between the goblins and the wizards. He would be the bridge. The last Potter. The goblin heir. And nothing would ever stand in his way. Harry Potter stepped into the sunlight, and the world welcomed him home. Chapter 2, The Child of the Vaults. The Goblin Council convened in the deepest chamber of Gringotts, a place where even the most senior bankers rarely set foot. The room was circular, its walls carved from living obsidian that seemed to drink in the light from the enchanted torches. In the center stood a table of solid gold, its surface etched with runes so ancient that only the eldest goblins could still read them. 12 goblins sat around that table, their faces grim, their eyes fixed on the sleeping infant who lay in a cradle of silver and black velvet. Harry Potter stirred in his sleep, his tiny fingers curling and uncurling as he dreamed of things he would never remember. "The child carries the old blood," said the eldest, a goblin named Ragnar whose beard reached his knees and whose eyes held the glint of centuries. "We have confirmed it through 3 separate tests. The blood of the old ones flows through his veins." "Then the contract is binding," said another, a goblin with a scarred face and a voice like grinding stone. "The Potters have fulfilled their end of the agreement. Now we must fulfill ours." "Fulfillment requires more than mere protection," Ragnar said, his fingers drumming against the gold table. "The contract demands that we raise the child, that we teach him our ways, that we make him one of us. It demands that we treat him as a goblin heir." A murmur ran through the council. Some of the goblins looked uncomfortable, others looked outright hostile. "He is human," one of them said, her voice sharp as a knife edge. "He will never truly be one of us. His magic is different, his blood is different, his very soul is different. We are fools to even consider this." "And yet the contract stands," Ragnar countered. "The Potters have honored their side of the agreement for centuries. They have protected our interests, guarded our secrets, provided us with magical support when we needed it most. Now the last of their line is in our hands, and we would be fools to turn away from the power he represents." "Power?" The scarred goblin laughed, a harsh, barking sound. "He is an infant. What power could he possibly have?" Ragnar leaned forward, his eyes glinting. "The power to end our war with the wizards. The power to broker peace between our peoples. The power to restore the goblins to our rightful place in the world." The council fell silent. "The child is a weapon," Ragnar continued. "A weapon that we can shape, mold, and direct. If we raise him properly, he will become the greatest ally we have ever had. He will be our voice in the wizarding world, our champion, our bridge." "And if he turns against us?" the scarred goblin asked. "What happens then?" Ragnar's lips twisted into a smile that did not reach his eyes. "Then we will destroy him. But first, we will make him ours." The process of claiming Harry Potter was not simple. The goblins had to navigate a labyrinth of ancient laws, magical contracts, and political machinations that would have defeated a lesser race. But the goblins were patient, and they were cunning, and they had been playing the game of politics for longer than humans had walked the earth. The first step was to activate the old contract. Griphook had found the scrolls in the Hall of Records, had spent weeks translating the ancient runes and deciphering the magical language that had been used to bind the Potters to Gringotts. The contract was a masterpiece of magical law, a document so complex that even the wizarding experts at the ministry would have struggled to understand it. But the goblins understood it perfectly. "The contract is clear," Griphook told the council. "The Potters are bound to Gringotts by blood, by magic, and by oath. If the last Potter is orphaned, the goblins have the right to claim him as a ward of the bank. The ministry cannot interfere, the magical contracts supersede their authority." "And if they try?" the eldest asked. "Then we will take them to the International Confederation of Wizards," Griphook said. "We will prove that the contract is valid, that our claim is legal, and that the Potters have always been allies of the goblins. The ministry will have no choice but to back down." The council members exchanged glances. Some of them looked uncertain, but others nodded slowly, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Very well," the eldest said. "Activate the contract. Claim the child. But do it carefully, Griphook. The wizards will not give him up without a fight. Griphook nodded and began the ritual. The activation ceremony was held in the Hall of Records, deep beneath the bank, where the ancient scrolls and artifacts of the goblin people were kept. A circle of goblins stood around Harry's cradle, their voices rising in a guttural chant that echoed through the cavern. Harry had woken up and was crying, his tiny face scrunched up in distress. But the goblins ignored his cries, their focus entirely on the ritual they were performing. By blood and bone, by stone and gold, Griphook intoned, his voice reverberating through the hall. By oath and honor, by fire and ice, we claim this child as our own. He is the last Potter, the heir of the old ones, the keeper of the ancient bond. May his magic be our magic, his strength our strength, his heart our heart. The runes on the floor began to glow, a faint golden light that spread outward from Harry's cradle. The light enveloped him, wrapping around him like a cocoon, and the crying stopped. Harry opened his eyes. They were green, bright as emeralds, and they seemed to glow with the same golden light that surrounded him. The bond is sealed, Griphook said, his voice filled with wonder. He is ours now. Gringotts is his home, and he is the child of the vaults. The golden light faded, and Harry smiled. The wizarding world did not learn of Harry's fate for months. Dumbledore had been the first to discover that the infant was missing. He had arrived at Godric's Hollow mere hours after the attack, his heart heavy with grief and fear. The house had been destroyed, the bodies of James and Lily lying cold in the rubble, but Harry was nowhere to be found. Dumbledore had searched every room, every corner, every shadow. He had sent his phoenix, Fawkes, soaring through the skies, hoping that the bird's magical senses would lead him to the missing child. He had called upon the Aurors, the Order of the Phoenix, and every ally he could think of. But Harry was gone. It was only weeks later, when Dumbledore had investigated the death of a house elf whose body had been found in the Gringotts lobby, that the truth began to emerge. The goblins had been cagey, refusing to answer questions, claiming that the elf's death was a private matter that did not concern the ministry. Dumbledore had not believed them. He had spent months trying to unravel the mystery, calling in favors, poring over ancient texts, piecing together the fragments of information that had been scattered across the magical world. And finally, he had found the answer. The Potter Gringotts contract. It was an ancient document, so old that even Dumbledore had not known of its existence. But when he found it in the ministry's archives, buried beneath layers of dust and bureaucracy, he understood what had happened. The goblins had claimed Harry. They had activated the contract, asserted their legal right to the last Potter, and taken him into their custody. Dumbledore had been furious. He had stormed into Gringotts, demanding to see the child, demanding that the goblins hand him over to the wizarding world. But the goblins had refused. The contract is binding, Griphook had said, his voice cold. The Potters have been allies of Gringotts for centuries. The last Potter is under our protection. The ministry has no legal authority to interfere. And what of the child's education? Dumbledore had demanded. What of his magical training? He is a wizard, not a goblin. He is both, Griphook had replied. He is a Potter, and Potters have always been friends of the goblins. He will be raised in our traditions, taught our history, and trained in our ways. He will become a bridge between our peoples. Dumbledore had left the bank that day with a heavy heart, knowing that he had lost a battle he had not even known he was fighting. The years passed, and Harry grew. He grew in the dark, in the silence, in the constant hum of magic that filled the vaults of Gringotts. The goblins raised him as one of their own, teaching him their language, their customs, their history. They taught him to fight with a blade, to enchant metal, to negotiate treaties and contracts. They taught him to see the world through goblin eyes, to understand the injustices that had been done to their people, to recognize the lies that the wizards had told about them. And through it all, Harry remained a mystery. The goblins had never fully understood the nature of his magic. It was different from theirs, more fluid, more instinctive. He could do things that they could not, conjure spells that seemed to come from a place deep within his soul. But he had also learned to control his power, to channel it through the runes and enchantments that the goblins had taught him. By the time he was 7, Harry was already a master of bladecraft, able to hold his own against goblin warriors. Twice his age. He had begun to learn the ancient art of metal enchanting, weaving spells into weapons and armor that would protect their wielders from harm. He had read every book in the goblin libraries, memorized every contract, studied every piece of history that he could find. But there was still so much he did not know. "What happened to my parents?" he asked Griphook one day, his voice barely a whisper. "I know they were murdered. But I don't know who did it. Or why." Griphook was silent for a long moment. He had been expecting this question, had known it was coming, but he still struggled to find the right words. "Your parents were killed by a dark wizard named Voldemort," he said finally. "He was the most powerful dark wizard of the age, a monster who had terrorized the wizarding world for more than a decade. He was destroyed the night he attacked your family. Your mother's sacrifice protected you, made it impossible for him to harm you. The curse rebounded, and he was destroyed." Harry absorbed this information, processing it with the calm logic that the goblins had instilled in him. "And Voldemort is dead?" he asked. "Gone," Griphook said. "Not dead, perhaps. His followers believe he will return one day. But for now, he is powerless. A shadow. A ghost." "His followers," Harry repeated. "They are still out there?" "Yes," Griphook said. "They are called Death Eaters, and they are dangerous. They would love to find you, to finish what their master started. That is why the goblins are protecting you. That is why you must stay hidden." Harry nodded, accepting the explanation without question. "One day," he said, his voice firm, "I will face them. I will make them pay for what they did to my parents." Griphook looked at the child, at the steel in his eyes, and felt a chill run down his spine. "One day," he agreed. "But not today. Today, you still have much to learn." The goblins were not the only ones who had taken an interest in Harry's upbringing. Dumbledore had never given up on the boy. He had sent letters, petitions, even a legal team to Gringotts, demanding that the goblins allow him to visit the child. But the goblins had refused every request, citing the contract and the child's safety. It was only through a network of spies and informants that Dumbledore was able to learn anything about Harry's life. He heard reports of the child's education, his training, his growing mastery of goblin magic. He heard that Harry was a prodigy, a natural leader, and that the goblins had begun to view him with something close to affection. And then, in Harry's 11th year, Dumbledore had received a letter from the goblins. It was a formal, stilted document, written in the cold, bureaucratic language of the bank. "The Goblin Council of Gringotts hereby requests a meeting with Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The purpose of the meeting is to discuss the education of Harry Potter, who is currently under the legal protection of Gringotts. The council requests that the meeting take place at Gringotts on the first day of the month. Please confirm your availability at your earliest convenience." Dumbledore had read the letter 3 times, his heart pounding with a mixture of hope and fear. The goblins were finally willing to talk. The meeting was held in a conference room on the 3rd level of Gringotts, a lavish space decorated with gold and marble and enchanted tapestries that depicted scenes from goblin history. Dumbledore arrived early, accompanied by Professor McGonagall, who had insisted on coming despite Dumbledore's protests. "I am the deputy headmistress," she had said firmly. "If we are going to discuss a student's education, I should be there." Dumbledore had not argued. The goblins arrived precisely on time, filing into the room in a procession that seemed designed to intimidate. There were 12 of them, led by Griphook, who had been appointed as Harry's guardian. "Welcome to Gringotts, headmaster," Griphook said, his voice cold. "We have been expecting you." Dumbledore inclined his head. "Thank you for agreeing to meet with me. I have been eager to discuss young Harry's future." "His future is already planned," Griphook said. He will be educated according to the provisions of the Potter Gringotts contract. He will receive training in wizard magic, but he will also continue his education in goblin traditions and customs. A dual education, Dumbledore said. An interesting approach. And where will this education take place? Here, at Gringotts, Griphook said. The child will not leave our protection until he is of age. Dumbledore's eyes narrowed. The ministry has laws regarding the education of magical children. They require that all young witches and wizards attend a recognized magical school. The contract supersedes ministry law, Griphook said. We have already confirmed this with the International Confederation of Wizards. The Potters have always been granted special privileges, and the contract is legally binding. Harry is not just a Potter, Dumbledore said. He is the boy who lived. He is a symbol of hope to the wizarding world. He cannot be hidden away in the depths of your bank. He can and he will, Griphook said. The child's safety is our primary concern. The Death Eaters are still out there, and they would love to get their hands on him. The wizarding world cannot protect him. We can. Dumbledore felt a surge of frustration. He had known that the goblins would be difficult, but he had not expected them to be so intransigent. The child needs to be with other witches and wizards, he said. He needs to make friends, to learn social skills, to understand the world he will eventually have to navigate. Keeping him isolated will only harm him. He is not isolated, Griphook said. He has the goblins. He has friends among our people. He has a purpose. And he is happy. Dumbledore opened his mouth to respond, but before he could speak, the door to the conference room swung open, and Harry Potter walked in. He was tall for his age, with messy black hair and green eyes that seemed to glow with an inner fire. His clothes were simple but well-tailored, a dark green tunic and black trousers that were distinctly goblin in style. And around his neck, he wore a pendant that pulsed with a faint golden light. Harry, Griphook said, his voice softening for the first time. You should not have come. I heard that the headmaster of Hogwarts was here, Harry said, his voice calm and steady. I thought it was time we met. He walked toward Dumbledore, his footsteps silent on the marble floor, and extended his hand. Albus Dumbledore, he said. I have heard a great deal about you. Dumbledore took the hand, and felt a jolt of energy pass through him. The child's magic was strong, stronger than he had expected, and it pulsed with a warmth that reminded him of Lily. Harry Potter, he said. It is an honor to meet you at last. Harry smiled, a thin, measured smile that did not quite reach his eyes. The honor is mine, Headmaster. I understand you wish to discuss my education. I do, Dumbledore said. I believe that Hogwarts would be the best place for you. You would have the opportunity to learn from the finest witches and wizards in the world, to make friends, to experience the magic that your parents loved so much. I am sure that Hogwarts is a wonderful school, Harry said. But I have also heard that it is a dangerous place. That dark wizards, including some of the Death Eaters, still haunt its halls. That students have died, been injured, been cursed. Dumbledore's face grew pale. The school is safe. I have done everything in my power to protect the students. Have you? Harry asked, his voice cool. Then why were my parents not protected? Why did Voldemort find them so easily? Why did you not see the attack coming? Dumbledore was silent, unable to find the words. I am not accusing you, Harry said, his voice softening. I am simply asking questions. I have been raised to believe that knowledge is power, that understanding the truth is the only way to protect oneself. I want to understand the truth about what happened to my parents. I want to understand the truth about the wizarding world. And what do you think the truth is? Dumbledore asked. Harry's eyes flashed with something that might have been anger, might have been pain, might have been a fierce determination. I think, he said, that the wizarding world has forgotten its history. That it has lied about its past. That it has treated the goblins as enemies when they should have been allies. And I think that the goblins have been right to be suspicious. He paused, looking directly at Dumbledore. Your school is a symbol of everything that has gone wrong, he said. It is a symbol of wizard superiority, of goblin subjugation, of centuries of lies. If I am to attend, I will not attend as a student. I will attend as a representative of Gringotts. As a diplomat. As a bridge. Dumbledore felt his heart sink. The child had been thoroughly indoctrinated, raised to see the world through goblin eyes, and nothing he could say would change that. Very well, he said, his voice heavy. If that is the condition, then I accept. You will attend Hogwarts as a diplomatic representative of Gringotts. But you will also attend as a student, learning alongside your peers, participating in the magical traditions that have been passed down for centuries. Harry considered this for a moment, and then nodded. Agreed, he said. But I will not be a pawn in anyone's game. I am a Potter, and I am a goblin heir. I will serve my own purpose. He turned and walked out of the room, leaving Dumbledore staring after him with a mixture of admiration and despair. Harry's first year at Hogwarts was a revelation. He arrived at the school not as a nervous first year, but as a confident young man who had already been educated in some of the most rigorous magical traditions in the world. He knew the goblin language fluently, had mastered basic and advanced enchantments, and understood the politics of the magical world better than most adults. He also arrived with a mission. The goblins had given him a list of tasks to accomplish during his time at Hogwarts. He was to gather information, make allies, and identify potential threats to Gringotts and the goblin people. He was to observe the wizards, learn their weaknesses and their strengths, and report back to his guardians. But he had also been given a second, more personal mission. He was to find out what had happened to his parents. The goblins had told him what they knew, but they had admitted that their information was limited. They had not been there the night of the attack, had not seen what had happened. The only way to truly understand was to talk to the people who had been there, to read the records, to piece together the fragments of the past. And so Harry began his search. He started with the books. The Hogwarts library was vast, filled with centuries of knowledge, and Harry spent hours reading everything he could find about the Potters, about Voldemort, about the war that had claimed his parents' lives. He found old newspaper articles, transcripts of ministry hearings, accounts of the battle that had taken place in Godric's Hollow. But none of it gave him the answers he was looking for. He turned to the people. He befriended a girl named Hermione Granger, who was as hungry for knowledge as he was, and they spent hours discussing the magical world and its history. He earned the respect of several Slytherins, including a young man named Theodore Nott, who had a keen understanding of magical politics and a deep-seated hatred of the ministry. He even spoke to some of the professors, trying to coax information out of them. But no one would tell him the truth. You must understand, Harry, Professor McGonagall had said, her voice kind but firm. The war was a terrible time. Many people suffered, many people died. The Death Eaters were monsters, and Voldemort was the worst of them. But dwelling on the past will not help you. You need to look forward, to focus on your future. Harry had nodded, accepting the words, but he had not believed them. The past was not dead. The past was not even past. And as he walked through the halls of Hogwarts, his eyes scanning the faces of his classmates, he knew that the truth was out there, waiting to be found. His second year brought even greater challenges. The Chamber of Secrets had been opened, and students were being attacked. The atmosphere at Hogwarts had become toxic, filled with fear and suspicion. Harry had been one of the few who had remained calm, who had kept his head while others panicked. He had known that something was wrong the moment he heard about the attacks. He had seen the writing on the wall, felt the presence of something ancient and malevolent lurking beneath the school. And he had decided to investigate. He had gone to the library, searched through the oldest books, and found references to the Chamber of Secrets. He had learned about Salazar Slytherin, the founder who had believed that only purebloods should be allowed to attend Hogwarts. He had learned about the monster that had been placed in the chamber, a creature designed to purge the school of those deemed unworthy. He had also learned something else, something that the goblins had not told him. Slytherin had been a friend of the goblins. It was a shocking revelation, one that made Harry question everything he had been taught. The goblins had always portrayed Slytherin as an enemy, a wizard who had fought against them in the goblin rebellions. But the records told a different story. Slytherin had been a complex figure, a man who had valued power and purity, but also a man who had respected the goblins' rights. He had believed that the wizarding world could learn from the goblins, that they could coexist in peace. He had even helped to build Hogwarts, working alongside the goblin craftsmen who had constructed the school's most ancient structures. Harry had kept this information to himself, knowing that it would be controversial. But he had also begun to wonder. What else had the wizards lied about? What other secrets were hidden beneath the surface of the magical world? The night Harry encountered the basilisk, he thought he was going to die. He had followed the sounds of the attacks, tracing them through the tunnels beneath the school until he had found the entrance to the chamber. He had descended into the darkness, his wand held high, his heart pounding in his chest. And then he had seen it. The basilisk was immense, a serpent of truly monstrous proportions. Its scales were the color of dried blood, its eyes the color of fresh poison. It hissed in the darkness, its tongue flicking out to taste the air. Harry had fought it with everything he had. He had used the spells the goblins had taught him, conjured barriers of enchanted metal, wielded a sword that had been forged in the depths of Gringotts. But the basilisk was too powerful, too fast, and Harry had been driven to his knees. And then, in the moment of his greatest despair, he had heard a voice. "Harry Potter," the voice whispered. "Child of the vaults. Last of your line. You are stronger than you know. Remember who you are. Remember what you have been taught." Harry had looked up, and he had seen a ghost. It was a goblin, ancient and wise, with eyes that glowed with a golden light. It was the spirit of the old ones, the beings who had founded Gringotts, the ones who had created the contract that bound Harry to the bank. "You are not alone," the spirit said. "The goblins stand with you. The old ones stand with you. And your mother, who gave her life to protect you, stands with you as well." Harry had felt a surge of power, a warmth that spread through his veins and filled him with strength. He had raised his sword, and with a single, powerful blow, he had struck down the basilisk. The monster had crashed to the ground, its body writhing in death throes, and Harry had stood victorious. But even as he had stood there, his heart pounding with triumph, he had known that the battle was far from over. The Chamber of Secrets had held many secrets. And the most dangerous of them was yet to be revealed. It was in the chamber that Harry found the proof he had been searching for. Hidden behind a false wall, carved into the stone of the ancient chamber, was a series of murals that depicted the true history of the wizarding world. They showed the goblins and the wizards working together, building Hogwarts side by side, sharing their knowledge and their magic. They showed the betrayals, the wars, the centuries of lies that had turned allies into enemies. And they showed the truth about the Potters. "Your family," a voice said from behind him. Harry turned. It was the spirit of the old ones, the goblin who had helped him defeat the basilisk. "Your family has always been friends of the goblins," the spirit continued. "They have always fought for justice, for equality, for the truth. Your mother and father died because of their beliefs. Because they refused to bow to Voldemort, because they refused to accept his vision of a world built on hatred and fear." Harry felt tears prick at the corners of his eyes. "I will carry on their legacy," he said. "I will fight for what is right. I will not let their deaths be in vain." The spirit nodded. "I know you will. That is why the goblins chose you. That is why the contract was activated. You are the last Potter, but you are also the first of a new generation. A generation that will bridge the gap between our peoples. Harry looked down at the murals, at the faces of the goblins and wizards who had built the magical world together. "I will not fail," he said. "Of that, I have no doubt," the spirit said. "But be careful, Harry. The enemies you face are powerful. They will stop at nothing to destroy you and everything you stand for. You must be strong. You must be wise. And you must never forget who you are." Harry nodded, and as he turned to leave the chamber, he felt a new sense of purpose settle over him. He was the child of the vaults. He was the last of the Potters. He was the goblin heir. And he would not rest until the truth had been revealed and justice had been done. Chapter 3, Raised Beneath the Bank. The vault city of Gringotts was a labyrinth of tunnels and chambers that stretched for miles beneath the streets of London. Most wizards believed the bank was simply a building, a grand structure of marble and gold that sat atop the earth like a crown. They had no idea that beneath their feet lay an entire civilization, a world of goblin culture and magic that had existed for millennia. Harry Potter had grown up in that world. His earliest memories were of darkness and stone, of the constant hum of ancient magic that vibrated through the walls. He remembered the warmth of the forge, the smell of molten metal, the rhythmic clang of hammers against enchanted steel. He remembered the sound of goblin voices, harsh and guttural, speaking words that he had learned to understand before he could speak English. The vault city was divided into districts, each one dedicated to a different aspect of goblin life. There was the Forge District, where weapons and armor were crafted, the Record District, where the contracts and histories of the goblin people were stored, the Residential District, where goblin families lived in homes carved from the living rock, and the Treasury District, where the vast wealth of the wizarding world was kept. Harry had grown up in all of them. He had learned to walk on the uneven floors of the Forge District, to dodge the sparks that flew from the enchanted anvils, to read the runes that were etched into every piece of metal. He had spent hours in the Record District, poring over ancient scrolls and books, absorbing the knowledge that had been accumulated over centuries. He had played in the Residential District, running through the narrow alleys and hiding in the shadows of the homes, making friends with goblin children who were wary of him at first but eventually accepted him as one of their own. And he had learned the most important lesson of all: in the Vault City, everyone had a role to play. "You must understand, Harry," Griphook had told him when he was 5 years old. "The goblins are a people of purpose. We do not waste time on idle pleasures or frivolous pursuits. Every moment of our lives is dedicated to the survival and prosperity of our race. You must learn to think the same way." Harry had nodded, accepting the lesson with the seriousness that Griphook demanded. "Your role will be different from others," Griphook had continued. "You are a wizard, but you are also a Potter. The Potters have always been allies of the goblins, and you will carry on that tradition. You will be a bridge between our peoples, a voice for the goblins in the wizarding world. But to do that, you must understand both sides. You must learn to think like a wizard and a goblin." And so Harry's education had begun. The goblins had arranged for him to receive instruction in wizard magic from a series of tutors who were brought into the Vault City under strict conditions. They were not allowed to reveal the location of the city, nor were they allowed to discuss Harry's existence with anyone outside the bank. The first tutor had been a young witch named Astoria Greengrass, who had been hired by the goblins to teach Harry the basics of wizard magic. She had been surprised by his knowledge, his skill, his ability to grasp complex magical concepts with ease. "You are not like other children I have taught," she had said on their first day. "You already know more than most first years at Hogwarts." "I have had good teachers," Harry had replied, his voice polite but guarded. Astoria had smiled. "I can see that. But there are still many things you need to learn. The goblins have taught you their magic, but wizard magic is different. It is more fluid, more intuitive. You must learn to feel it, to let it flow through you." She had taught him to cast spells without wand, to channel his magic through his body, to understand the principles of transfiguration and charms. She had taught him to fly on a broomstick, to duel with a wand, to brew potions and tend to magical creatures. But she had also taught him something else, something that Harry had not expected. She had taught him about the wizarding world's fear of the goblins. Goblins are not trusted, she had said one afternoon, her voice low. The Ministry believes that they are greedy, treacherous, and untrustworthy. They believe that the goblins are waiting for an opportunity to rise up and overthrow the wizards. And are they? Harry had asked, genuinely curious. Astoria had hesitated. I do not know. I have always believed that fear is the root of conflict. The wizards fear the goblins, and the goblins fear the wizards. As long as that fear exists, there can never be peace. Harry had thought about her words for a long time. The goblins had taught him that the wizards were the aggressors, the ones who had started the wars and stolen the goblins' treasures. But Astoria had shown him that the wizards were also afraid, that they also had reasons for their actions. The truth, Harry had realized, was more complicated than either side was willing to admit. As Harry grew older, his education became more specialized. He learned goblin history from the oldest members of the community, who had lived through the goblin rebellions and remembered the bitterness of defeat. He learned to forge weapons from the master smiths. To shape metal with his bare hands and enchant it with spells that had been passed down for generations. He learned to negotiate contracts and treaties, to understand the intricate web of alliances and enmities that governed the magical world. And he learned to fight. The goblins were a warrior race, and they believed that every member of their community should be able to defend themselves. Harry was trained in the art of bladecraft, learning to wield a sword with the skill of a master. He was taught hand-to-hand combat, to use his body as a weapon, to exploit an opponent's weaknesses and turn them into strengths. But he was also taught something else. He was taught to think like a warrior. The greatest weapon you have is your mind, Griphook had told him. A blade can be broken, a wand can be snapped, but a mind that is sharp and cunning can never be defeated. Learn to think ahead, to anticipate your enemy's moves, to see the patterns in their behavior. That is the key to victory. Harry had taken the lesson to heart. He had spent hours studying battle tactics, reading about famous generals and their strategies, learning to analyze situations and make decisions under pressure. By the time he was 10, Harry was already a formidable opponent. He could defeat grown goblins in sword fights, outsmart his tutors in strategic games, and negotiate deals that left even the most experienced bankers impressed. The goblins had begun to look at him with something close to respect, acknowledging that the human child they had taken in had become something more. But there was still a distance between them. A distance that Harry could not cross. It was the eyes. The goblins' eyes were dark and glittering, filled with the ancient wisdom of their race. They saw the world differently than humans did, understood it differently, experienced it differently. They could see the magic that flowed through the earth, the enchanted metals that pulsed with their own life, the subtle shifts in power that occurred when contracts were signed or broken. Harry's eyes were green, bright as emeralds, and they saw the world through human lenses. You will never truly be one of us, a goblin girl named Karga had told him one day. You are too different. Your magic is too different. Your soul is too different. Harry had felt a pang of sadness at her words. He had grown up with Karga, had played with her and trained with her and confided in her. He had thought that she understood him. I am trying, he had said. I am doing everything I can to learn your ways, to understand your culture. It is not about learning, Karga had replied. It is about being. You cannot change what you are, Harry. You are a wizard, and wizards will always be wizards. You can wear our clothes, speak our language, even fight our wars. But you will never be a goblin. Harry had not argued. He had known that Karga was right. But he had also known that he could not give up. He was the bridge between the worlds, the one who would bring the goblins and the wizards together. He could not let their differences drive him away. He had to find a way to belong. The goblins had not cut him off from the wizarding world entirely. They had allowed him to learn about wizard culture, to read their books and listen to their stories. They had even arranged for him to meet a few trusted wizards, people who had proven their loyalty to the goblins over the years. But they had also made it clear that Harry's loyalties were expected to lie with them. "You are a Potter," Griphook had said. "The Potters have always been allies of the goblins. You have a duty to uphold that legacy." "I understand," Harry had replied. "Your parents understood," Griphook had continued. "Your father, James, was a good friend to the goblins. He fought for our rights, spoke out against the ministry's injustices, and refused to let anyone speak ill of our people. Your mother, Lily, was even more passionate. She wrote articles, gave speeches, and raised money for goblin causes." Harry had listened intently, hungry for any information about his parents. "They died because of their beliefs," Griphook had said. "Voldemort wanted to destroy anyone who stood against him, and your parents stood against him more fiercely than anyone. They gave their lives to protect you, but they also gave their lives to protect the goblins." Harry had felt tears prick at the corners of his eyes. "I will not let their sacrifice be in vain," he had said. "I will continue their work. I will fight for the goblins, just as they did." Griphook had nodded, satisfied. But Harry had also begun to wonder. His parents had fought for the goblins, had believed in the cause of equality and justice. But they had also been wizards. They had grown up in the wizarding world, attended Hogwarts, and lived among their own kind. What would they think of him, raised in the dark beneath the bank, isolated from the world they had loved? The thought haunted him. The older Harry got, the more he began to see the fissures in his life. The goblins were his family, the only family he had ever known. But they were also his keepers, his guardians, his trainers. They had raised him for a purpose, to serve as a bridge between their world and the wizards. And while they treated him with kindness and respect, Harry could never shake the feeling that they saw him as a tool rather than a person. It was not that they were cruel. They fed him, clothed him, educated him, and protected him. They gave him everything he needed to survive and thrive. But they also expected him to be grateful, to be loyal, to never question their authority. And Harry, who had been raised to think like a warrior, could not help but question everything. "Why do the goblins hate the wizards?" he had asked Griphook one evening. "I know the history. I know about the wars, the treaties broken, the land stolen. But why does the hatred still persist? Why can't you find a way to make peace?" Griphook had been silent for a long moment. "Hatred," he had said finally, "is a poison that seeps into the blood. It is not something that can be cured with words or gestures. It takes generations to heal, and sometimes, it never heals at all. But I am the bridge," Harry had said. "I am supposed to bring your people together." "You are a bridge," Griphook had agreed. "But even bridges can be broken. You cannot force the goblins to forgive the wizards, any more than you can force the wizards to forgive the goblins. All you can do is create the opportunity for peace. The rest is up to them." Harry had thought about those words for a long time. He was a bridge, a link between two worlds. But a bridge was not a solution. It was a starting point. A place where the journey could begin. And Harry was determined to see that journey through to the end. The forge was Harry's favorite place in the Vault City. It was located in the heart of the Forge District, a cavernous space filled with the heat and noise of goblin craftsmanship. The master smiths worked tirelessly, their hammers ringing against the enchanted metal, their voices raised in songs that had been passed down through the ages. Harry had begun his training at the forge when he was 6 years old, learning the basics of metalworking from an old goblin named Thrain. Thrain was patient and kind, taking the time to explain the intricacies of the craft in a way that Harry could understand. "Metal is alive," Thrain had said. "It has a spirit, a will of its own. You cannot force it to do what you want. You must listen to it, understand it, and work with it. Only then can you create something truly magical." Harry had taken the lesson to heart. He had spent hours at the forge, learning to shape metal with his bare hands, to enchant it with spells that would give it strength and purpose. And as he worked, he had begun to feel a connection to something greater than himself. The metal sang beneath his hands, a deep, resonant hum that seemed to vibrate through his very soul. The goblins had told him that this was the spirit of the old ones, the ancient beings who had created Gringotts and all its wonders. And when Harry worked with the metal, he could feel their presence, their wisdom, their power. He had forged his first sword when he was 8, a beautiful blade of black steel that gleamed with an inner light. The goblins had been impressed, praising his skill and dedication. But Harry had known that the sword was more than just a weapon. It was a symbol. A symbol of his connection to the goblins, to the old ones, to the magic that had been passed down through the ages. And it was a reminder that he was not just a wizard. He was a craftsman, a warrior, a member of a people who had been wronged and betrayed but had never given up. He was a child of the vaults. But there were times when Harry felt the weight of his isolation. He had never known his parents, never heard their voices, never felt their touch. He had been raised by goblins, taught to see the world through their eyes, but he was not a goblin. He was a wizard, a human, and he could not escape the truth of what he was. Sometimes, late at night, he would lie in his bed and wonder what his life might have been like if his parents had survived. Would he have grown up in a house, surrounded by the warmth and love of a family? Would he have made friends, played games, and gone to school like a normal child? He would never know. But he could not let that stop him. He had a purpose, a mission, a destiny. He was the bridge between the goblins and the wizards, the one who would bring peace to a divided world. And he would not let his personal pain get in the way of that goal. Still, there were moments when the loneliness became almost unbearable. It was on his 11th birthday that Harry first heard the whispers. The goblins had been celebrating his birthday. A rare occurrence in their culture, and Harry had been touched by the gesture. But as the night wore on and the festivities began to wind down, he had overheard a conversation between two of the older goblins. "He is not one of us," one of them had said. "He can never be one of us. No matter how much we teach him, no matter how much he learns, he will always be an outsider." "The council knows that," the other had replied. "That is why they have been so careful with him. They are grooming him for a purpose, not adopting him as a member of the community." "But what will happen when he discovers the truth?" the first goblin had asked. "What will happen when he realizes that he is being used?" The second goblin had been silent for a moment. By then, he had said finally, "It will be too late. The bond will be complete. He will be ours, whether he likes it or not." Harry had felt a chill run down his spine. He had always known that the goblins had an agenda, a plan for him that went beyond simple protection. But he had not realized the depth of their manipulation. They were not raising him as a bridge. They were raising him as a weapon. The realization had changed everything. Harry had become more cautious, more guarded in his interactions with the goblins. He had begun to question their motivations, to look for the hidden meaning behind their words and actions. He had started to keep secrets, to hold back information, to protect himself from their influence. And he had begun to plan. If the goblins were using him, then he would use them in return. He would learn everything they had to teach, master every skill they had to offer, and then, when the time was right, he would break free and forge his own path. He was a potter, the last of his line. He had a legacy to uphold, a destiny to fulfill. He would not be anyone's pawn. Not even the goblins. The night before he left for Hogwarts, Harry visited the forge one last time. The masters had gone to bed, and the cavern was empty, lit only by the soft glow of the enchanted coals. Harry walked through the shadows, his fingers trailing across the anvils and the hammers, the tools that had shaped so much of his life. He stopped in front of the forge, staring into the flames that burned with an eternal warmth. "I will not forget you," he whispered. "I will not forget what you have taught me. But I will not be your weapon. I will be my own person. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small piece of metal, a fragment of the sword he had forged when he was 8. He held it for a moment, feeling the weight of it in his hand, and then he threw it into the flames. The metal hissed and sparked, and for a moment, Harry thought he saw a shape in the fire. A face, perhaps, or a hand, reaching out to him. And then it was gone. Harry turned and walked out of the forge, leaving the fire and the shadows behind him. He was ready. He would go to Hogwarts, learn everything he could, and become the bridge that the goblins had always wanted him to be. But he would do it on his own terms. He was the child of the vaults. He was the last of the Potters. And nothing would ever stop him. Chapter 4, The Lost Potter Fortune. The vault was deeper than any Harry had ever visited. He had spent 11 years exploring the labyrinthine corridors of Gringotts, had memorized the layout of the Treasury District and knew the location of every major vault. But this vault, this place that Griphook had led him to on the morning of his 12th birthday, was different. It was older. The tunnels that led to it were narrow and winding, their walls covered in moss and ancient runes that glowed with a faint, blue light. The air grew colder as they descended, and Harry could feel the weight of centuries pressing down on him. "This vault has not been opened in more than 300 years, Griphook said, his voice echoing through the darkness. "It was sealed by your ancestors. The Potters of old, who wished to protect their most valuable treasures from the wars that were tearing the wizarding world apart." Harry felt a shiver run down his spine. "Why are you showing me this now?" "Because you are old enough to understand," Griphook said. "Because the contract demands it. And because there are things in this vault that you need to see." He stopped in front of a massive door, carved from a single block of obsidian and covered in runes that Harry recognized as ancient goblin script. The door was enormous, easily 20 feet tall, and it seemed to hum with a power that made Harry's teeth ache. "This is the Potter Vault," Griphook said. "The oldest and most secure vault in all of Gringotts. It was built by the goblins and the Potters together, a symbol of their alliance and their friendship. And it contains the truth about your family's past." He placed his hand on the door, and the runes began to glow with a brilliant, golden light. The door swung open, revealing a chamber that was larger than any Harry had ever seen. And inside, there was a fortune. The vault was filled with gold. Piles of it, stacks of it, mountains of it. There were coins and bars and jewelry, all of it gleaming with a light that seemed to come from within. There were weapons too, swords and daggers and axes that glowed with an inner fire. And there were artifacts, objects that Harry had only read about in books, relics of a time when wizards and goblins had worked together in harmony. Harry walked through the vault, his footsteps echoing in the vast space, his eyes wide with wonder. "How much is here?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. "Enough to buy a small kingdom," Griphook replied. The Potters were one of the wealthiest families in the wizarding world. They made their fortune in trade, in magical inventions, and in alliances with the goblins. This vault represents centuries of accumulated wealth. Harry reached out and touched a pile of gold coins, feeling the cool metal beneath his fingers. It was warm, somehow, as if it were alive, and he could feel a faint pulse of magic emanating from it. "These coins," he said. "They're enchanted." Griphook nodded. "All of the gold in this vault is enchanted. It has been imbued with the magic of the old ones, making it resistant to theft and destruction. It can only be used by those who are of the Potter bloodline." Harry felt a surge of pride, a connection to his ancestors that he had never felt before. These were his people, his family, his legacy. They had built this fortune, had created this wealth, had passed it down through the generations. And now it was his. But the gold was not the only thing in the vault. In the center of the chamber, on a pedestal of carved marble, sat a box. It was small, no larger than a book, and it was made of a dark, polished wood that seemed to absorb the light around it. On the lid, there was a symbol that Harry recognized immediately. The Potter crest. Harry approached the box slowly, his heart pounding in his chest. He could feel the magic emanating from it, a powerful, ancient magic that seemed to call out to him. "What is this?" he asked. "The most important treasure in this vault," Griphook said. "The legacy of the Potters." Harry reached out and lifted the lid. Inside the box was a collection of objects, each one more remarkable than the last. There was a wand, made of holly and phoenix feather, that Harry recognized as his father's. There was a cloak, made of a shimmering, silver material that seemed to flow like water. And there was a ring, a simple band of gold that was set with a stone that glowed with a faint, red light. Harry reached for the wand first, feeling the familiar warmth of the wood against his fingers. It hummed with power, a power that he could feel resonating deep within his own magic. "This was my father's," he said, his voice choked with emotion. "Yes," Griphook confirmed. "James Potter's wand. He used it throughout his time at Hogwarts and in the war against Voldemort. It was found in the ruins of your parents' home and placed in this vault for safekeeping." Harry held the wand for a moment, feeling the connection to his father, and then he placed it carefully back in the box. He reached for the cloak next, running his fingers over the soft, silken material. It felt cool and smooth, and when he held it up, he could see that it seemed to shimmer and shift, as if it were made of liquid shadow. "The Cloak of Invisibility," Griphook said. "One of the Deathly Hallows, according to legend. It was passed down through the Potter family for generations, and it was used by your father and his friends during their time at Hogwarts." Harry wrapped the cloak around his shoulders, and he felt a strange, tingling sensation wash over him. When he looked down at his hands, they had disappeared. "This is incredible," he whispered. "Indeed it is," Griphook said. "But the most important treasure is the one you have not yet examined." Harry turned back to the box. His eyes fell on the ring, the simple gold band with the glowing red stone. He reached out and picked it up, and the moment his fingers touched the metal, he felt a surge of power that nearly knocked him off his feet. The ring was alive. It pulsed with a magic that was ancient and powerful, a magic that seemed to reach into his very soul. He could feel the presence of his ancestors, the echoes of their lives and their struggles, the weight of their hopes and their dreams. "This," Griphook said, "is the Peveril ring. It was created by the Old Ones themselves, and it was given to the Potters as a symbol of their alliance with the Goblins. It is the most powerful artifact in your family's possession." Harry looked down at the ring, at the glowing stone that seemed to burn with its own light. "What does it do?" he asked. "It is a key," Griphook said. "A key to the greatest secrets of the magical world. With this ring, you can unlock doors that no one else can open. You can access vaults that have been sealed for centuries. You can claim the power that your ancestors have been guarding for generations." Harry slipped the ring onto his finger. The moment it was in place, the magic surged through him, filling him with a power he had never known. He could feel the vault around him, the ancient stones and the enchanted gold, the secrets that had been hidden for centuries. And he could feel something else. A presence. A presence that was familiar, somehow, as if he had known it his entire life. "Welcome, Harry Potter," a voice said. Harry spun around. The voice had come from the shadows, from a corner of the vault that he had not noticed before. And as he watched, a figure emerged from the darkness. It was a woman. She was tall and beautiful, with red hair that cascaded down her shoulders and green eyes that sparkled with a mischievous light. She wore robes of deep green, and around her neck hung a pendant that pulsed with the same golden light as Harry's own. "Who are you?" Harry asked, his voice steady despite his surprise. "I am your grandmother," the woman said. "Euphemia Potter. I have been waiting for you for a very long time." Harry stared at the woman, his mind reeling. "My grandmother," he repeated. "But you died. Before I was born. I read about it in the records." "Died," Euphemia said, her voice tinged with sadness. "Yes, I died. But I did not leave this world entirely. I bound my spirit to the Peveril ring, hoping that one day, my descendant would find it and I could speak to them. She stepped closer, her green eyes studying Harry's face with an intensity that made him uncomfortable. "You are so like your father," she said softly. "The same hair, the same eyes. But there is something else, something that reminds me of your mother. A strength, perhaps. A determination." Harry felt tears prick at the corners of his eyes. "I never knew them," he said. "I was taken from their house before I could remember anything. I grew up here, in Gringotts, raised by the Goblins." "I know," Euphemia said. "I have been watching you. The ring allows me to see what happens in the world, to observe the lives of my descendants. I have seen you grow, seen you learn, seen you become the person you are today." She reached out and touched his cheek, her hand as cold as ice. "I am so proud of you, Harry. You have faced so much, endured so much, and you have never given up. You are a true Potter." Harry closed his eyes, feeling the warmth of her words wash over him. "Grandmother," he whispered. "I have so many questions. I don't understand what happened to our family. I don't understand why the Goblins took me in. I don't understand why the wizarding world has forgotten us." Euphemia sighed, her face growing sad. "Then it is time you learned the truth," she said. "The truth about the Potters, the Goblins, and the world you are about to enter." She led him through the vault, past the piles of gold and the ancient artifacts, to a hidden alcove at the back of the chamber. There, on a stone altar, lay a book. It was old, its leather cover cracked and faded, its pages yellowed with age. But there was a power emanating from it, a power that made Harry's skin prickle. "This is the Book of Peveril," Euphemia said. "It contains the true history of our family, the history that has been hidden from the wizarding world for centuries. It was written by the first Potters, the ones who allied themselves with the Goblins and built the foundation for everything we have today." Harry opened the book, and as he read the first page, he felt a shock of recognition. The language was ancient, older than any he had learned. But somehow, he could understand it. The words seemed to flow into his mind, filling him with knowledge that he had never possessed. "The Potters were not always wizards," Euphemia said. "We were originally a family of goblins, a clan of craftsmen who worked with the old ones. But over time, we intermarried with wizards, and our goblin blood became diluted. Eventually, we became what we are today." Harry stared at her, his mind spinning. "We were goblins." "Partly," Euphemia said. "Our goblin blood is still strong, even after all these generations. That is why the Goblins took you in. That is why the contract was activated. You are not just a Potter, Harry. You are a Peveril, a descendant of the Old Ones." She touched the book, and the pages began to glow. "Your ancestors were powerful, Harry. They were leaders, warriors, and scholars. They worked with the Goblins to build Gringotts, to create the magical system that governs the wizarding world. They were the ones who brokered the peace between the Goblins and the wizards, a peace that lasted for centuries." "Then what happened?" Harry asked. "Why did the peace break down?" Euphemia's eyes grew dark. "The wizards became greedy," she said. "They wanted more power, more wealth, more control. They broke their promises, stole the Goblins' treasures, and rewrote history to make themselves look like the victims. The Goblin rebellions were not the result of Goblin aggression. They were the result of wizard betrayal." Harry felt a surge of anger, a deep, primal fury that he had never experienced before. "The wizards lied," he said. "They've been lying all along." "Yes," Euphemia said. "And the Goblins have been suffering for it ever since. They have been driven to the margins, forced to survive in the shadows, while the wizards have grown fat and complacent on the wealth they stole." She looked at Harry, her eyes burning with intensity. "You are the last Potter, Harry. The last hope of our family. You have the power to change things, to bring the truth to light, to restore the balance that was broken so long ago. But you must be careful. The wizards will do anything to stop you. Harry looked down at the book, at the glowing pages that held the secrets of his past. I will not fail, he said. I will find the truth, and I will make them pay. Euphemia smiled, a sad, wistful smile. I know you will, she said. That is why I am so proud of you. The weeks that followed were a blur of discovery. Harry spent every spare moment in the Potter vault, reading the Book of Peveril and exploring the artifacts that had been hidden for centuries. He learned about his ancestors, their triumphs and their tragedies, their alliances and their betrayals. He learned that the Potters had been the original owners of the Deathly Hallows, the three most powerful artifacts in the wizarding world. The Cloak of Invisibility, the Resurrection Stone, and the Elder Wand had all been created by his ancestors, using magic that had been passed down from the Old Ones. He learned that the Potters had been the ones who had brokered the peace between the Goblins and the Wizards, a peace that had lasted for more than 1,000 years. But they had also been the ones who had been betrayed, who had seen their work undone by the greed and ambition of those they had trusted. And he learned that the Goblins had been waiting for him. They had known that the last Potter would one day return, would claim his birthright, would fulfill the prophecy that had been written so long ago. They had raised him, trained him, prepared him for the role he would play in the coming war. Harry was not just a bridge. He was a weapon. A weapon designed to destroy the lies that had been built up over centuries, to shatter the walls that divided the wizarding world, to bring about a new age of equality and justice. And he would not fail. The night before he left for Hogwarts, Harry returned to the Potter vault one last time. He stood in the center of the chamber, surrounded by the wealth and power of his ancestors, and he made a vow. I will not forget, he said. I will not forget what they did to our family. I will not forget what they did to the Goblins. I will not forget the lies that have been told, the truth that has been hidden, the injustice that has been allowed to fester. He raised his hand, and the Peveril ring glowed with a brilliant, golden light. I am Harry Potter, he said. The last of my line. The heir of the Old Ones. And I will bring the truth to light, no matter what it costs. The golden light flared, and for a moment, Harry could see the faces of his ancestors, the generations of Potters who had come before him. They were smiling, their eyes filled with pride. Go, a voice whispered. Go and fulfill your destiny. Harry turned and walked out of the vault, leaving the gold and the artifacts and the secrets behind him. He was ready. He would go to Hogwarts, learn everything he could, and become the bridge that the Goblins had always wanted him to be. But he would also be something else. He would be a truth-teller, a liberator, a force for change. He would be a Potter. And nothing would ever stop him. Chapter 5, The Truth About Wizard History. The Hogwarts Library was a cavern of knowledge, its shelves stretching up into shadows that seemed to swallow the light. Dust motes danced in the beams of enchanted candlelight, and the air smelled of old parchment and ancient magic. It was Harry's sanctuary, the place where he felt most at home. He had been at Hogwarts for 3 months now, and he had spent every spare moment in the library, reading everything he could find about wizarding history. The books were fascinating, filled with tales of heroism and adventure, of great wizards and witches who had shaped the magical world. But there was something wrong. The history he read in the library was not the history he had learned from the Goblins. It was different, sanitized, polished until it shone with a false brilliance. The Goblins were portrayed as villains, greedy and treacherous, always looking for an excuse to start a war. The wizards were the heroes. The ones who had fought to protect the innocent and preserve the peace. Harry had known it would be like this. The Goblins had warned him. But reading it for himself, seeing the lies laid out in neat, printed words, made him feel a cold anger settle in his chest. You've been staring at that page for 10 minutes, a voice said from behind him. Harry looked up. Hermione Granger was standing beside his table, a stack of books balanced precariously in her arms. She was a bushy-haired girl with a bossy demeanor and a fierce intelligence that Harry had come to respect. I was thinking, Harry said. About what? Hermione asked, setting her books down on the table. She sat across from him, her eyes bright with curiosity. You always get this look on your face when you're thinking about something important. It's like you're solving a puzzle that no one else can see. Harry hesitated. He had been careful not to reveal too much about his past, about his upbringing in Gringotts, about the secrets he had learned from the goblins. But Hermione was different. She was smart, loyal, and she had a way of seeing through his defenses. Have you ever read a history book and felt like something was missing? He asked. Like the story you're reading isn't the whole truth? Hermione frowned. What do you mean? I mean, Harry said, choosing his words carefully, that history is written by the victors. The people who win the wars get to decide what goes in the books. The people who lose get erased. Hermione was silent for a moment, processing his words. That's a very cynical view, she said finally. It's a realistic view, Harry countered. Think about it. The Goblin rebellions. The books say the goblins attacked the wizards without provocation. But is that really what happened? Or did the wizards do something to provoke them? Hermione's eyes widened. You're suggesting the wizards lied about the Goblin rebellions? I'm suggesting that we should question everything we're taught, Harry said. That we should look for the truth, even if it's uncomfortable. Hermione leaned forward, her voice dropping to a whisper. Do you know something? Something that's not in the books? Harry met her gaze. He trusted Hermione, trusted her more than almost anyone he had ever known. And he knew that if he was going to uncover the truth about wizarding history, he would need help. Meet me in the room of requirement tonight, he said. I'll show you what I've found. The room of requirement was a strange and wonderful place, a room that appeared only when someone needed it. Harry had discovered it during his first week at Hogwarts, and he had used it ever since as a private study space. Tonight, the room had transformed into a cozy sitting room, with comfortable chairs and a roaring fire. Hermione sat in one of the chairs, her hands clasped in her lap, her eyes fixed on Harry with an intensity that made him nervous. All right, she said. I'm here. Show me what you found. Harry reached into his bag and pulled out the Book of Peveril. He had brought it with him from Gringotts, hidden beneath a layer of enchantments that made it appear to be a boring textbook. This, he said, holding up the book, is the truth about wizarding history. It was written by my ancestors, the Potters, and it contains the real story of the Goblin rebellions. Hermione's eyes widened. Your ancestors? The Potters? But the Potters are an old wizarding family. They wouldn't have written a book about goblins. They would, Harry said, if they were allied with the goblins. He opened the book and began to read. The words were ancient, the language archaic, but Hermione listened with rapt attention as Harry told her the story of the Potters and the goblins. He told her about the alliance, the peace, the betrayal. He told her about the wars that had followed, the centuries of conflict that had torn the magical world apart. And he told her about the lies. The wizards rewrote history, Harry said. They made the goblins look like the aggressors, like the ones who had started the wars. But it wasn't true. The goblins were defending themselves, protecting their homes and their families from the wizards who were trying to take everything they had. Hermione stared at him, her face pale. This is incredible. If this is true, it changes everything. It is true, Harry said. I've seen the proof. In the vaults at Gringotts, in the records of the goblins. Everything the wizards have taught us about the goblins is a lie. Hermione was silent for a long moment, processing what she had heard. Harry, she said finally, do you realize what this means? If the wizards have been lying about the goblins, they've been lying about other things too. The entire foundation of our society, the way we view other magical creatures, the way we treat them, it's all based on lies. I know, Harry said. That's why I'm going to change it. The weeks that followed were a whirlwind of research and discovery. Harry and Hermione spent every spare moment in the library, cross-referencing the Book of Peveril with the official histories, looking for inconsistencies and contradictions. And they found them. Dozens of them. Hundreds of them. Every major event in wizarding history, from the founding of Hogwarts to the establishment of the Ministry of Magic, had been tainted by lies. The wizards had systematically erased the goblins from the narrative, making themselves the heroes and the goblins the villains. But there was more. Harry discovered that the wizards had not just lied about the goblins. They had lied about everything. About the elves, about the centaurs, about all the magical creatures who had been driven to the margins of society. They had created a system of oppression that was designed to keep themselves in power, and they had used lies to justify it. "It's like a conspiracy," Hermione said one night, her voice filled with horror. "A conspiracy that has been going on for centuries. The wizards have been systematically rewriting history to make themselves look good." "Not all wizards," Harry said. "There were some who tried to tell the truth. My parents, for example. They fought against the ministry, tried to expose the lies. But they were silenced." "By Voldemort," Hermione said. Harry shook his head. "By the ministry. Voldemort was just a symptom of the disease. The ministry created the conditions that allowed him to rise to power." Hermione looked at him, her eyes filled with a new understanding. "You're not just trying to expose the lies," she said. "You're trying to change the system." Harry nodded. "The system is broken, Hermione. It's been broken for centuries. And if we don't fix it, it's going to destroy us all." The discovery that shook Harry the most came when he found the records of the Goblin Rebellion of 1612. According to the official history, the rebellion had been a brutal and unprovoked attack on the wizarding community. The goblins had risen up, slaughtering innocent witches and wizards, and the ministry had been forced to put them down with overwhelming force. But the Book of Peveril told a different story. The rebellion had been sparked by a treaty that the wizards had broken. The goblins had been promised equal rights, the right to own land and property, the right to govern themselves. But the wizards had reneged on their promises, stealing the goblins' land and forcing them into servitude. The goblins had not attacked unprovoked. They had been defending themselves against a system of oppression that had been designed to destroy them. The wizards used the rebellion as an excuse to pass even more oppressive laws, Harry said, his voice shaking with anger. They took away the goblins' rights, confiscated their property, and drove them to the margins of society. And they wrote a history that made the goblins look like the aggressors. Hermione was crying, silent tears streaming down her cheeks. How could they do this? How could they be so cruel? Because they were afraid, Harry said. Afraid of losing power. Afraid of losing control. And they were willing to do anything to keep what they had. He closed the book, his hands trembling. "I'm going to expose them, Hermione. I'm going to tell the world the truth. And I'm not going to stop until every lie has been exposed and every injustice has been corrected." The truth about wizarding history was not just about the goblins. Harry discovered that the wizards had also lied about the founding of Hogwarts. Salazar Slytherin, who was portrayed as a bigot and a blood purist, had actually been one of the strongest advocates for goblin rights. He had worked with the goblins to build the school, had insisted that goblin craftsmen be allowed to work on the castle's construction, and had argued that goblins should be admitted as students. But the other founders, Godric Gryffindor in particular, had been opposed to the idea. They had believed that goblins were inferior, that they could not be trusted, and that they should be kept separate from wizards. The conflict between the founders was not about blood purity, Harry told Hermione. It was about goblin rights. Slytherin wanted to include them. The others wanted to exclude them. And Slytherin lost. He had found evidence of this in the Chamber of Secrets, in the murals that depicted the true history of the school. The chamber had not been built as a lair for a monster. It had been built as a place where Slytherin could hide the secrets of the Goblin Alliance, a secret that the other founders had tried to suppress. The Chamber of Secrets is not a weapon, Harry said. It's a monument. A monument to a dream that was never realized. The realization had changed everything. Harry no longer saw the wizarding world as a place of wonder and magic. He saw it for what it was, a system of oppression that had been built on lies. And he was determined to tear it down. But the truth came with a price. Harry had always known that the goblins were not perfect. They had their own prejudices, their own grudges, their own darkness. But he had believed that they were the victims, the ones who had been wronged. Now he was not so sure. The Book of Peveril contained records of goblin atrocities as well. There had been times when the goblins had killed innocent wizards, had attacked villages, had destroyed lives. The goblins were not blameless. They had their own blood on their hands. The goblins did terrible things too, Harry told Hermione. They killed wizards, burned down homes, and started wars. They were not innocent. Then the truth is more complicated than we thought, Hermione said. Yes, Harry said. That's what makes it so hard. The truth is never simple. It's always messy, always painful. But we have to face it. We have to accept it. Because only then can we move forward. He looked down at the Book of Peveril, at the pages that held the secrets of his family's past. The Potters were caught in the middle, he said. They tried to be peacemakers, to broker a truce between the goblins and the wizards. But they were betrayed by both sides. The wizards saw them as traitors. The goblins saw them as tools. Then what do we do? Hermione asked. How do we fix something that's been broken for centuries? Harry closed the book and looked at her, his eyes filled with a fierce determination. We start by telling the truth, he said. We expose the lies, we show the world what really happened, and we let the people decide what they want to do with that knowledge. And if they don't want to hear it? Hermione asked. Then we keep telling it, Harry said. Over and over again, until they can't ignore it anymore. The night before he was to leave for the Christmas holidays, Harry visited the Room of Requirement one last time. He had been working on a project. A compilation of all the evidence he had gathered about the true history of the wizarding world. It was a massive document, hundreds of pages long, filled with quotes from ancient texts and references to hidden records. He had planned to publish it anonymously, to send it to every major newspaper and magical publication in the world. But he knew that would not be enough. He needed allies. He needed people who would stand with him, who would fight for the truth, who would be willing to risk everything to expose the lies. Hermione was one of them. And there were others. Other students who had begun to question the official narrative, who had sensed that something was wrong. But there were also enemies. The Death Eaters, the followers of Voldemort, who would do anything to silence him. The Ministry, which would see him as a threat to their power. And even some of the goblins, who might not appreciate his efforts to uncover their own dark secrets. Harry was walking a dangerous path. But he had no choice. He was the last Potter. The heir of the old ones. The bridge between the goblins and the wizards. And he was going to tell the truth, no matter what it cost. The truth about wizarding history was a bomb waiting to explode. Harry knew that when he finally revealed it, the magical world would be thrown into chaos. The Ministry would fall, the Death Eaters would rise, and the goblins would be forced to choose a side. But he also knew that it was the only way. The lies had been festering for centuries, poisoning the relationship between the goblins and the wizards. The only way to heal that wound was to cut out the infection, to expose the truth and let the world deal with the consequences. I am not a hero, Harry told Hermione one night. I am not a savior. I am just a boy who wants to tell the truth. And that, Hermione said, is what makes you a hero. Harry had smiled, a sad, weary smile. I hope you're right. He had looked out the window, at the snow-covered grounds of Hogwarts, and he had felt a sense of peace settle over him. He was ready. He would tell the truth. He would expose the lies. And he would bring about a new age of equality and justice. It would not be easy. It would not be painless. But it would be worth it. For his parents. For the goblins. For everyone who had been silenced and oppressed by the lies of the wizarding world. Harry Potter was going to change the world. And nothing would ever stop him. Chapter 6, The Boy the Ministry Couldn't Find. The Ministry of Magic was a monument to wizard arrogance. It sat beneath the streets of London, a vast complex of marble and gold that stretched for miles beneath the city. The atrium was the first thing visitors saw, a cavernous space filled with golden fountains and enchanted ceiling that showed the sky above. Witches and wizards bustled through the halls, their robes swishing against the polished floors, their faces set in expressions of bureaucratic self-importance. Albus Dumbledore hated it. He had been coming to the ministry for more than a century, and every time he walked through those golden doors, he felt a sense of revulsion. The ministry was a symbol of everything that was wrong with the wizarding world, the arrogance, the corruption, the willful ignorance of the truth. But today, he had no choice. Today, he was here to demand answers. The office of the Minister for Magic was on the 7th level, a vast chamber decorated with portraits of former ministers and enchanted objects that hummed with power. Cornelius Fudge sat behind his desk, his face flushed with anger, his hands trembling slightly as he stared at the man who had stormed into his office without an appointment. "Albus," Fudge said, his voice strained. "This is highly irregular. You should have sent an owl. You should have." "I have been sending owls for 11 years, Dumbledore interrupted, his voice calm but cold. 11 years, Cornelius. And every single one of them has been ignored." Fudge's face grew even redder. "The matter of Harry Potter is a legal issue. The goblins have claimed him under an ancient contract, and the ministry has no authority to." "The ministry has every authority," Dumbledore said. "The ministry is the governing body of the wizarding world. It has the authority to protect the welfare of magical children. And Harry Potter is a magical child who has been hidden away by the goblins for 11 years. Fudge opened his mouth to respond, but Dumbledore cut him off. "I have seen the child, Cornelius. I have spoken with him. He is being raised in isolation, cut off from the wizarding world, trained to be a weapon for the goblins. He knows nothing of his heritage, nothing of the people who love him, nothing of the life he could have had." Fudge's eyes widened. "You've spoken with him? When? How?" "Recently," Dumbledore said. "The goblins allowed me to meet with him. They are preparing to send him to Hogwarts, as a diplomatic representative of Gringotts." "Diplomatic representative?" Fudge sputtered. "That's absurd. He's a child. He can't be a diplomatic representative." "The goblins disagree," Dumbledore said. "And they have the legal documents to back up their claim. The Potter Gringotts contract is real, Cornelius. It was signed by the Potters and the goblins centuries ago. And according to that contract, the last Potter is under the protection of Gringotts." Fudge slumped back in his chair, his face pale. "This is a disaster. A complete disaster. The goblins are going to use this boy as a pawn. They're going to use him to destroy us." "Perhaps," Dumbledore said. "Or perhaps they are going to use him to reveal the truth. The truth about the goblins, the truth about the wizarding world, the truth about everything we have been hiding." Fudge stared at him. "What are you talking about?" Dumbledore leaned forward, his eyes boring into Fudge's. "I am talking about the truth, Cornelius. The truth. About the goblin rebellions. The truth about how the wizards treated the goblins. The truth about the lies we have been telling for centuries." The meeting lasted for 3 hours. Dumbledore laid out everything he knew about the Potter Gringotts contract, about Harry's upbringing, about the secrets the goblins had been keeping. He told Fudge about the Book of Peveril, about the true history of the wizarding world, about the lies that had been told and the injustices that had been allowed to fester. Fudge listened in silence, his face growing paler with every word. "Albus," he said finally, his voice trembling. "Do you realize what you're suggesting? If the truth comes out, it could destroy the ministry. It could destroy everything we have built." "It will," Dumbledore agreed. "And it should. The ministry has been built on lies, Cornelius. On centuries of oppression and injustice. It needs to be destroyed, so that something better can take its place." Fudge shook his head. "I can't do that. I won't do that. The ministry is the only thing holding the wizarding world together. Without it, there would be chaos. Anarchy. Perhaps," Dumbledore said. "Or perhaps there would be freedom. Perhaps the goblins and the wizards could finally make peace. Perhaps the magical creatures could finally have the rights they deserve." Fudge stared at him, his eyes filled with fear. "You're a dangerous man, Albus Dumbledore," he said. "More dangerous than Voldemort ever was." Dumbledore smiled, a sad, weary smile. "I am just a man who wants to tell the truth," he said. "And the truth is the most dangerous thing of all." The next day, Fudge called an emergency meeting of the Wizengamot. The Wizengamot was the highest court in the wizarding world, a body of witches and wizards who were responsible for making and enforcing magical laws. They were the most powerful people in the magical world, and they were not used to being challenged. But Dumbledore had challenged them. He had presented his evidence, the documents and records he had gathered over the past 11 years. He had told them about the Potter Gringotts contract, about Harry's upbringing, about the secrets the goblins had been keeping. He had told them about the true history of the wizarding world, the lies that had been told, the injustices that had been allowed to fester. And he had demanded that they take action. "The child must be returned to the wizarding world," Dumbledore said. "He must be allowed to grow up among his own kind. He must be given the opportunity to make his own choices, to forge his own path." The Wizengamot listened in silence, their faces unreadable. "The goblins have no right to keep him," Dumbledore continued. "The contract is outdated, an artifact of a different time. It has no bearing on the modern world. The child is a wizard, not a goblin. And he belongs with us." But the Wizengamot was not convinced. "The contract is legally binding," one of the members said. "The goblins have every right to keep the child. If we try to take him, we will be violating a treaty that has stood for centuries." "The treaty was violated long ago," Dumbledore countered. "The wizards violated it when they betrayed the goblins. The goblins have no obligation to honor a treaty that was broken by the other side." The Wizengamot members exchanged glances. "This is not a simple issue," another member said. "If we challenge the goblins, we risk starting a war. A war that we might not win." "We are the wizards," Dumbledore said. "We have the power. We have the resources. We have the lies," a voice said from the back of the room. Everyone turned. It was a woman, tall and elegant, with dark hair and sharp eyes. She was a member of the Wizengamot, one of the most powerful witches in the world. "We have the lies," she repeated. "That is what you are saying, isn't it, Dumbledore? That the ministry has been built on lies? That we have been lying to the goblins for centuries?" Dumbledore nodded slowly. "Yes. That is exactly what I am saying." The woman smiled, a thin, cold smile. "Then what makes you think the goblins will trust us now?" she asked. "What makes you think they will believe anything we say?" Dumbledore had no answer. The legal battle began the next day. The goblins had been expecting it, had been preparing for it for years. They had assembled a team of lawyers, the best in the magical world, and they were ready to fight. The wizarding world had done the same. The courtroom was packed, filled with witches and wizards and goblins, all of them eager to see the outcome of the most important legal case in centuries. The goblins argued that the Potter Gringotts contract was legally binding, that the goblins had every right to keep Harry under their protection. They presented documents, ancient scrolls, and records that proved the contract's validity. The wizards argued that the contract was outdated, that it had no bearing on the modern world, and that Harry should be returned to the wizarding world. The debate raged for days. Dumbledore testified, his voice calm and measured, his words filled with a conviction that was almost hypnotic. He spoke of Harry's parents, of their sacrifice, of their belief in a better world. He spoke of the child's isolation, his loneliness, his desperate need for connection. The goblins countered with their own witnesses, testifying to Harry's happiness, his health, his success in their training programs. They spoke of his education, his skills, his potential as a bridge between their peoples. But it was Harry himself who finally broke the deadlock. He appeared in the courtroom on the 5th day, his face calm, his eyes steady. He wore the robes of a goblin diplomat, dark green and silver, and around his neck hung the pendant that pulsed with the golden light of his magic. The courtroom fell silent as he walked to the center of the room. "I am Harry Potter," he said, his voice clear and strong. "The last of my line. The heir of the Potters and the Peverils. And I am here to speak for myself." The judges leaned forward, their eyes fixed on the boy. "I have heard the arguments on both sides," Harry continued. "The goblins say that I am under their protection. The wizards say that I belong with them. But neither side has asked me what I want." He paused, letting his words sink in. "I want to go to Hogwarts," he said. "I want to learn wizard magic. I want to make friends and experience the world my parents loved. But I also want to continue my education with the goblins. I want to learn their history, their culture, their traditions. I want to be a bridge between the goblins and the wizards." The courtroom erupted into chaos. The wizards were furious, accusing Harry of being a traitor. The goblins were suspicious, wondering if the boy was playing both sides. But Harry stood his ground, his eyes fixed on the judges. "I will not be a pawn," he said. "I will not be used. I am a Potter, and I will choose my own destiny." The judges conferred among themselves, their voices low and urgent. Finally, the chief judge spoke. "Harry Potter," he said. "You have made your wishes known. And the court will take them into consideration. But the law is the law, and the contract is the contract. We will reconvene tomorrow to deliver our verdict." Harry nodded and walked out of the courtroom, leaving the chaos behind him. The verdict came the next day. The court ruled that the Potter Gringotts contract was legally binding, and that the goblins had the right to keep Harry under their protection. But they also ruled that Harry would be allowed to attend Hogwarts, as a diplomatic representative of Gringotts. It was a compromise, a middle ground that left no one entirely satisfied. The wizards were furious, claiming that the goblins had manipulated the court. The goblins were suspicious, wondering if the wizards would try to take Harry by force. But both sides accepted the ruling, knowing that a war would be worse than a compromise. Harry, for his part, was relieved. He had achieved his goal. He would be able to attend Hogwarts, to learn wizard magic, to experience the world his parents had loved. But he would also be able to continue his education with the goblins, to keep his connection to the vaults and the ancient magic of his ancestors. "I have a foot in both worlds," he told Hermione later. "And I will use that to bring them together." Hermione smiled. "You are the most remarkable person I have ever met, Harry Potter." Harry shook his head. "I am just a boy who wants to tell the truth." But even as he spoke, he knew that the truth would not be enough. The wizarding world was filled with secrets, with lies, with injustices that had been allowed to fester for centuries. And the truth would not be enough to heal them. But it was a start. The legal battle had lasted for months, but in the end, Harry had won. He was allowed to attend Hogwarts, but only as a diplomatic representative of Gringotts. He was allowed to continue his education with the goblins, but only under the supervision of the ministry. He was allowed to be a bridge between the two worlds, but only if he followed the rules set by both sides. It was a delicate balance, and Harry knew that one wrong move could shatter it. But he was determined to succeed. He would be the bridge that the goblins had always wanted him to be. He would bring the truth to light, expose the lies, and heal the wounds that had been festering for centuries. And he would do it on his own terms. The Ministry had tried to control him. The goblins had tried to use him. But Harry Potter would not be controlled or used. He was the last of his line, the heir of the old ones, the boy who had survived the killing curse. And he would change the world. The night before he left for Hogwarts, Harry visited the Potter Vault one last time. He stood in the center of the chamber, surrounded by the wealth and power of his ancestors, and he made a vow. "I will not forget," he said. "I will not forget what they did to my parents. I will not forget what they did to the goblins. I will not forget the lies that have been told, the truth that has been hidden, the injustice that has been allowed to fester." He raised his hand, and the Peveril ring glowed with a brilliant, golden light. "I am Harry Potter," he said. "The last of my line. The heir of the old ones. And I will bring the truth to light, no matter what it costs." The golden light flared, and for a moment, Harry could see the faces of his ancestors, the generations of Potters who had come before him. They were smiling, their eyes filled with pride. "Go," a voice whispered. "Go and fulfill your destiny." Harry turned and walked out of the vault, leaving the gold and the artifacts and the secrets behind him. He was ready. He would go to Hogwarts, learn everything he could, and become the bridge that the goblins had always wanted him to be. But he would also be something else. He would be a truth-teller, a liberator, a force for change. He would be a Potter. And nothing would ever stop him. Chapter 7, The Goblin Heir Ritual. The ritual chamber was older than Gringotts itself. It lay beneath the deepest vaults, in a place where even the most senior goblins rarely ventured. The walls were carved from a stone that seemed to absorb light, and the air was thick with the weight of millennia. Ancient runes covered every surface, glowing with a faint, silver light that pulsed in rhythm with the heartbeat of the earth. Harry stood in the center of the chamber, his heart pounding in his chest. He had been preparing for this moment for months. The goblins had told him about the ritual, had explained what it would entail, what it would cost, what it would give him. But now that he was here, standing in the darkness, he felt a fear that he had never known before. "Are you ready?" Griphook asked, his voice echoing through the chamber. Harry nodded, not trusting himself to speak. Griphook gestured, and the other goblins began to move. They formed a circle around Harry, their voices rising in a chant that was older than any language Harry knew. The runes on the walls began to glow brighter, and Harry could feel the magic building in the air, pressing against his skin like a physical weight. "The ritual will bind you to the goblins," Griphook said. "It will strengthen your magic, your connection to the enchanted metals, and your bond to the old ones. But it will also change you. You will no longer be just a wizard. You will be a goblin heir." Harry felt a chill run down his spine. "What does that mean?" "It means you will carry the weight of our people," Griphook said. "Their hopes, their dreams, their pain. You will be one of us, in blood and in spirit." Harry closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He had known this was coming. The goblins had been preparing him for this ritual since he was a child, training him, teaching him, molding him into the person they needed him to be. He had always known that there would be a price to pay. But now that the moment was here, he wondered if he was strong enough to pay it. "Begin," Griphook said. The chant grew louder, the runes brighter, the magic more intense. Harry could feel it seeping into his skin, into his blood, into his very soul. It was ancient, powerful, and it burned with a fire that threatened to consume him. He fell to his knees, his hands pressed against the cold stone floor, and he screamed. The pain was excruciating. It felt as though his very bones were being reshaped, his blood replaced with molten metal, his soul torn apart and pieced back together. The magic of the ritual was ancient and relentless, and it would not stop until it had remade him completely. Harry had never felt anything like it. He had been in pain before. He had been injured in training, burned in the forge, cut by the blades he had learned to wield. But this was different. This was pain that came from within, pain that was remaking him from the inside out. He heard voices in the darkness, ancient voices that spoke in a language he did not understand. They were chanting, singing, crying out in a chorus that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. And then he saw them. The Old Ones. They appeared in the darkness, their forms flickering like shadows in a firelight. They were tall and thin, with skin that gleamed like polished silver and eyes that burned with the light of 1,000 stars. They surrounded him, their voices joining the chant, their magic adding to the power that was remaking him. "You are the heir," one of them said. "The last of the Potters. The last of the Peverils. The last of our line." Harry tried to respond, but the words would not come. "You have been chosen," another voice said. "Chosen to carry our legacy. Chosen to bridge the gap between the worlds. Chosen to bring the truth to light." "Will you accept this burden?" the first voice asked. "Will you carry the weight of our people on your shoulders? Will you fight for justice, for equality, for the truth?" Harry opened his mouth, and this time, the words came. "Yes," he said. "I will accept. I will carry the burden. I will fight for justice, for equality, for the truth." The Old Ones nodded, their forms flickering with approval. "Then let the ritual be complete," they said. "Let the heir be made." The magic surged, and Harry felt something snap inside him. It was as though a chain had been broken, a chain that had been binding him for his entire life. He felt his magic surge, felt it strengthen and grow, felt it fill him with a power that he had never known. And then, the pain stopped. Harry opened his eyes. He was still in the ritual chamber, still surrounded by the goblins and the Old Ones. But everything looked different. The runes on the walls seemed brighter, the darkness less oppressive, the air sweeter. He could feel the magic in the stone beneath his feet, in the metal of the artifacts that lined the walls, in the very air he breathed. It was alive, pulsing with a rhythm that matched the beat of his heart. "Rise, Silver Heir," Griphook said. Harry stood, his legs trembling beneath him. He looked down at his hands, and he saw that they were glowing with a faint, golden light. The light pulsed in time with his heartbeat, and he could feel it spreading through his body, filling him with warmth. "What happened?" he asked, his voice hoarse. "The ritual is complete," Griphook said. "You are now a goblin heir. The silver blood flows through your veins. Your magic has been strengthened, and your bond to the enchanted metals has been deepened." Harry looked at his hands again, and he saw that the golden light was fading, replaced by a faint shimmer that seemed to come from beneath his skin. "I feel different," he said. "You are different," Griphook said. "You are no longer just a wizard. You are a goblin heir. You carry the blood of the Old Ones, and you carry the hopes of our people." Harry nodded slowly, trying to process what had happened. He had been remade. He was no longer the same person who had entered this chamber. He was stronger, more powerful, and more connected to the world around him. And he was ready. The days that followed were a blur of change. Harry could feel the difference in his magic. Spells that had been difficult before were now easy, and he could channel his power with a precision that he had never known. He could sense the enchanted metals around him, could feel their presence and their purpose. He could even communicate with them, in a way, hearing the faint whispers of their ancient magic. The goblins were pleased. They had expected the ritual to work, but they had not expected it to work so well. Harry's connection to the Old Ones was stronger than any they had seen in centuries, and they began to look at him with a new respect. "He is truly one of us now," Karga said, her voice filled with wonder. "He carries the silver blood. He is a goblin heir." Harry smiled, but there was a sadness in his eyes. He was a goblin heir now, yes. But he was also still a wizard. He was still a Potter, still the last of his line, still the boy who had been destined to face Voldemort. He was caught between two worlds, and he did not know if he would ever truly belong to either. But he would try. The ritual had not just strengthened his magic. It had also given him access to new abilities. He could now sense the magic in objects, feel their history and their purpose. He could touch a sword and know who had forged it, who had wielded it, who had died by its blade. He could hold a coin and feel the hands that had touched it, the transactions it had been part of, the lives it had affected. It was a strange and unsettling ability, and Harry struggled to control it. Focus, Griphook told him. The silver blood gives you access to the memories of the metal. But you must learn to control it, to filter out the noise and focus on what is important. Harry spent hours practicing, touching different objects and trying to read their history. It was exhausting, mentally and physically, but he was determined to master the ability. He would need it. The world was filled with lies, with secrets, with hidden truths. And Harry was determined to uncover them all. The most surprising change came in his relationship with the goblins. They had always treated him with respect, but there had always been a distance between them, a sense that he was an outsider. Now, that distance was gone. They looked at him differently, spoke to him differently, treated him as one of their own. They invited him to their celebrations, included him in their discussions, sought his advice on important matters. "You are the silver heir, Karga," told him. "You are part of us now. You have always been part of us, but now you truly belong." Harry felt a warmth spread through his chest. He had never truly belonged anywhere. He had been raised by the goblins, but he had always been an outsider. He had been claimed by the wizards, but he had never felt connected to them. He had been the bridge between the two worlds, but he had always been alone. Now, for the first time, he felt like he had a home. He was a goblin heir. He was a Potter. He was the last of his line, and he was the hope of a people who had been wronged and betrayed. He would carry that hope with him, always. But there was a dark side to the ritual as well. Harry could feel the weight of the goblins' expectations pressing down on him. They saw him as their savior, their champion, the one who would restore them to their rightful place in the world. They expected him to fight their battles, to expose their enemies, to bring about a new age of goblin dominance. And Harry was not sure he could do that. He believed in justice, in equality, in the truth. But he did not believe in revenge. He did not believe in domination. He did not believe in replacing one oppressor with another. "I will not become a weapon," he told Griphook. "I will not be used to destroy the wizards. I will not be a tool for goblin revenge." Griphook stared at him, his eyes unreadable. "You are the silver heir. You carry the hopes of our people." "I carry the hopes of everyone," Harry said. "The goblins, the wizards, the elves, the creatures who have been silenced and oppressed. I carry the hope of a better world. A world where everyone can live in peace and equality." Griphook was silent for a long moment. "That is a dangerous hope," he said finally. "A hope that could get you killed." "Perhaps," Harry said. "But it is the only hope I have." The ritual had changed Harry in ways that he was still discovering. He found that he could now sense the presence of other magical beings, could feel their magic and their intentions. He could tell when someone was lying, could sense the deception in their words and their actions. He could even feel the emotions of those around him, the fear and anger and joy that pulsed beneath the surface. It was a gift, but it was also a curse. He could sense the fear of the goblins, their desperation, their hunger for revenge. He could sense the arrogance of the wizards, their complacency, their willful ignorance. He could sense the pain of the creatures who had been pushed to the margins, their suffering, their despair. And he could sense the darkness that was coming. Voldemort was out there, somewhere, gathering his strength, rebuilding his power. The Death Eaters were waiting, watching, ready to strike. The wizarding world was on the brink of a war that would destroy everything. And Harry was in the center of it all. The Silver Heir. The last Potter. The bridge between the worlds. He would not fail. The night before he left for Hogwarts, Harry visited the ritual chamber one last time. He stood in the center of the room, his hands pressed against the cold stone floor, and he listened to the whispers of the Old Ones. "I am ready," he said. "I will carry your legacy. I will fight for justice. I will bring the truth to light." The whispers grew louder, filling his mind with words of power and prophecy. "You are the Silver Heir," they said. "The last of your line. The hope of our people. You will face the darkness, and you will overcome it. You will bring the goblins and the wizards together, and you will forge a new world from the ashes of the old." Harry nodded, his eyes filled with determination. "I will not fail," he said. "I will not give up. I will fight until my last breath." The whispers faded, and Harry was alone in the chamber. He stood for a long moment, feeling the weight of his destiny, and then he turned and walked out of the room. He was ready. He would go to Hogwarts, learn everything he could, and become the bridge that the goblins had always wanted him to be. But he would also be something else. He would be the Silver Heir. And he would change the world. The days that followed were a blur of preparation. Harry packed his belongings, said his goodbyes, and made his way to the surface. The goblins had given him a new set of robes, dark green and silver, embroidered with the crest of Gringotts. They had given him a new wand, forged from goblin silver and enchanted with the magic of the Old Ones. And they had given him a new purpose, a new identity, a new destiny. He was no longer just Harry Potter. He was the Silver Heir. The boy who would bridge the worlds. And he was ready. The train ride to Hogwarts was long, but Harry did not mind. He sat in a compartment by himself, staring out the window at the rolling hills and the darkening sky. He thought about his parents, about the lives they had lived and the sacrifices they had made. He thought about the goblins, about the pain they had endured and the hope they had placed in him. He thought about the wizards, about the lies they had believed and the truth that was waiting to be revealed. He was the bridge between the worlds. And he would not fail. When the train finally arrived at Hogwarts, Harry stepped off the platform and looked up at the castle. It was magnificent, a towering structure of stone and magic that seemed to glow with its own light. The windows sparkled in the darkness, and the stars above seemed to shine just a little brighter. Harry felt a surge of emotion. This was where his parents had met. This was where they had fallen in love. This was where they had learned to be the people they had become. And this was where Harry would continue their legacy. He walked toward the castle, his footsteps echoing on the cobblestones, and he felt the weight of his destiny settle over him like a cloak. He was the Silver Heir. The last Potter. The bridge between the worlds. And he was ready for whatever came next. Chapter 8, First Visit to Hogwarts. The Great Hall was a sea of candlelight and whispered speculation. Harry stood at the entrance, flanked by Professor McGonagall and a contingent of goblin dignitaries who had accompanied him from Gringotts. His robes were dark green and silver, embroidered with the crest of Gringotts, and around his neck hung the pendant that pulsed with the golden light of his magic. He carried no wand, the goblin-forged wand was tucked safely in his pocket, and his posture was that of a diplomat rather than a student. He was not here to be sorted. He was here to observe, to learn, to represent the interests of Gringotts and the goblin people. But the students did not know that. They saw a boy with messy black hair and striking green eyes, a boy who wore robes that marked him as different, a boy who carried himself with a confidence that seemed impossible for someone his age. "Is that him?" a voice whispered from the crowd. "Is that Harry Potter?" "The boy who lived," another voice answered. "But look at his robes. He looks like a goblin." "He's not a goblin," someone else said. "He's a wizard. He's one of us." "Then why is he dressed like that?" The whispers grew louder, spreading through the great hall like wildfire. Harry could feel the eyes on him, hundreds of them, staring with curiosity and suspicion and fear. He ignored them. He had been stared at his entire life. The goblins had stared at him when he was a child, wondering if the human boy would ever truly belong. The wizards had stared at him when he arrived at King's Cross, wondering who he was and why he was dressed so strangely. He was used to it. But there was something different about the stares he was receiving now. They were not just curious. They were hostile. Albus Dumbledore rose from his seat at the head of the great hall, his presence commanding the attention of everyone in the room. His blue eyes twinkled behind his half-moon spectacles, but there was a tension in his shoulders that Harry recognized. Dumbledore was nervous. "Welcome, students, faculty, and distinguished guests," Dumbledore said, his voice carrying through the hall. "Tonight, we are honored to welcome a very special visitor to Hogwarts. Harry Potter, the last of his line, has come to join us as a diplomatic representative of Gringotts." A murmur ran through the crowd. "Harry has been raised in the Goblin tradition," Dumbledore continued. "He has been educated in Goblin history, culture, and magic. He is here to learn about the wizarding world, and to share his knowledge with us. I ask that you all treat him with the respect and courtesy he deserves." The murmuring did not stop. Harry stepped forward, his eyes scanning the crowd. He saw faces filled with curiosity, suspicion, and outright hostility. He saw professors who looked uncomfortable, students who looked angry, and a few who looked genuinely curious. "I am not here to cause trouble," Harry said, his voice calm and steady. "I am here to learn. I am here to build bridges. I am here to find the truth." The words hung in the air, and for a moment, there was silence. And then a voice rang out from the Slytherin table. "Traitor." The word was sharp and cutting, filled with venom. Harry turned to see a boy with blonde hair and a sneer that twisted his face into something ugly. "Draco Malfoy," Harry said, recalling the name from the files the goblins had given him. "Son of Lucius Malfoy. Death Eater sympathizer. Pure-blood supremacist." The boy's face flushed with anger. "How dare you?" "I dare because I know the truth," Harry interrupted. "I know what your father did. I know what his friends did. And I know that you will not intimidate me." He turned back to Dumbledore, dismissing the boy with a wave of his hand. "Headmaster, I believe I am to be sorted into a house." Dumbledore nodded, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Yes, Harry. The sorting hat will determine your house." Harry walked toward the stool at the front of the hall, his footsteps echoing in the silence. He sat down, and the sorting hat was placed on his head. The hat was silent for a moment, and then a voice spoke in his mind. "Interesting," the hat said. "Very interesting. I have seen many minds in my time, but yours is different. You carry the weight of two worlds. The magic of the goblins. The legacy of the Potters. The hopes of an entire people." Harry did not respond. "Where to put you?" the hat mused. "Slytherin would appreciate your cunning and your ambition. Gryffindor would appreciate your courage and your determination. Ravenclaw would appreciate your thirst for knowledge. Hufflepuff would appreciate your loyalty and your fairness." Harry felt a surge of impatience. "Just choose." The hat chuckled. "Patience, young Potter. There is no rush. But I think I know where you belong. Somewhere you can learn, grow, and change the world. Somewhere you can be the bridge you were meant to be. Ravenclaw." The hat shouted the word, and the great hall erupted into applause. Harry removed the hat and walked toward the Ravenclaw table, where the students were cheering and waving. He felt a sense of relief. He had been placed in a house that valued knowledge and wisdom, a house that would challenge him and help him grow. He was not in Slytherin, where the Death Eater children would try to use him. He was not in Gryffindor, where the hero worship would suffocate him. He was in Ravenclaw, where he could be himself. The days that followed were a whirlwind of activity. Harry attended classes, learned the basics of wizard magic, and began to understand the world that his parents had loved. He was a quick study, his goblin education giving him a foundation that most students lacked, and he excelled in nearly every subject. But he also faced prejudice. The students, especially those from pure-blood families, were suspicious of him. They saw him as a goblin sympathizer, a traitor to his own kind. They whispered about him in the corridors, spread rumors about his upbringing, and refused to sit near him in class. Harry ignored them. He had dealt with prejudice before. The goblins had been suspicious of him when he was a child, and he had earned their trust through hard work and dedication. He would do the same with the wizards. But there were some who were harder to win over than others. Draco Malfoy was the worst. He seemed to take personal offense at Harry's existence, going out of his way to make snide comments and spread rumors. He called Harry a goblin lover and a traitor, and he encouraged his friends to do the same. Harry knew better than to rise to the bait. He had been trained by the goblins, taught to control his temper and to see the bigger picture. But Draco made it difficult. "Look at him," Draco sneered one day in the corridor. "The half-blood prince of the goblins. Does he think he's better than us?" Harry turned to face him, his eyes cold. "I don't think I'm better than anyone, Malfoy. I just think I'm better than you." Draco's face flushed with anger. "You." "I know the truth about your father," Harry interrupted. "I know about the Death Eaters, the Dark Lord, the crimes he committed. I know that your father was one of them, and that he got away with it because he had money and connections." Draco's face went pale. "You don't know anything." "I know more than you think," Harry said. "And I will not be intimidated by a spoiled little rich boy who thinks his blood makes him special." He turned and walked away, leaving Draco sputtering in his wake. But Harry's problems were not limited to the students. The professors were also suspicious of him. They had been told about his upbringing, about his training with the goblins, about his role as a diplomatic representative. And while most of them were polite, there was a wariness in their eyes that Harry did not miss. They did not trust him. He was a goblin in wizard's clothing, an outsider who had come to spy on them. They did not understand why he was there, what he wanted, or what he was capable of. Harry tried to be patient. He answered their questions, participated in their classes, and proved that he was a capable student. But the wariness remained. "I don't think they'll ever trust me," he told Hermione one night in the common room. "They see me as an outsider. A threat." Hermione looked at him with sympathy. "They just need time, Harry. They need to see that you're not a threat, that you're just trying to learn." "I know," Harry said. "But I'm running out of time. Voldemort is out there, gathering his strength. The Death Eaters are getting bolder. And the wizarding world is blind to the danger." He paused, his eyes filled with determination. "I need to prepare. I need to get ready for what's coming." The first real test of Harry's resolve came during his first potions class. Professor Snape was a tall, greasy-haired man with a sneer that seemed permanently etched into his face. He had been a Death Eater, Harry knew, though he had turned spy for Dumbledore. But Harry did not trust him. Snape seemed to feel the same way. "Potter," Snape said, his voice dripping with contempt. "The famous Harry Potter. The boy who lived. The boy who was raised by goblins." Harry met his gaze, his eyes steady. "Professor." Snape's lip curled. "I have heard a great deal about you, Potter. Your unconventional upbringing. Your education. I am curious to see if you can actually brew a potion, or if the goblins have only taught you how to play with metal." Harry felt a surge of anger, but he kept his voice calm. "I am ready to learn, Professor. That is why I am here." Snape sneered. "We shall see." The class proceeded in tense silence, with Snape hovering over Harry's cauldron and making snide comments about his technique. Harry ignored him, focusing on the potion and letting his training take over. When the class was over, Snape examined Harry's potion with a critical eye. "Acceptable," he said finally. "Barely." Harry nodded and walked out of the classroom, his fists clenched at his sides. He had survived. But he knew that the battle was far from over. Harry's first real friendship at Hogwarts was with Hermione Granger. She was a bushy-haired girl with a bossy demeanor and a fierce intelligence that Harry found refreshing. She was not intimidated by his reputation, his robes, or his connection to the Goblins. She saw him as a person, not a symbol. "You're fascinating," she told him one day in the library. "You've been raised by Goblins, trained in their magic, and yet you're here, learning wizard magic. How do you balance the two?" Harry smiled. "It's not easy. The Goblins see the world differently than wizards do. They value different things, think in different ways. But I've learned to see both sides." "And which side do you think is right?" Hermione asked. Harry was silent for a moment. "Neither," he said finally. "Both sides are right, and both sides are wrong. The wizards have done terrible things to the Goblins. But the Goblins have also done terrible things. The truth is complicated." Hermione nodded slowly. "That's a very mature perspective for someone your age." "I've had to grow up fast," Harry said. "The Goblins taught me that the world is not fair, that people will hurt you if you let them. But they also taught me that I can change things. That I can make a difference." "And what do you want to change?" Hermione asked. Harry looked at her, his eyes filled with determination. "Everything," he said. "I want to change everything." Harry also formed an unlikely alliance with several Slytherins. Theodore Nott was the first. He was a quiet, thoughtful boy with a keen understanding of magical politics. He had been raised in a pure-blood family, but he had seen the darkness in his father's eyes and had decided to forge his own path. "Most people think I'm a monster," Theodore said one day, his voice flat. "Because of my father. Because of his beliefs." "I know what that's like," Harry said. "People see what they want to see." Theodore nodded. "Yes. But I'm not my father. I never want to be." They began to talk more, sharing their experiences and their hopes. Theodore was a brilliant strategist, and he helped Harry understand the politics of the wizarding world. He also helped him build alliances with other Slytherins, students who were tired of the pure-blood rhetoric and wanted to change the system. "The wizarding world is broken," Theodore said. "But it can be fixed. It will take time, patience, and a lot of hard work. But it can be fixed." Harry agreed. Harry's influence began to grow. He was not the most popular student at Hogwarts, but he was one of the most respected. He was known for his intelligence, his skill, and his willingness to stand up for what he believed in. He began to change the politics of the school. The purebloods were no longer as vocal in their prejudices, at least not in public. The students who had been bullied for their blood status found that they had allies. And the teachers began to see Harry not as a threat, but as a leader. "I don't understand how you do it," Hermione said one night. "You're not even trying to be popular. You're just being yourself." Harry smiled. "That's the trick. I don't try to be popular. I just try to be right." But there were still challenges. The Death Eater children, led by Draco Malfoy, were still hostile. They spread rumors about Harry, tried to sabotage his work, and even attacked him in the corridors. Harry fought back, using his goblin training to defend himself. He was faster, stronger, and more skilled than his attackers, and he made them pay for every attempt. But he did not enjoy it. "I don't want to fight," he told Hermione. "I don't want to hurt people. But they won't leave me alone." "Then you have to make them," Hermione said. "You have to prove that you're not someone to be messed with." Harry nodded. He knew that she was right. The wizarding world was not a place for the weak. It was a place of power, politics, and prejudice. And if Harry wanted to change it, he had to be strong enough to survive. The first term ended with a confrontation in the room of requirement. Harry had been studying, working on his plan to expose the truth about wizarding history, when the door burst open and Draco Malfoy stormed in, followed by his cronies. "Potter," Draco sneered. "I've been looking for you." Harry stood, his hand moving to his wand. "What do you want, Malfoy?" "I want to know what you're planning," Draco said. "I know you're up to something. You and your little friends. You're trying to destroy everything we've built." Harry's eyes narrowed. "You mean the lies? The oppression? The centuries of injustice?" "That's not what I mean, and you know it," Draco snarled. "You're a traitor, Potter. A goblin-loving traitor. And I'm going to make sure everyone knows it." He drew his wand, and his cronies did the same. Harry did not move. "You're making a mistake, Malfoy," he said. "I don't want to hurt you. But I will if I have to." Draco laughed. "You think you can defeat me? I'm a Malfoy. I'm pure blood. I'm—" He never finished the sentence. Harry's wand was in his hand, and a spell was already forming on his lips. It was a goblin spell, ancient and powerful, and it sent Draco flying across the room. His cronies attacked, but Harry was ready. He fought them off with a combination of wizard magic and goblin combat skills, leaving them all unconscious on the floor. He stood over Draco's crumpled form, his chest heaving with exertion. "I warned you," he said. "I told you I didn't want to fight. But you wouldn't listen." He turned and walked out of the room, leaving the fallen Death Eater children behind. The battle in the room of requirement changed everything. The students who had been on the fence about Harry now saw him as a leader. The teachers began to treat him with more respect. And the Death Eater children were forced to back down. Harry had proven that he was not someone to be messed with. But he had also proven something else. He was different. He was not just a wizard. He was not just a goblin heir. He was something new, something that the wizarding world had never seen before. He was a bridge. And he was ready to change the world. Chapter 9, Friends Across Two Worlds. The winter term brought a cold that seeped through the ancient stones of Hogwarts, frosting the windows and turning the Black Lake into a sheet of glittering ice. The castle was beautiful in the snow, its towers dusted with white, its grounds transformed into a winter wonderland. But Harry barely noticed. He was too busy fighting a war. Not a war of spells and curses, not yet. That would come later. This was a war of ideas, of prejudices, of the deep-seated hatred that had poisoned the wizarding world for centuries. And Harry was determined to win it. He had already made progress. The students were beginning to see him as a leader, someone who could bridge the gap between the factions that divided them. The Gryffindors respected his courage, the Ravenclaws admired his intellect, the Hufflepuffs appreciated his fairness, and even some of the Slytherins had begun to question their prejudices. But there was still so much work to be done. The first real breakthrough came with an unlikely ally, Blaise Zabini. Blaise was a Slytherin, tall and dark-skinned, with a quiet demeanor and a sharp intelligence. He was one of the few Slytherins who had not been hostile to Harry from the start. He had simply watched, observing, waiting to see what kind of person Harry really was. "Most people think I'm a pure-blood supremacist," Blaise said one day in the library. "Because I'm in Slytherin. Because of my family. But I'm not." Harry looked up from his book. "Then why are you in Slytherin?" Blaise shrugged. "Because the Sorting Hat put me there. And because I believe in ambition, in power, in making something of myself. That doesn't mean I hate other people. It just means I want to succeed." Harry nodded slowly. "I understand. The goblins taught me that ambition is not a bad thing. It's what you do with it that matters." Blaze smiled, a thin, knowing smile. That's what I've been trying to tell people. But they don't listen. They see a Slytherin and they assume the worst. Then we have something in common, Harry said. People see me and they assume I'm a goblin agent. Or a traitor. Or both. Blaze laughed, a genuine laugh that seemed to surprise even him. I suppose we do. They began to talk more often, sharing their experiences and their frustrations. Blaze was brilliant, a strategist who understood the politics of the wizarding world better than almost anyone. He helped Harry navigate the treacherous waters of Hogwarts society, identifying potential allies and warning him about potential enemies. In return, Harry shared what he had learned about the true history of the wizarding world. Blaze was shocked by what he heard, but he was also intrigued. If what you're saying is true, Blaze said, then everything we've been taught is a lie. The wizards have been manipulating the goblins for centuries. They've been stealing their wealth, their magic, their rights. Yes, Harry said. And I'm going to expose them. Blaze looked at him with new respect. You're either very brave or very foolish, Potter. Maybe both, Harry said. But I don't have a choice. The truth needs to be told. The next breakthrough came with Padma Patil. Padma was a Ravenclaw, a quiet girl with dark hair and intelligent eyes. She had been one of the first to welcome Harry to the house, and she had always been kind to him. I've been watching you, she said one day. The way you talk to people, the way you listen. You're not like the other wizards. Harry smiled. Thank you. I mean it as a compliment, Padma said. You see people as individuals, not as labels. That's rare. Harry nodded. The goblins taught me that labels are dangerous. They divide people, make them hate each other. I try to see past them. Padma studied him for a moment. You really do believe in what you're doing, don't you? You really think you can change things? I have to believe it, Harry said. Because if I don't, then what's the point? Padma was silent for a moment. Then she smiled. Then I want to help. Hermione Granger was already Harry's closest friend. They spent hours together in the library, discussing magic and history and the future. Hermione was brilliant, her mind a sponge that absorbed everything she read. But she was also passionate, fiercely committed to the causes she believed in. The wizarding world is so backward, she complained one day. They treat house elves like slaves, goblins like enemies, and anyone who isn't pureblood like second-class citizens. It's disgusting. Harry agreed. That's why we have to change it. But how? Hermione asked. It's been like this for centuries. The system is entrenched. The Ministry controls everything. The Ministry is a paper tiger, Harry said. It's powerful because people believe it's powerful. But if we can show people the truth, if we can expose the lies, then the Ministry will fall. Hermione looked at him with admiration. You really believe that, don't you? I have to, Harry said. Because the alternative is giving up. And I'm not ready to do that. The friendships Harry formed were not just with wizards. He had also begun to build bridges with the magical creatures who lived on the edges of Hogwarts. The house elves, the centaurs, the mere people, they were all wary of him at first, suspicious of a wizard who claimed to be different. But Harry was patient. He spent time with the house elves, learning their names and their stories. He listened to their complaints and their hopes, and he promised to fight for their rights. He visited the Forbidden Forest, speaking with the centaurs and learning about their ancient wisdom. He even went down to the Black Lake, swimming in the cold water to talk to the mere people. Most wizards don't care about us, a house elf named Dobby told him. They see us as objects. Tools. But you, Harry Potter, you see us as people. Harry knelt down to the elf's level. Because you are people. And you deserve to be treated with respect. Dobby's eyes filled with tears. Dobby has never met anyone like you, Harry Potter. Dobby will always remember this. Harry smiled. And I will always remember you, Dobby. The friendships Harry formed were not always easy. There were those who resisted him, who saw his efforts as a threat to their way of life. The Death Eater children, led by Draco Malfoy, continued to spread rumors and cause trouble. And some of the teachers, like Professor Snape, were openly hostile. But Harry refused to give up. He believed in what he was doing. He believed that the wizarding world could be changed, that the goblins and the wizards could find peace, that the creatures who had been oppressed could finally be free. And he was willing to fight for that belief. The first real test of Harry's ability to bridge the gap came during the winter holidays. Dumbledore had arranged a meeting between Harry and a delegation of goblins and wizards, a historic gathering that was supposed to mark the beginning of a new era of cooperation. The meeting was held in a neutral location, a castle in the Scottish Highlands that had been chosen for its symbolism. Harry arrived early, his robes immaculate, his pendant glowing with a soft, golden light. He was nervous, but he did not show it. The goblins arrived first, led by Griphook. They were dressed in their formal robes, their faces stern and unreadable. The wizards arrived second, led by a ministry official who looked like he would rather be anywhere else. The meeting was tense. The goblins and the wizards sat on opposite sides of the table, their eyes fixed on each other with suspicion. They spoke in clipped, formal tones, their words dripping with centuries of resentment. Harry listened, watching the dynamics of the conversation. He could see the fear in the wizard's eyes, the anger in the goblin's eyes. He could see how close they were to walking out, to giving up on the chance of peace. And he knew he had to do something. "May I speak?" he asked, his voice cutting through the tension. The room fell silent. The goblins and the wizards turned to look at him, their expressions wary. "I have been raised by both goblins and wizards," Harry said. "I have seen the best and worst of both worlds. And I know that the hatred between our peoples is built on lies." He paused, letting his words sink in. The wizards lied about the goblins. They stole their wealth, their magic, their rights. They rewrote history to make the goblins look like the aggressors. But the goblins are not blameless either. They have done terrible things too. They have killed innocent wizards, destroyed lives, and perpetuated the cycle of violence. He looked from the goblins to the wizards, his eyes filled with determination. "I am not asking you to forgive each other. I am not asking you to forget what has been done. I am asking you to try. To try to see each other as people, not as enemies. To try to build a better future, for yourselves and for your children." The room was silent. And then, slowly, the goblins and the wizards began to talk. The meeting lasted for 3 days. By the end, the goblins and the wizards had reached a tentative agreement. They would work together to uncover the truth about the past, to acknowledge the injustices that had been done, and to build a future based on mutual respect and cooperation. It was a small step, but it was a start. Harry felt a surge of pride as he watched the delegates sign the agreement. He had done it. He had bridged the gap between the two worlds. But he also knew that this was just the beginning. There was still so much work to be done. The return to Hogwarts was bittersweet. Harry was proud of what he had accomplished, but he also felt the weight of the challenges that lay ahead. The Death Eaters were still out there, gathering their strength. The ministry was still corrupt. And the prejudice that had poisoned the wizarding world for centuries was still deeply entrenched. But Harry was not discouraged. He had friends now, allies who believed in what he was doing. He had Hermione, whose intellect and passion were invaluable. He had Theodore, whose strategic mind helped him navigate the treacherous waters of wizarding politics. He had Blaise, whose quiet determination was a source of strength. And he had Padma, whose empathy and wisdom helped him understand the people he was trying to save. Together, they would change the world. The winter term ended, and the spring term began. Harry continued to build bridges, to forge alliances, to spread the truth about the wizarding world's dark past. He spoke to students, teachers, and magical creatures. He wrote articles, gave speeches, and organized events. And slowly, the world began to change. The students who had once been hostile to him began to see him differently. The teachers who had once been suspicious began to respect him. And the magical creatures who had once been wary began to trust him. Harry was becoming a leader. He was the bridge between the goblins and the wizards, the voice of the voiceless, the hope of a better future. And he would not stop until that future was realized. The final event of the school year was the Quidditch Cup. Harry had not joined the Ravenclaw team, he was too busy with his other responsibilities, but he attended the match, sitting in the stands with his friends. The match was Gryffindor versus Slytherin, and the tension was palpable. The two houses had been enemies for centuries, and the match was a symbol of their rivalry. Harry watched as the players flew, their brooms cutting through the air like arrows. He watched the crowd, the students cheering and jeering, the teachers trying to maintain order. And he thought about what he was trying to achieve. He was trying to end this rivalry. He was trying to bring the houses together, to build a future where Gryffindors and Slytherins could be friends. It seemed impossible. But Harry had never let impossibility stop him before. The match ended in a victory for Gryffindor, and the stands erupted into celebration. Harry stayed in his seat, watching the crowd. He saw the Slytherins slinking away, their faces filled with bitterness. He saw the Gryffindors celebrating, their faces filled with triumph. And he felt a pang of sadness. The rivalry was so deep, so ingrained, that it would take more than a few speeches to change it. It would take years, decades, generations. But Harry was patient. He would keep working, keep building bridges, keep spreading the truth. And one day, the world would change. The train ride back to London was a time of reflection. Harry sat in a compartment with his friends, watching the countryside roll by. He thought about everything he had accomplished this year, everything he had learned, everything he still had to do. "I'm proud of you, Harry," Hermione said. "You've done so much." Harry smiled. "I couldn't have done it without you. Without all of you." Theodore nodded. "We're in this together. Whatever happens." Blaise agreed. "The wizarding world is going to change. And we're going to be the ones who change it." Padma smiled. "We'll be with you every step of the way." Harry felt a surge of gratitude. He had friends now, true friends, people who believed in him and what he was doing. He was not alone. And that made all the difference. The summer was a time of preparation. Harry returned to Gringotts, to the vaults and the goblins who had raised him. He continued his training, honing his skills and learning new magic. He also continued his work, building alliances and spreading the truth. The goblins were pleased with his progress. They had seen the results of his efforts, the tentative agreements he had brokered, the bridges he had built. They began to treat him not just as a tool, but as a leader. "You have done well, Silver Heir," Griphook said. "You have proven that you are worthy of the trust we placed in you." Harry nodded. "Thank you. But there is still so much work to be done." "I know," Griphook said. "And we will be with you every step of the way." Harry felt a warmth spread through his chest. He had been raised by the goblins, had been trained by them, had been used by them. But now, he felt like he truly belonged. He was the Silver Heir, the bridge between the worlds. And he would not fail. The summer ended, and Harry returned to Hogwarts for his second year. The castle was the same as it had always been, but Harry was different. He was stronger, wiser, more determined. He had friends now, allies who believed in him. He had a purpose, a mission, a destiny. He was ready for whatever came next. And he would not stop until the world had been changed. Chapter 10, The Sword That Answered. The whispers began on a Tuesday. Harry had been in the library, researching the history of goblin-forged weapons, when he first heard it. A faint murmur at the edge of his consciousness, like the distant sound of water flowing through underground caverns. He had dismissed it at first, assuming it was just the ambient magic of the castle. But the whispers grew louder. By Thursday, he could make out words. Fragments of ancient goblin, phrases that spoke of fire and steel and blood. By Friday, the whispers had become a constant presence, a voice that seemed to call to him from somewhere deep beneath the earth. Something is wrong, he told Hermione. There's something beneath the castle. Something old. Something powerful. Hermione looked at him with concern. What do you mean? I don't know, Harry admitted. But I can feel it. The silver blood in my veins is reacting to something. Something that's been buried for a long time. The attack came on Saturday night. Harry had been walking back to the Ravenclaw common room when he heard the screams. They echoed through the corridors, high and terrified, filled with a pain that made his blood run cold. He ran toward the sound, his wand drawn, his heart pounding in his chest. He found a group of students huddled in a corner, their faces pale with fear. In front of them, a creature was attacking. It was a troll, massive and brutish, with skin like stone and eyes that burned with a savage intelligence. It swung a club the size of a tree trunk, smashing the walls and floor with a force that made the ground tremble. Get back! Harry shouted, pushing the students behind him. Get to safety. He raised his wand, casting a spell that would have stopped a normal troll in its tracks. But this troll was not normal. It was enchanted, its skin shimmering with a protective magic that deflected his spells. The troll roared and charged. Harry dodged, rolling out of the way as the club crashed into the floor where he had been standing. He cast another spell, then another, but nothing worked. The troll was too powerful, too protected. And then he heard the voice again. Use the sword, it whispered. The sword that answers. It is beneath the castle. It is waiting for you. Harry felt a surge of power, a connection to something ancient and powerful. He knew what he had to do. He turned and ran, the troll chasing close behind him. The entrance to the underground chamber was hidden behind a tapestry in the dungeons. Harry had never noticed it before, had never sensed the magic that protected it. But now, with the silver blood singing in his veins, he could feel the ancient wards pulsing with power. He pressed his hand against the stone, and the wall dissolved, revealing a narrow staircase that spiraled down into the darkness. The troll was close behind him, its heavy footsteps echoing through the corridor. Harry did not hesitate. He plunged into the darkness, his wand illuminating the way. The staircase led to a cavern, vast and ancient, filled with the echoes of a forgotten age. In the center of the cavern, on a pedestal of carved obsidian, lay a sword. It was beautiful, its blade gleaming with a light that seemed to come from within. The hilt was wrapped in silver wire, and the pommel was set with a stone that pulsed with a golden light. Runes covered the blade, ancient goblin runes that spoke of power and purpose. Harry approached the sword, his hand outstretched. The whispers grew louder, filling his mind with words of encouragement. Take it, they said. It is yours. It was forged for you. He grasped the hilt, and the sword came alive. The blade flared with a golden light, and Harry felt a surge of power flow through him. The sword was connected to him, to his blood, to his magic. It was a part of him, as much as his wand or his pendant. He turned to face the troll, the sword raised high. The troll charged, its club swinging toward his head. But Harry was faster now, stronger. He moved with a speed that seemed impossible, dodging the blow and striking with the sword. The blade cut through the troll's enchanted skin like butter, and the creature let out a roar of pain. Harry struck again and again, his movements fluid and precise, until the troll crashed to the ground, defeated. He stood over the fallen creature, his chest heaving, the sword still glowing in his hand. He had won. The goblins were ecstatic. Harry returned to Gringotts the next day, the sword strapped to his back, the whispers of the old ones still echoing in his mind. The goblins had sensed what had happened, had felt the awakening of the ancient blade. "The sword of Gryffindor," Griphook said, his voice filled with wonder. "But it is not Gryffindor's sword. Not truly. It was forged by the goblins, for the goblins. It was stolen by Gryffindor centuries ago, and it has been lost ever since." Harry looked down at the sword, feeling its weight and its power. "It answered me. It chose me." "Yes," Griphook said. "Because you are the silver heir. Because you carry the blood of the old ones. The sword was forged for you, for your ancestors, for the one who would bridge the gap between the worlds." Harry felt a shiver run down his spine. "What does it mean?" "It means the prophecy is beginning," Griphook said. "The goblins have been waiting for this moment for centuries. The sword has chosen you, and that means you are the one who will fulfill the ancient prophecy." "What prophecy?" Harry asked. Griphook was silent for a moment. "The prophecy of the silver heir," he said finally. "It was written by the old ones, in the time before the wars. It speaks of a child of two worlds, a child who would carry the blood of the goblins and the wizards. That child would wield the sword that answers, and he would bring peace to the divided peoples." Harry felt the weight of the prophecy settle over him like a cloak. He was the silver heir. He was the one who would bring peace. And he would not fail. But the prophecy came with a warning. "The sword is powerful," Griphook said. "But it is also dangerous. It was forged in the fires of the old ones, and it carries their magic. If you are not careful, it will consume you." Harry looked at the sword, at the blade that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. "How do I control it?" "You must learn to control yourself," Griphook said. "The sword responds to your emotions, your intentions. If you are angry, it will be angry. If you are fearful, it will be fearful. You must learn to be calm, to be centered, to be at peace." Harry nodded, understanding the lesson. He would have to master himself before he could master the sword. The weeks that followed were a time of training. Harry spent hours with the sword, learning to control its power, to channel its magic. He practiced in the goblin forges, in the ritual chambers, in the darkness of the vaults. He learned to feel the sword's energy, to understand its purpose, to work with it rather than against it. The goblins watched him with a new respect. "He is truly the silver heir," one of them said. "The sword has chosen him. He is the one who will fulfill the prophecy." But Harry was not so sure. He had felt the sword's power, its hunger, its desire. It was not just a weapon. It was a force, a presence that seemed to have its own will. It wanted to be used, to be wielded, to be unleashed. And Harry was afraid of what would happen when he finally let it go. The first test came during a skirmish with Death Eaters. They had attacked a wizarding village, a small community that had been targeted for its support of the goblins. Harry had heard the news and rushed to help, the sword strapped to his back. The battle was fierce. The Death Eaters were powerful, their magic dark and twisted. They fought with a fury that seemed born of madness, their spells cutting through the air like knives. Harry fought alongside the villagers, his wand in one hand, the sword in the other. He moved with a grace that seemed impossible, his body flowing with the rhythm of the battle. The sword sang in his hand, its blade gleaming with a golden light. It was alive, hungry, eager to taste the blood of its enemies. Harry felt the sword's power surge through him, felt his magic amplify, felt his strength grow. He was unstoppable, a force of nature that swept through the Death Eaters like a storm. When the battle was over, he stood in the center of the village, the sword still glowing, his chest heaving with exertion. He had won. But he had also felt something else. Something dark. Something that frightened him. The sword had not just helped him. It had controlled him. "I can't use it," Harry told Griphook. "It's too dangerous." It takes over. Griphook looked at him, his eyes unreadable. The sword is a tool, Harry. It does what you command it to do. No, Harry said. It does what it wants. It uses me, not the other way around. Griphook was silent for a long moment. Perhaps, he said finally. But the sword is also a part of you. It is connected to your blood, your magic, your soul. If you reject it, you reject a part of yourself. Harry shook his head. I can't. I won't. The sword is too dangerous. You are the silver heir, Griphook said. The sword chose you. You cannot simply walk away from that. Harry looked down at the sword, at the blade that still glowed with a faint, golden light. I don't want to be the silver heir, he said. I don't want to be the one who fulfills the prophecy. I just want to be Harry. Griphook sighed. That is not possible, Harry. You are the last Potter. The heir of the old ones. The bridge between the worlds. You cannot escape your destiny. Harry felt a surge of frustration. Then what am I supposed to do? You must learn to control the sword, Griphook said. To master it, not be mastered by it. That is the only way you can fulfill your destiny. Harry nodded slowly, accepting the truth of Griphook's words. He would have to learn to control the sword. He would have to master it. Or it would consume him. The training continued. Harry spent hours with the sword, learning to feel its energy, to understand its purpose. He learned to calm his emotions, to center his mind, to work with the sword rather than against it. It was not easy. The sword was powerful, ancient, and it had its own will. It wanted to be used, to be unleashed, to be free. But Harry was determined. He would not be controlled by the sword. He would control it. The second test came during a ritual in the Goblin forges. Harry had been asked to perform a ceremony, to bless the weapons that were being forged for the coming war. He had agreed, eager to prove himself. He stood in the center of the forge, the sword in his hand, and he began to speak the ancient words of power. The sword glowed with a golden light, and the weapons around him began to pulse with their own magic. The goblins watched, their faces filled with awe. But then something went wrong. The sword flared with a blinding light, and Harry felt its power surge through him. He lost control, the words of power turning into a scream of rage. The forge erupted, the weapons exploding in a shower of sparks. The goblins scrambled to safety, their faces filled with fear. Harry stood in the center of the destruction, the sword still glowing, his chest heaving. He had failed. I told you, Harry said, his voice filled with despair. I can't control it. It's too powerful. Griphook knelt beside him, his eyes filled with a strange compassion. You are trying too hard, Harry. You are fighting the sword, not working with it. Then what do I do? You must let go, Griphook said. You must stop fighting and start accepting. The sword is a part of you. You cannot control it. You can only learn to live with it. Harry looked down at the sword, at the blade that had caused so much destruction. How? He asked. By trusting it, Griphook said. By trusting yourself. The sword chose you for a reason. It believes in you. You must believe in yourself. Harry closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He would learn to trust the sword. He would learn to trust himself. He would fulfill his destiny. The third test came during a battle in the Forbidden Forest. Harry had been tracking a group of Death Eaters who had been hiding in the forest, planning an attack. On Hogwarts. He had been alone, the sword strapped to his back, his wand in his hand. The Death Eaters were waiting for him. They attacked without warning, their spells cutting through the air like knives. Harry fought back, his wand blazing, his sword flashing. But there were too many of them. He was driven to his knees, his wand knocked from his hand, his sword still glowing in his grasp. The Death Eaters closed in, their faces twisted with hatred. And then Harry heard the whispers again. "Let go," they said. "Trust the sword. Trust yourself." Harry closed his eyes and let go. He stopped fighting the sword, stopped trying to control it. He let it flow through him, let it become a part of him. And the sword answered. It flared with a golden light, and Harry felt a surge of power that was beyond anything he had ever experienced. He rose to his feet, the sword blazing in his hand, and he attacked. The Death Eaters fell before him, their spells deflected, their bodies cut down. Harry moved with a speed and grace that seemed impossible, the sword guiding his movements, channeling his power. When the battle was over, he stood in the center of the forest, the sword still glowing, his chest heaving. He had won. And he had finally understood. The sword was not a weapon. It was a partner. A companion. A part of him. And together, they would fulfill the prophecy. The goblins celebrated his victory, their voices rising in songs of praise. Harry accepted their congratulations, but he was not happy. He had won the battle, but the war was far from over. Voldemort was still out there, gathering his strength. The Death Eaters were still attacking, spreading fear and hatred. And the wizarding world was still divided, still blind to the truth. Harry knew that he had a long road ahead of him. But he also knew that he was not alone. He had the sword. He had the goblins. He had his friends. And he had the truth. He would fight for what was right, no matter what it cost. He would fulfill the prophecy. He would bring peace to the divided peoples. He was the Silver Heir. And nothing would ever stop him. Chapter 11, The Chamber's Secret Changes. The whispers had grown louder since the sword had chosen him. Harry could hear them everywhere now, in the corridors of Hogwarts, in the depths of the Forbidden Forest, in the quiet moments between classes. They spoke of ancient things, of secrets buried beneath the castle, of truths that had been hidden for centuries. And they spoke of the Chamber of Secrets. It was not the chamber that Salazar Slytherin had built, the one that housed the basilisk and the legacy of pureblood supremacy. It was something older, something that had been there before the Founders, before Hogwarts, before the wizards had even come to this land. Find it, the whispers urged. Find the truth that lies beneath the lies. Harry knew what he had to do. He told Hermione first. She was in the library, as always, her nose buried in a book about the history of Hogwarts. Harry sat down across from her, his eyes filled with a quiet intensity. "I need to find something," he said. "Something hidden beneath the castle. Something older than the Founders." Hermione looked up, her eyes widening. "What do you mean?" "I mean there's another chamber," Harry said. "Not Slytherin's. Something older. Something that was there before Hogwarts was built." Hermione's curiosity was immediately piqued. "How do you know about this?" "The sword told me," Harry said. "The whispers. The old ones. They want me to find it." Hermione was silent for a moment, processing his words. Then she nodded. "Then we'll find it," she said. "Together." The search took weeks. Harry and Hermione combed through the oldest sections of the library, looking for references to the pre-Hogwarts era. They found fragments of texts, references to ancient structures that had been built on the site before the castle was constructed. They found maps, diagrams, and sketches that hinted at something hidden beneath the foundations. But the breakthrough came when Harry consulted the sword. He held it in his hands, feeling the ancient magic pulse through the blade. He closed his eyes and let his mind drift, let the sword guide him. "Show me," he whispered. "Show me the truth." The sword glowed with a golden light, and Harry felt a surge of power. He saw images in his mind, ancient tunnels, stone chambers, runes that glowed with a silver light. He saw the Founders, not as the legends they had become, but as real people, flawed and complicated. He saw Salazar Slytherin, his face filled with a quiet determination, working alongside goblins to build something that would last forever. And he saw the chamber. It was not beneath the castle. It was beneath the lake. Harry had assumed the chamber was somewhere in the dungeons, hidden behind a wall or a false door. But the sword showed him something different. The chamber was beneath the Black Lake, accessible only through a series of tunnels that ran beneath the water. Of course, Hermione said when Harry told her. The lake is older than the castle. There are ruins beneath it, structures that predate Hogwarts by centuries. But how do we get there? Harry asked. We can't just swim to the bottom of the lake. We don't have to, Hermione said. There are passages. The Mere people know them. We just have to find someone who can guide us. Harry nodded, a plan forming in his mind. He knew exactly who to ask. The Mere people were wary of him at first. They had been mistreated by wizards for centuries, their homes polluted, their people killed. They had no reason to trust a human, even one who claimed to be different. But Harry was persistent. He spent hours by the lake, speaking with the Mere people in their own language, learning their customs and their history. He brought them gifts, food and trinkets that they valued. He showed them the sword, let them see the goblin runes that covered the blade. And slowly, they began to trust him. There is an old tunnel, the Mere Queen said. It leads beneath the lake, to a place that has been sealed for centuries. We do not go there. It is forbidden. Can you take me there? Harry asked. The Mere Queen was silent for a long moment. Yes, she said finally. But you must be careful. The place is old, and it is filled with magic that is not safe for humans. Harry nodded. I understand. I'll be careful. The Mere Queen smiled, a thin, knowing smile. I hope so, she said. For your sake. The tunnel was dark and narrow, its walls covered in ancient runes that glowed with a faint, silver light. Harry followed the Mere Queen through the water, his wand casting a bubble of air around his head. The tunnel twisted and turned, descending deeper and deeper beneath the lake. And then, it opened into a vast chamber. The chamber was enormous, far larger than the Great Hall. Its walls were made of a stone that seemed to absorb light, and the ceiling was so high that Harry could not see it. Ancient runes covered every surface, pulsing with a power that made his skin prickle. In the center of the chamber stood a massive altar, carved from a single block of obsidian. And on the altar, surrounded by a circle of glowing runes, lay a book. Harry approached the altar slowly, his heart pounding in his chest. The book was ancient, its cover made of a dark, polished wood that seemed to drink in the light. Runes were carved into the cover, goblin runes that spoke of power and purpose. This is what the Whispers wanted me to find, Harry said. This is the truth that has been hidden for centuries. He reached out and opened the book. The pages were filled with writing, ancient and beautiful, in a language that Harry could barely understand. But the sword helped him, its magic translating the words into something he could comprehend. What does it say? Hermione asked, her voice filled with curiosity. Harry read the first page, and his blood ran cold. It's the history of Hogwarts, he said. The true history. Not the version the wizards have been telling. The real version. He read on, his voice growing stronger with each word. The founders did not build Hogwarts alone, he said. They were helped by the goblins. The goblins built the foundations, the walls, the towers. They infused the castle with their magic, made it strong and lasting. The founders did not do it alone. Hermione gasped. But the histories say the founders built Hogwarts themselves. They say the goblins had nothing to do with it. Those histories are lies, Harry said. The wizards have been lying for centuries. They wanted to take credit for everything, to make themselves look like the heroes. He turned the page, his eyes scanning the ancient text. And there's more, he said. The founders did not just work with the goblins. They learned from them. Salazar Slytherin, especially. He was the one who championed the Goblin Alliance. He was the one who argued for Goblin rights. Hermione stared at him, her face pale. But Slytherin was a blood purist. He hated Muggleborns. Not according to this, Harry said. According to this, Slytherin's views were twisted by the other founders. They wanted to destroy the Goblin Alliance, and they used Slytherin's reputation to do it. He looked up from the book, his eyes filled with a fierce determination. "This is it," he said. "This is the truth I've been looking for. This is the proof that the wizards have been lying for centuries." He closed the book, the runes on its cover pulsing with a golden light. "Now we have to show it to the world." The discovery of the chamber changed everything. Harry and Hermione spent weeks studying the book, translating its ancient text and documenting its revelations. They found evidence of the Goblin Alliance, of the founders' collaboration, of the lies that had been told for centuries. They found proof that Salazar Slytherin had not been the monster the wizards had made him out to be. He had been a complex figure, a man who had fought for Goblin rights and been betrayed by his own allies. They found proof that the goblins had helped build Hogwarts, that their magic was woven into the very stones of the castle. And they found proof that the wizards had been systematically erasing the goblins from history, making themselves the heroes and the goblins the villains. "This changes everything," Hermione said. "Everything we thought we knew about Hogwarts, about the founders, about the goblins. It's all wrong." Harry nodded. "I know. And we're going to fix it." The goblins were overjoyed when Harry showed them the book. They had known about the Goblin Alliance, of course. They had their own records, their own histories. But they had never had proof, never had something that could be shown to the wizards. "This changes everything," Griphook said, his voice filled with wonder. "With this book, we can prove the truth. We can show the wizards that they have been lying for centuries." Harry nodded. "That's the plan. But we have to be careful. The wizards will try to stop us. They'll try to destroy the book, silence us, pretend it never happened." "I know," Griphook said. "But we will not let them. We will fight for the truth, no matter what it costs." The first step was to spread the word. Harry and Hermione began to share the book's revelations with their friends, with trusted allies, with anyone who would listen. They told them about the Goblin Alliance, about Salazar Slytherin's true legacy, about the centuries of lies. The reaction was mixed. Some people were shocked, angry, unwilling to believe that their history was a lie. Others were intrigued, eager to learn the truth, to see the wizarding world in a new light. But the most surprising reaction came from the Slytherins. Theodore Nott was the first to believe. He had always suspected that the official history was a lie, had always felt that there was something missing. When Harry showed him the book, he read it with a growing sense of revelation. "This is incredible," he said. "Everything I was taught, everything my father taught me. It's all lies." Harry nodded. "I know. But now we can change it." Theodore looked at him, his eyes filled with a fierce determination. "I'll help you. I'll do whatever it takes." Blaise Zabini was next. He had been skeptical at first, unwilling to believe that the wizards had been lying for centuries. But the book's evidence was overwhelming, and he could not deny the truth. "The Slytherins have been portrayed as monsters," he said. "But we're not. We're just people. We're no different from anyone else." Harry smiled. "I know. That's what I've been trying to tell everyone." Blaise nodded. "Then let's tell them together." The final breakthrough came with Draco Malfoy. He had been Harry's greatest enemy, the leader of the Death Eater children, the one who had spread rumors and caused trouble. But when Harry showed him the book, something changed. Draco read the book in silence, his face pale, his hands trembling. "My father told me the goblins were evil," he said. "He told me they were the enemy, that they wanted to destroy us. But it's not true. They were our allies. They helped build Hogwarts. Harry nodded. That's right. And that's the truth you've been denied. Draco looked up, his eyes filled with a strange mixture of anger and sadness. I've been lied to, he said. My whole life. Everything I believed, everything I was taught. It's all lies. Harry met his gaze. What are you going to do about it? Draco was silent for a long moment. I'm going to help you, he said finally. I'm going to help you spread the truth. Harry felt a surge of hope. The enemy had become an ally. The world was changing. The book's revelations began to spread through the school. Students talked about it in the corridors, in the common rooms, in the Great Hall. Teachers discussed it in their meetings, their debates growing heated and passionate. Some people resisted. They refused to believe that their history was a lie, that their ancestors had been the villains. But others were convinced, eager to learn the truth and to change the world. Harry watched the transformation with a sense of wonder. He had done it. He had uncovered the truth, and he had begun to change the world. But he also knew that this was just the beginning. There was still so much work to be done. The chamber's secret had been revealed. The goblins had helped build Hogwarts. Salazar Slytherin had been a champion of goblin rights. The wizards had been lying for centuries. But the truth had finally come to light. And Harry Potter, the Silver Heir, the last of his line, had been the one to bring it. He stood in the chamber, surrounded by the ancient runes and the whispers of the old ones, and he felt a sense of peace settle over him. He had fulfilled his destiny. But there was still so much more to do. Chapter 12, War Inside Gringotts. The whispers that had once guided Harry now screamed with warning. He felt at the moment he stepped through the bronze doors of Gringotts, a shift in the air, a tension that crackled like lightning before a storm. The goblins who usually bustled through the lobby moved with a new wariness, their eyes darting, their voices hushed. Something was wrong. Griphook met him at the entrance, his face grim. We need to talk. Now. Harry followed him through the marble halls, past the tellers and the guards, down into the depths of the bank. The lower levels were usually quiet, but tonight they were filled with the sound of raised voices and hurried footsteps. The council is divided, Griphook said as they walked. There is a faction that believes you are the key to goblin dominance. They want to use you to destroy the wizards, to seize control of the ministry, to establish goblin rule over all of Britain. Harry's blood ran cold. That's not what I agreed to. I know, Griphook said. But they don't care. They see you as a weapon, and they are determined to use you. They entered a hidden chamber, where a group of goblins was waiting. Harry recognized some of them, the elders who had raised him, the warriors who had trained him. But there were others, faces he did not know, goblins who looked at him with a hunger that made his skin crawl. Harry Potter, one of them said, his voice smooth as silk. The Silver Heir. We have been waiting for you. The leader of the faction was a goblin named Urg. He was old, older than any goblin Harry had ever seen, with skin like cracked leather and eyes that burned with a cold fire. He wore robes of black and gold, and around his neck hung a pendant that pulsed with a dark, malevolent light. The wizards have oppressed us for centuries, Urg said, his voice carrying through the chamber. They have stolen our wealth, our magic, our rights. They have killed our people and rewritten our history. And now, at last, we have the power to strike back. He looked at Harry, his eyes gleaming. You are the Silver Heir. The last of the Potters. The heir of the old ones. With your help, we can destroy the wizards and build a new world, a world where goblins rule supreme. Harry felt a surge of anger. I will not be your weapon. I will not help you destroy anyone. Urg's smile did not waver. You misunderstand, Harry Potter. You do not have a choice. The silver blood in your veins, the magic that flows through you, the sword that answers, all of it belongs to the goblins. You belong to the goblins. Harry's hand moved to his wand. I belong to no one. Brave words, URG said. But they are just words. You are surrounded by goblins, by warriors who have been trained since birth to fight. You cannot escape us. Harry looked around the chamber. At the goblins who had gathered to support URG. He saw the hunger in their eyes, the desperation, the centuries of pain and rage that had driven them to this point. He understood their anger. He understood their pain. But he would not let them use him to destroy everything he had worked for. I will not help you, he said again. If you try to force me, I will fight you. And I will win. URG laughed, a cold, hollow sound. You are a fool, Harry Potter. You could have been a king. Instead, you will be a corpse. The battle began in the lower levels of Gringotts. URG's followers attacked without warning, their weapons drawn, their spells flying through the air. Harry fought back, his wand blazing, the sword singing in his hand. But the goblins were many, and they were fierce. They had been training for this moment for centuries, and they fought with a skill that was almost impossible to match. Harry was driven back, his magic straining, his body aching. He could feel the silver blood in his veins, the power that connected him to the goblins, and he knew that he was fighting his own people. But he would not give up. He would not let them destroy everything he had built. The turning point came when Harry reached the goblin forges. The forges were the heart of Gringotts, the place where the goblins created their greatest works. They were also the place where Harry had been trained, where he had learned to shape metal and enchant it with ancient magic. He knew every corner of the forges, every secret, every weakness. He used that knowledge to his advantage. He led URG's followers through the forges, dodging the molten metal and the enchanted anvils. He used the environment to his advantage, causing chaos and confusion among his enemies. And when they were scattered, he struck. He fought with a fury that surprised even him, his wand and sword moving in perfect harmony. He was faster, stronger, more powerful than he had ever been, and he cut through his enemies like a blade through silk. When the battle was over, he stood in the center of the forges, surrounded by the fallen goblins. He had won. URG was waiting for him in the ritual chamber. The old goblin stood in the center of the room, his eyes burning with a cold fury. Around him, the runes on the walls glowed with a dark, malevolent light. You think you have won? URG said, his voice echoing through the chamber. You think you can stop us? We are the goblins. We are the old ones. We have been fighting for centuries, and we will not stop now. Harry raised his sword, his eyes fixed on his enemy. I will stop you. I will protect the wizards, the goblins, everyone who has been oppressed. I will not let you destroy everything I have worked for. URG laughed, a cold, hollow sound. You are a fool, Harry Potter. You could have been a king. Instead, you will be a corpse. He raised his hand, and the runes on the walls flared with a blinding light. Harry felt a surge of power, ancient and dark, wash over him. It pressed against his mind, his soul, his magic, trying to consume him. But Harry did not give in. He raised his sword, the blade glowing with a golden light, and he struck. The light shattered, and URG fell. The battle for Gringotts was over. Harry stood in the ritual chamber, his chest heaving, his sword still glowing in his hand. The goblins who had supported URG had surrendered, their leaders defeated, their cause lost. Griphook approached him, his face filled with a mixture of awe and respect. You have saved us, he said. You have saved all of us. Harry shook his head. I saved myself. And I saved the future. The goblins and the wizards will not be enemies. They will be allies. That is the only future I will accept. Griphook nodded slowly. You are wise beyond your years, Harry Potter. The goblins are fortunate to have you. Harry looked down at the sword, at the blade that still pulsed with a faint, golden light. I am not a weapon, he said. I am not a tool. I am a person. And I will not let anyone use me again. He turned and walked out of the ritual chamber, leaving the fallen goblins behind. The aftermath of the battle was chaotic. The goblins who had supported URG were arrested, their leaders stripped of their titles and their power. The council was reorganized, with Griphook taking a more prominent role. Harry was hailed as a hero, the one who had saved the goblins from themselves. But he did not feel like a hero. He felt tired. The battle had taken a toll on him, physically and emotionally. He had fought his own people, had killed his own kind. He had done what he had to do, but it had cost him something. I don't know if I can do this anymore, he told Hermione. I don't know if I can keep fighting. Hermione looked at him with sympathy. You can, Harry. You have to. The world needs you. Harry shook his head. The world needs someone else. Someone stronger. Someone who doesn't feel like this. He looked down at his hands, at the blood that still stained them. I've killed people, he said. I've killed goblins. I've done things that I can't take back. Hermione reached out and took his hands. You did what you had to do. You saved people. You saved the future. That's what matters. Harry closed his eyes, feeling the warmth of her touch. I hope you're right, he said. The weeks that followed were a time of healing. Harry spent time with his friends, reconnecting with the people who had supported him. He spent time in the goblin forges, working with the metal and the fire, finding peace in the ancient rhythms of the craft. He also spent time with the sword, learning to control it, to master it. The sword had been a weapon in the battle, but it was also a teacher, a guide. It showed him the truth about himself, about his power, about his destiny. You are the silver heir, the sword whispered. You are the bridge. You are the one who will bring peace. Harry nodded, accepting the words. He was the silver heir. He was the bridge. And he would not fail. The Goblin Council called him to a meeting. They were gathered in the ritual chamber, the same chamber where URG had tried to seize control. But now, the runes on the walls glowed with a soft, golden light, and the atmosphere was one of peace and reconciliation. Harry Potter, the eldest council member said. We have called you here to thank you. You have saved us from ourselves. You have shown us that the path of hatred and revenge leads only to destruction. Harry nodded, accepting the gratitude. I did what I had to do. You did more than that, the council member said. You showed us that there is another way. A way of cooperation and respect. A way of building bridges instead of walls. He paused, his eyes meeting Harry's. We want to offer you a position on the council, he said. We want you to be our voice, our representative to the wizarding world. We want you to be the bridge you were meant to be. Harry felt a surge of surprise. You want me on the council? We want you to help us, the council member said. We want you to guide us. You have shown us that we cannot do this alone. We need your wisdom, your courage, your compassion. Harry was silent for a long moment. Then he nodded. I will help you, he said. I will be your voice, your representative, your bridge. But I will not be your weapon. I will not be your tool. I will be your partner. The council member smiled, a warm, genuine smile. That is all we ask, Harry Potter. That is all we ask. Harry left the council meeting with a sense of peace. He had been offered a position of power, a chance to shape the future of the goblin people. It was a responsibility he did not take lightly. But he also knew that he could not do it alone. He would need his friends, his allies, his supporters. He would need the goblins and the wizards to work together, to build a future based on mutual respect and cooperation. It would not be easy. It would not be quick. But it would be worth it. Harry walked through the vaults of Gringotts, feeling the ancient magic hum beneath his feet. He had come a long way. He had been raised in the dark, taught to see the wizards as enemies, the goblins as family. He had fought battles, uncovered secrets, and faced his own demons. And now, he was ready to build a new world. A world where goblins and wizards could live in peace. A world where the truth had finally been told. A world where he could be himself. He was Harry Potter, the Silver Heir, the last of his line. And he was just getting started. Chapter 13, The Black Family Alliance. The letter arrived on a Tuesday, carried by a ragged owl that looked as though it had flown through a hurricane. Harry was in the Ravenclaw common room, studying for his charms exam, when the bird crashed through the window and landed in a heap on the table. It was small and scruffy, its feathers matted with what looked like dried blood, and it carried a letter sealed with a crest that Harry had never seen before. He opened the letter with trembling fingers, and the words inside made his blood run cold. I know who you are. I know what you are. I know what the goblins have done to you. Meet me at the Hogsmeade station at midnight. Come alone. Tell no one. If you betray me, I will kill you. There was no signature. Harry read the letter 3 times, his mind racing. Who had sent it? What did they want? And why did they seem to know so much about him? He showed the letter to Hermione, who read it with a growing sense of alarm. Harry, this is clearly a trap. You can't go. I have to, Harry said. Whoever sent this knows about the goblins. Knows about me. I need to find out who they are and what they want. Then let me come with you, Hermione said. I can help. Harry shook his head. The letter says I have to come alone. If I bring anyone else, they might not show up. Hermione looked at him with concern. Be careful, Harry. Please. Harry nodded, his jaw set with determination. I will be. The Hogsmeade station was empty when Harry arrived. The midnight train had long since departed, and the platform was silent, lit only by the faint glow of the moon. Harry stood in the shadows, his wand in his hand, waiting. He did not have to wait long. A figure emerged from the darkness, tall and gaunt, with a face that was lined with years of suffering and a gaze that was wild and desperate. Sirius Black. Harry recognized him immediately, not from any photograph, but from the fierce intensity of his eyes. They were the eyes of a man who had been pushed to the brink, who had lost everything, and who had nothing left to lose. Harry Potter, Sirius said, his voice rough with emotion. You came. Harry raised his wand. I came. Now tell me what you want. Sirius stepped closer, his hands raised in a gesture of peace. I'm your godfather, Harry. I was your father's best friend. I loved him like a brother. Harry felt a shock run through him. You're Sirius Black. The traitor. The one who betrayed my parents to Voldemort. Sirius's face contorted with pain. That's a lie. I never betrayed James and Lily. I loved them. I would have died for them. Then why are you in Azkaban? Harry demanded. Why did you kill all those muggles? I didn't kill them, Sirius said. I was framed. By Peter Pettigrew. He was the traitor. He was the one who betrayed your parents. And he's still out there, pretending to be a dead hero. Harry stared at him, his mind reeling. Everything he had been told, everything he had believed, was being called into question. Do you have proof? He asked finally. Sirius nodded. I have proof. I have the truth. And I will give it to you, if you'll listen. Harry lowered his wand. He would listen. He would hear what Sirius had to say. Sirius told him everything. He told him about the war. About the Order of the Phoenix, about the friendship that had bound James, Lily, and him together. He told him about Peter Pettigrew, the traitor who had sold them all to Voldemort. He told him about the night of the attack, about how Peter had framed him and then faked his own death. "I spent 12 years in Azkaban," Sirius said, his voice raw. 12 years, knowing that the real traitor was free, living a lie. "But I escaped. I came back to find you. To protect you." Harry felt a surge of emotion. "You came back for me?" "You're all I have left, Harry," Sirius said. "You're my godson. You're James's son. I will do anything to protect you." Harry looked at him, at the man who had been his father's best friend, who had been framed and imprisoned for a crime he did not commit. "I believe you," Harry said. "I believe you're innocent." Sirius's eyes filled with tears. "Thank you, Harry. Thank you." Harry brought Sirius to Gringotts. The goblins were wary at first, suspicious of the escaped prisoner who had been branded a traitor. But Harry vouched for him, and Griphook agreed to give him a chance. "Sirius Black has information about the Death Eaters," Harry said. "He knows their secrets, their plans, their weaknesses. He can help us." Griphook studied Sirius with a cold, calculating gaze. "And what do you want in return?" Sirius met his gaze. "I want to expose the truth. I want to clear my name. And I want to help Harry." Griphook nodded slowly. "Very well. We will give you a chance. But if you betray us, there will be consequences." Sirius smiled, a thin, wry smile. "I wouldn't dream of it." The alliance between Sirius and the goblins was uneasy at first. Sirius was a wizard, and he had been raised with all the prejudices of his class. He had never liked the goblins, had never trusted them. But he had seen how they treated Harry, how they had raised him and protected him, and he had begun to change his mind. "The goblins are not what I expected," Sirius admitted one night. "They're not the monsters the Ministry makes them out to be." Harry smiled. "They're just people. Like us." Sirius nodded slowly. "I'm starting to realize that." Sirius's knowledge of the Death Eaters proved invaluable. He knew their names, their faces, their secrets. He knew where they hid, how they communicated, what they were planning. He shared everything with Harry and the goblins, and they used that information to counter the Death Eaters' attacks. "Lucius Malfoy is the key," Sirius said. "He's the one who's been orchestrating the attacks, the one who's been funding the Death Eaters. If we can expose him, we can cripple their operations." Harry nodded. "Then that's what we'll do." The plan to expose Lucius Malfoy was risky. Sirius had gathered evidence, documents and records that proved Malfoy's involvement with the Death Eaters. But they were hidden in Malfoy Manor, a fortress that was protected by some of the darkest magic in the world. "We'll need help," Harry said. "We'll need allies." Sirius nodded. "I know some people. Old friends from the Order. They'll help." The Order of the Phoenix was a shadow of its former self. Many of its members had died in the war, and the survivors had scattered, living in hiding and fear. But when Sirius called, they came. Remus Lupin was the first to arrive. He was a tired man, his face lined with worry and grief, but his eyes sparkled with a fierce intelligence. "Sirius," he said, embracing his old friend. "It's good to see you." "It's good to see you too, Moony," Sirius said. "We have work to do." The attack on Malfoy Manor was planned with military precision. Harry led the assault, his sword in one hand, his wand in the other. He was surrounded by allies, goblins, wizards, and members of the Order. They moved through the darkness, silent and deadly, their magic ready to strike. The Death Eaters were caught off guard. They had not expected an attack, had not expected anyone to be brave enough to challenge them in their own stronghold. But Harry was brave. He was the Silver Heir, the bridge between the worlds, and he would not be intimidated. The battle was fierce. The Death Eaters fought with a desperation born of fear, their spells cutting through the air like knives. Harry fought back, his blade flashing in the darkness, his magic blazing with a golden light. He cut through the Death Eaters one by one, his movements fluid and precise. He was unstoppable, a force of nature that swept through the manor like a storm. And when the battle was over, Lucius Malfoy lay defeated at his feet. The evidence they found in Malfoy Manor was damning. Documents, records, and letters that proved Malfoy's involvement with the Death Eaters. They had everything they needed to expose him, to bring him to justice, to destroy the Death Eaters' operations. "This is it," Harry said. "We've won." Sirius smiled, a tired, weary smile. "Not yet. We've won a battle, but the war is far from over." Harry nodded, understanding the truth of his words. Voldemort was still out there, gathering his strength. The Death Eaters were still fighting, still spreading fear and hatred. And the wizarding world was still divided, still blind to the truth. But Harry had come this far. He would not give up now. The exposure of Lucius Malfoy sent shockwaves through the wizarding world. The Ministry was forced to act, arresting Malfoy and several of his allies. The Death Eaters were dealt a crippling blow, their operations disrupted, their leadership decimated. But the biggest shock was the revelation of Sirius's innocence. The evidence they had found in Malfoy Manor proved that Peter Pettigrew was the traitor, that Sirius had been framed. The Ministry was forced to exonerate him, to clear his name, to admit that they had been wrong. Sirius was free. "I don't know how to thank you," Sirius said, his voice choked with emotion. "You saved my life. You gave me back my freedom." Harry shook his head. "You would have done the same for me." Sirius smiled, a warm, genuine smile. "I'm so proud of you, Harry. Your parents would be so proud." Harry felt a surge of emotion. He had never known his parents, never heard their voices, never felt their touch. But he had Sirius now, a connection to his past, a link to the family he had lost. "Thank you," he said. "Thank you for being here." Sirius pulled him into a hug. "I will always be here, Harry. I will always be here for you." The alliance between Sirius and the Goblins grew stronger. Sirius had seen the truth about the Goblins, had seen how they had raised Harry and protected him. He had begun to respect them, to trust them, to see them as allies rather than enemies. "The Goblins are not the monsters the Ministry says they are," Sirius told Harry. "They're just people. People who have been wronged and oppressed." Harry nodded. "I've been trying to tell people that for years." Sirius smiled. "Well, now I believe you." The weeks that followed were a time of healing. Harry spent time with Sirius, getting to know his godfather, learning about his parents and their lives. He shared stories about his upbringing, about the goblins and the vaults, about the secrets he had uncovered. Sirius listened with a mixture of wonder and sadness. "Your parents would be so proud of you," he said. "They would be amazed by what you've accomplished." Harry nodded, feeling a surge of warmth. "I hope so," he said. "I hope they're watching." The Black Family Alliance had changed everything. Harry had gained a new ally, a new family member, a new source of strength. He had also gained a new understanding of the wizarding world, a new perspective on the conflict that was tearing it apart. He knew that the war was far from over. Voldemort was still out there, gathering his strength, and the Death Eaters were still fighting. But Harry was not afraid. He had Sirius. He had the Goblins. He had his friends. And he had the truth. He would not give up. He would not surrender. He would fight until the very end. Chapter 14, The Dragon Vault. The map was older than anything Harry had ever seen. It had been hidden in the deepest recesses of the Potter Vault, wrapped in a cloth of enchanted silver that had preserved it for centuries. The parchment was brittle, its edges crumbling, but the ink that traced the ancient tunnels and chambers was still vivid, pulsing with a faint, golden light. "This is it," Griphook said, his voice barely a whisper. The Dragon Vault. The deepest vault in all of Gringotts. It has not been opened in more than 1,000 years. Harry traced the lines on the map with his finger, feeling the magic that hummed beneath the surface. What's in it? No one knows for certain, Griphook admitted. But the legends say it contains treasures that predate the goblins themselves. Artifacts from the time of the Old Ones. Magic that has been lost to the world. Harry looked up, his eyes gleaming with determination. Then we have to find it. The journey to the Dragon Vault was perilous. The tunnels that led to it were ancient and unstable, their walls crumbling, their floors treacherous. The goblins had sealed them centuries ago, believing that the treasures within were too dangerous to be disturbed. But Harry was determined. He led a small group of companions, Hermione, Sirius, Griphook, and a handful of goblin warriors. They descended through the depths of Gringotts, past the vaults of the rich and the powerful, into the darkness that lay beneath. The air grew colder as they descended, and the magic grew thicker. Harry could feel it pressing against his skin, ancient and powerful, filled with the whispers of the Old Ones. We're close, he said. I can feel it. The entrance to the Dragon Vault was guarded by a door of solid obsidian. It was massive, easily 20 feet tall, and covered in runes that glowed with a faint, red light. The runes pulsed in a rhythm that seemed to match the beating of Harry's heart. This is the door, Griphook said. It has not been opened in centuries. The magic that seals it is ancient and powerful. Harry approached the door, his hand extended. He could feel the magic emanating from it, feel the presence of something ancient and terrible. The sword, he said. The sword will open it. He drew the blade, and it flared with a golden light. The runes on the door responded, pulsing brighter, faster, until they were blazing with a crimson fire. And then the door swung open. The Dragon Vault was not what Harry had expected. It was vast, a cavern that stretched for miles in every direction. The ceiling was so high that he could not see it, and the walls were covered in crystals that glowed with a faint, blue light. But it was not the crystals that drew Harry's attention. It was the dragons. They were everywhere, dozens of them, perhaps hundreds. They slept on piles of gold and treasure, their massive chests rising and falling with each breath. Their scales shimmered in the blue light, 1,000 different colors, 1,000 different shades. We have to be careful, Griphook whispered. The dragons are guardians. They will attack anyone who tries to take the treasures. Harry nodded, his eyes scanning the cavern. He could see the treasures, swords and armor, crowns and scepters, artifacts that pulsed with an ancient power. But he could also see the dragons. They were beautiful and terrible, creatures of fire and magic that had been sleeping for centuries. They were the guardians of the Dragon Vault, and they would not give up their treasures without a fight. The first dragon woke with a roar. It was massive, its scales the color of molten gold, its eyes burning with a fierce intelligence. It rose from its hoard of treasure, its wings spreading wide, its tail lashing the air. Harry, look out! Hermione shouted. Harry raised his sword, its blade blazing with golden light. He could feel the dragon's power, its ancient magic, its hunger. But he was not afraid. He was the Silver Heir, the bridge between the worlds. He had faced trolls and Death Eaters and goblin rebels. He would not be intimidated by a dragon. Stay back, he said. I'll handle this. He moved forward, his sword raised, his magic blazing. The dragon lunged, its jaws opening wide, its breath hot against his skin. Harry dodged, rolling out of the way, and struck with his sword. The blade cut through the dragon's scales, and the creature roared with pain. The battle was fierce, but Harry was relentless. He moved with a speed and grace that seemed impossible, his blade flashing in the blue light. He struck again and again, until the dragon collapsed at his feet. He stood over the fallen creature, his chest heaving, his sword still glowing. We have to move, he said. There are more coming. They fought their way through the dragon vault, battling dragon after dragon. The goblins fought alongside Harry, their weapons blazing, their magic fierce. Sirius fought with a fury that surprised even Harry, his spells cutting through the air like knives. And Hermione fought with a precision and skill that made Harry proud. But the dragons were relentless. They came in waves, their roars echoing through the cavern, their fire lighting up the darkness. Harry and his companions fought with everything they had, pushing forward, deeper into the vault. And then, they found it. The center of the dragon vault was dominated by a massive altar. It was made of a stone that seemed to absorb light, and its surface was covered in runes that pulsed with a golden fire. On the altar lay a crown, a simple band of gold that seemed to glow with its own light. The crown of the old ones, Griphook whispered. It is said to hold the power of the ancient goblin kings. It can command the dragons, control the magic of the vaults, and grant the wearer the wisdom of the ages. Harry approached the altar, his hand extended. He could feel the power emanating from the crown, feel its ancient magic calling to him. Don't touch it, Hermione said. It could be cursed. Harry hesitated. He could feel the crown's power, feel its pull, its hunger. It wanted him to take it, to wear it, to become its master. But he also knew that it could be a trap. The crown is dangerous, Griphook said. It has driven men mad. It has corrupted even the strongest of hearts. Harry looked at the crown, at the golden band that pulsed with its own light. I know, he said. But I need to understand it. I need to know what it is, what it does, what it can teach me. He reached out and took the crown. The moment his fingers touched the metal, Harry felt a surge of power. It was ancient and overwhelming, filling his mind with 1,000 voices, 1,000 memories. He saw the goblin kings of old, their triumphs and their tragedies. He saw the wars, the betrayals, the centuries of pain and suffering. He saw the truth. The truth about the goblins, about the wizards, about the history that had been hidden for so long. Harry! Hermione shouted. Harry, are you okay? Harry opened his eyes, and he saw that he was still standing, the crown in his hands. The power had not consumed him. It had not driven him mad. He had survived. I'm okay, he said. I'm more than okay. I understand now. He looked at his companions, his eyes filled with a new understanding. The crown is not a weapon, he said. It's a key. A key to the truth. And I have unlocked it. The journey back to the surface was long, but Harry did not mind. He carried the crown with him, feeling its power and its wisdom. It had shown him the truth about the goblins, about the wizards, about the world he lived in. And he was determined to use that truth. The goblins celebrated their return, their voices raised in songs of praise. Harry accepted their congratulations, but his mind was on other things. The crown had shown him the path forward, the way to bring peace to the goblins and the wizards. He knew that it would not be easy. The hatred between the two peoples was deep and ancient, and it would take more than a crown to heal it. But he was determined. He would use the crown's wisdom, the sword's power, and his own courage to build a better world. The dragon vault had been opened, and its secrets had been revealed. Harry Potter, the silver heir, had proven himself worthy of the ancient treasures. He had faced the dragons and won, had taken the crown and survived. He was ready for the next challenge. He was ready to change the world. The crown had given Harry a new understanding of his destiny. He was not just a bridge between the goblins and the wizards. He was a leader, a guide, a force for change. He had been chosen by the old ones, chosen to bring peace to a divided world. And he would not fail. I know what I have to do, he told Hermione. I know what I have to become. Hermione looked at him with concern. What do you mean? Harry smiled, a calm, serene smile. I have to become the leader they need me to be. I have to bring the goblins and the wizards together. I have to build a new world from the ashes of the old. Hermione nodded slowly. You can do it, Harry. I know you can. Harry felt a surge of gratitude. He had come a long way. He had been raised in the dark, taught to fear the wizards and trust the goblins. He had faced battles, uncovered secrets, and found his destiny. And now, he was ready to fulfill it. Chapter 15, The Goblin King's Legacy. The crown had not stopped whispering since the moment Harry had taken it from the altar. It spoke in a language older than any he had ever heard, a tongue of fire and stone and ancient magic that resonated deep within his bones. The words were not always clear, but their meaning was unmistakable. They spoke of duty, of sacrifice, of a legacy that had been waiting for him for centuries. You carry the blood of kings, the crown whispered. The blood of the old ones. The blood of the last Goblin King. Harry had been sitting in the goblin forges, the crown resting on his knees, the sword gleaming at his side. He had been trying to understand what the crown was telling him, to piece together the fragments of a history that had been hidden for so long. The last Goblin King, he repeated, the words tasting strange on his tongue. What happened to him? The crown pulsed with a golden light, and Harry felt a surge of images flood his mind. He saw a Goblin King, tall and proud, with a crown of gold upon his brow and a sword of silver in his hand. He saw the king leading his people through the darkness, fighting against the wizards who had betrayed them, trying to build a world where goblins could live in peace. And then he saw the betrayal. The wizards had come with promises of peace, of alliance, of friendship. The king had believed them, had trusted them, had lowered his guard. And then they had struck. The king had died, his body pierced by 100 blades, his crown taken, his legacy destroyed. The goblins had been scattered, their kingdom broken, their history rewritten. The last Goblin King was murdered, Harry said, his voice filled with a cold fury. Murdered by the wizards who had sworn to protect him. The crown pulsed again, and Harry felt a new surge of images. He saw the king's final moments, saw him reaching out to a figure in the shadows, a wizard who had come to his aid. A Potter. Your ancestor, the crown whispered. The first Potter. He tried to save the king, but he was too late. The king gave him the crown, told him to protect it, to pass it down through the generations. And then he died. Harry felt tears prick at the corners of his eyes. His family had been entrusted with the king's legacy, with the hope of the goblin people. And they had kept it safe, passing the crown down through the centuries, waiting for the one who would fulfill the ancient prophecy. You are that one, the crown whispered. You are the heir of the Goblin King. You carry his blood, his magic, his legacy. You are the one who will restore the goblins to their rightful place in the world. Harry closed his eyes, feeling the weight of the crown's words settle over him like a cloak. He was the heir of the Goblin King. He was the one who would restore the goblins. And he would not fail. The Goblin Council was gathered in the ritual chamber when Harry arrived. They had been waiting for him, their faces filled with a mixture of anticipation and fear. They knew what the crown meant, knew what it signified. They had been waiting for this moment for centuries. Harry Potter, the eldest council member said, his voice trembling. The crown has chosen you. You are the heir of the Goblin King. Harry nodded, his face calm and composed. I know. I have seen the king's memories, felt his pain, understood his sacrifice. I am ready to carry his legacy. The council members exchanged glances, their faces unreadable. Do you understand what that means? Another council member asked. The heir of the Goblin King is not just a title. It is a responsibility. You are the leader of the goblin people, the one who will guide them through the darkness and into the light. Harry met his gaze, his eyes steady. I understand. I accept the responsibility. I will do whatever it takes to restore the goblins to their rightful place in the world. The council members nodded, their expressions filled with a newfound respect. Then it is done, the eldest said. You are the Goblin King's heir. You carry his legacy, his power, his hope. Let us, Harry Potter. Lead us to a better future. The first thing Harry did was call a meeting with the wizards. The ministry was reluctant at first, suspicious of the goblins' motives. But Harry had allies now, people who believed in him and what he was trying to achieve. Dumbledore arrived at Gringotts with a delegation of ministry officials, their faces filled with a mixture of curiosity and fear. The goblins had gathered in the main chamber, their eyes fixed on Harry, waiting for him to speak. I am Harry Potter, Harry said, his voice carrying through the chamber. I am the heir of the Goblin King. I carry the legacy of a people who have been wronged and oppressed for centuries. The wizards stirred, their faces filled with discomfort. I am not here to threaten you, Harry continued. I am not here to demand revenge. I am here to offer you a choice. A choice between continuing the cycle of hatred and violence, or building a new future based on mutual respect and cooperation. He paused, letting his words sink in. The goblins have been lied about for centuries. Their history has been erased, their rights stolen, their people killed. But I have uncovered the truth. I have the proof. And I am willing to share it with you, if you are willing to listen. The wizards exchanged glances, their faces unreadable. What do you want? One of them asked, his voice cold and suspicious. Harry met his gaze, his eyes steady. I want peace, he said. I want justice. I want the goblins to be treated as equals, to have the same rights and opportunities as wizards. I want to build a new world from the ashes of the old, a world where everyone can live in harmony. The wizards were silent for a long moment. Then Dumbledore stepped forward, his face filled with a quiet determination. I will help you, he said. I will do whatever it takes to bring peace to our world. The negotiations were long and difficult. The ministry was resistant to change, clinging to the old ways, the old prejudices. But Harry was patient. He presented his evidence, showed them the truth about the goblins, explained the importance of cooperation and mutual respect. And slowly, the wizards began to listen. They agreed to a series of concessions, promising to restore the goblins' rights, to acknowledge the wrongs that had been done, to work toward a new future based on equality and justice. It was not everything Harry had hoped for, but it was a start. The goblins were skeptical. They had been betrayed before, had been promised peace and then been stabbed in the back. They did not trust the wizards, did not believe that they would keep their promises. But Harry was persistent. The wizards have lied to us for centuries, he said. But that does not mean we should give up. We have to keep trying. We have to keep fighting for a better future. The goblins listened, their faces filled with a mixture of hope and fear. Will you lead us? One of them asked. Will you guide us through this uncertain time? Harry nodded, his eyes filled with determination. I will. I will lead you. I will fight for you. I will not let you down. The alliance between the goblins and the wizards was not perfect. There were tensions, misunderstandings, moments of distrust and anger. But Harry was there to mediate, to smooth over the conflicts, to remind everyone of the larger goal. We are building a new world, he said. A world where goblins and wizards can live together in peace. That is not going to happen overnight. It is going to take time, patience, and a lot of hard work. But we can do it. We have to do it. The people listened, their hearts filled with hope. Harry Potter was leading them into a new era. The Goblin King's legacy was not just about the past. It was about the future. It was about building a world where everyone could live in peace, regardless of their blood or their heritage. It was about breaking the cycles of hatred and violence that had plagued the magical world for centuries. And Harry was determined to see it through. The weeks that followed were a time of change. The ministry began to implement the reforms that had been agreed upon, restoring the goblins' rights and acknowledging their history. The goblins began to trust the wizards, to see them as allies rather than enemies. And Harry continued to lead, to guide, to inspire. He was the heir of the Goblin King. He was the bridge between the worlds. And he would not stop until the dream of peace had been realized. But not everyone was happy. There were those who resisted the changes, who clung to the old ways, the old hatreds. The Death Eaters were still out there, gathering their strength, plotting their revenge. And Voldemort was still waiting. Harry knew that the fight was far from over. The war was coming, and it would be the most difficult battle of his life. But he was ready. He had the crown. He had the sword. He had his friends and his allies. And he had the truth. He would not give up. He would not surrender. He would fight until the very end. The Goblin King's legacy was a heavy burden. Harry carried it with him every day, feeling the weight of centuries pressing down on his shoulders. He was the heir of the Goblin King, the leader of the Goblin people, the one who would bring peace to a divided world. It was a lot to bear. But Harry was not alone. He had Hermione, his closest friend and confidant. He had Sirius, his godfather and protector. He had the goblins, his family and allies. And he had the truth. The truth that had been hidden for so long, the truth that would set them all free. The crown spoke to Harry in his dreams. It showed him visions of the past, of the Goblin King and his people, of the wars and the betrayals and the suffering. But it also showed him visions of the future, of a world where goblins and wizards lived in peace, where justice and equality reigned. "You can make it happen," the crown whispered. "You have the power. You have the will. You are the one who will bring about the change." Harry woke each morning with a renewed sense of purpose. He was the heir of the Goblin King. He was the bridge between the worlds. And he would not fail. The day of the final negotiation arrived. The goblins and the wizards had gathered in the great hall of Gringotts, their faces filled with hope and fear. Harry stood in the center of the room, the crown on his head, the sword at his side. "I am Harry Potter," he said, his voice carrying through the hall. "I am the heir of the Goblin King. I am the bridge between the worlds. And I am here to bring peace." He paused, looking at the faces of the goblins and the wizards, the two peoples who had been enemies for so long. "We have a choice," he said. "We can continue the cycle of hatred and violence, or we can build a new future based on mutual respect and cooperation. I choose to build. I choose to create a world where everyone can live in peace." The goblins and the wizards looked at him, their eyes filled with a new understanding. "We choose peace," they said. "We choose to build a new future." Harry smiled, a warm, genuine smile. "Then let us begin." Chapter 16, Voldemort returns too early. The attack came without warning. Harry had been in the Goblin Forges, working on a new enchantment for the sword, when the alarms began to scream. They were ancient alarms, built into the very stones of Gringotts, and they had not been sounded in centuries. He ran through the tunnels, his heart pounding, his sword drawn. The goblins were scrambling, their faces filled with fear, their voices raised in panic. "What's happening?" Harry demanded, grabbing Griphook by the arm. "The wards," Griphook said, his voice trembling. "Someone has breached the wards. Someone powerful. Someone ancient." Harry felt a chill run down his spine. Voldemort. He had known that the Dark Lord would return, had known that the war was coming. But he had not expected it to happen so soon, so suddenly, so violently. "We have to get to the surface," Harry said. "We have to protect the bank." Griphook nodded, his face set with determination. "Follow me. I'll take you to the main hall." The main hall of Gringotts was a scene of chaos. The goblin guards were fighting, their weapons blazing, their spells cutting through the air. But they were outnumbered, outmatched. The Death Eaters had come in force, their dark magic overwhelming the goblins' defenses. And at the center of the chaos, standing on a pedestal of shattered marble, was Voldemort. He was taller than Harry had expected, his skin pale and smooth, his eyes burning with a crimson fire. He wore robes of black and green, and around his neck hung a pendant that pulsed with a dark, malevolent light. "Harry Potter," Voldemort said, his voice a cold whisper that seemed to fill the entire hall. "The boy who lived. The Silver Heir. The last of the Potters." Harry stepped forward, his sword raised, his eyes fixed on his enemy. "Voldemort. You're early." Voldemort laughed, a cold, hollow sound. "I have been waiting for this moment for a very long time, Harry. I have been patient. I have been cunning. And now, at last, I am ready." He raised his wand, and the Death Eaters surged forward. The battle was fierce. Harry fought with everything he had, his sword blazing, his spells cutting through the air. He was surrounded by enemies, but he was not afraid. He was the Silver Heir, the last of the Potters, the bridge between the worlds. He would not fall. He cut down Death Eaters one by one, his movements fluid and precise. The goblins fought alongside him, their weapons gleaming in the darkness. Sirius was there too, his face twisted with rage, his spells blazing with a fierce light. But Voldemort was unstoppable. His magic was dark and ancient, his power beyond anything Harry had ever faced. He cut through the goblins like a scythe through wheat, his laughter echoing through the hall. "Come, Harry," Voldemort said. "Face me. Let us end this once and for all." Harry raised his sword and charged. The duel was everything Harry had ever feared. Voldemort's magic was overwhelming, his spells dark and twisted. Harry fought back with everything he had, his sword and wand working in perfect harmony. But he was outmatched, outclassed. He was driven to his knees, his sword knocked from his hand, his wand broken. "Pathetic," Voldemort sneered. "You are nothing but a child playing at being a hero." Harry looked up at his enemy, his eyes filled with defiance. "I am not a child. I am the Silver Heir. I am the last of the Potters. And I will not give up." Voldemort laughed, a cold, cruel sound. "Brave words. But they are just words. You have lost, Harry. You have lost everything." He raised his wand, the green light gathering at its tip. "Goodbye, Harry Potter." The green light never struck. A golden shield erupted around Harry, deflecting the curse with a sound like breaking glass. Voldemort stumbled backward, his eyes wide with shock. "What is this?" he demanded. "What sorcery is this?" Harry felt a surge of power, ancient and warm, filling his body. The crown on his head blazed with a golden light, and the sword in his hand began to glow. "You cannot defeat me," Harry said, his voice filled with a new power. "I am the heir of the Goblin King. I carry the legacy of a people who have been wronged and oppressed. And I will not let you destroy everything we have built." He raised his sword and charged again. The second duel was different. Harry was stronger now, faster, more powerful. The crown was feeding him magic, ancient magic that had been stored for centuries. The sword was singing in his hand, its blade blazing with a golden fire. Voldemort fought back, his spells dark and terrible. But Harry was relentless, his attacks swift and precise. And then, he struck. The sword cut through Voldemort's defenses, piercing his chest with a sound like breaking stone. The Dark Lord screamed, a sound of pure agony, and then he fell. He lay on the floor of the main hall, his body broken, his magic fading. "How?" he whispered. "How did you do this?" Harry looked down at his enemy, his eyes filled with a cold fury. "I did it because I had to," he said. "I did it because the goblins and the wizards deserve a chance to live in peace. I did it because I am the Silver Heir, and I will not let you destroy everything I have built." Voldemort's eyes fluttered, and then he was still. The Death Eaters scattered. With their leader defeated, they fled, their courage shattered. The goblins and the wizards pursued them, capturing some, driving others away. The battle was over. Harry stood in the center of the main hall, his sword still glowing, his chest heaving. He had won. He had defeated Voldemort. But he did not feel victorious. He felt tired. Exhausted. Empty. The goblins gathered around him, their faces filled with a mixture of awe and gratitude. "You have saved us, Harry Potter," Griphook said. "You have saved us all." Harry shook his head. "I did what I had to do. Nothing more." The goblins bowed their heads, their voices raised in a song of praise. Harry accepted their gratitude, but his mind was elsewhere. The war was over. Voldemort was dead. But the world was still broken. And Harry knew that his work was just beginning. The weeks that followed were a time of healing. Harry returned to Hogwarts, surrounded by his friends and allies. The school was celebrating, the students filled with joy and relief. But Harry could not celebrate. He had defeated Voldemort, but he had lost so much in the process. He had lost friends, allies, people who had believed in him and fought alongside him. And he had lost a part of himself. "I don't know who I am anymore," he told Hermione. "I've been fighting for so long that I've forgotten what it's like to just live." Hermione looked at him with sympathy. "You need time, Harry. Time to heal, time to figure out who you are. You don't have to have all the answers right now." Harry nodded, accepting her words. He would take time. He would heal. He would figure out who he was. And then, he would continue his work. The world still needed him. The goblins celebrated Harry's victory with a grand feast. They gathered in the main hall of Gringotts, their voices raised in songs of praise. Harry sat at the head of the table, the crown on his head, the sword at his side. "This is your victory, Harry Potter," Griphook said. "You have fulfilled the prophecy. You have brought peace to our people." Harry nodded, accepting the praise. But he knew that the real work was just beginning. The world was still divided. The goblins and the wizards were still learning to trust each other. And there were still those who resisted the changes, who clung to the old hatreds. "I will continue to fight," Harry said. "I will continue to build bridges. I will not stop until the world is truly at peace." The goblins raised their cups in a toast. To Harry Potter, they shouted. "The silver heir. The Goblin King's heir. The bridge between the worlds." Harry smiled, a warm, genuine smile. He had come a long way. He had been raised in the dark, taught to fear the wizards and trust the goblins. He had fought battles, uncovered secrets, and faced his own demons. And now, he was ready to build a new world. A world where goblins and wizards could live in peace. A world where the truth had finally been told. A world where he could be himself. He was Harry Potter, the silver heir, the last of his line. And he was just getting started. Chapter 17, Magic Meets Steel. The victory over Voldemort had not ended the war. Harry had known it wouldn't. The Dark Lord's physical form was destroyed, his followers scattered, but the hatred that had given him power still festered in the hearts of those who had believed in him. The Death Eaters were still out there, hiding in the shadows, waiting for their chance to strike back. And Harry was ready for them. He had spent the weeks since the battle in the Goblin Forges, working with the Master Smiths to create weapons that would combine the best of wizard magic and goblin enchantment. The sword that answered was powerful, but it was only one weapon. Harry needed an arsenal, a force that could match the Death Eater's dark magic and defeat it. "We need to create something new," he told Griphook. "Something that combines wizard magic with goblin craftsmanship. Something that the Death Eaters have never seen before." Griphook nodded, his eyes gleaming with excitement. It has been centuries since such a collaboration was attempted. The goblins have the knowledge, the wizards have the power. Together, we can create weapons that will change the course of history. Harry smiled. Then let's begin. The forge was filled with heat and noise. Goblin smiths worked alongside wizard enchanters, their voices raised in a chorus of collaboration. The air was thick with magic, ancient and new, blending together in a symphony of creation. Harry stood in the center of the forge, the sword in his hand, the crown on his head. He was the bridge between the two worlds, the one who would bring them together. Focus, he said. Channel your magic through the metal. Let it flow, let it become one with the steel. The goblins and the wizards did as he commanded, their magic intertwining with the metal. The weapons they created were unlike anything the world had ever seen, blades that could cut through dark magic, armor that could deflect curses, shields that could absorb the power of the killing curse. This is incredible, Griphook said, examining a newly forged sword. I have never seen anything like it. Harry smiled. This is just the beginning. We have so much more to create. The first test came during a skirmish with Death Eaters. They had attacked a wizarding village, a small community that had been targeted for its support of the goblins. Harry and his allies arrived to find the village in flames, the villagers fleeing in terror. Harry drew his new sword, its blade gleaming with a golden light. Follow me, he said. We'll show them what we can do. The battle was swift and decisive. Harry's new weapons proved to be devastating. The blades cut through the Death Eaters' defenses like butter, the shields deflected their curses with ease, and the spells that had been woven into the metal turned their dark magic back upon them. The Death Eaters were routed, their forces scattered, their morale shattered. Harry stood in the center of the village, his sword still glowing, his chest heaving with exertion. He had won. But he knew that this was just the beginning. The success of the new weapon spread through the wizarding world. Wizards and goblins alike were amazed by what Harry had created. They had never seen anything like it, never imagined that wizard magic and goblin craftsmanship could be combined so effectively. Harry Potter is a genius, one wizard said. He has created a new form of magic, a new way of fighting. The goblins are lucky to have him, another wizard said. He has shown us that we can work together, that we can achieve great things when we collaborate. Harry accepted the praise, but he knew that the real work was just beginning. He had created new weapons, but he had also created new hope. Hope that the goblins and the wizards could work together, hope that the world could be a better place. And he would not let that hope die. But the Death Eaters were not the only threat. There were those within the wizarding world who resisted Harry's changes, who clung to the old ways and the old hatreds. They saw his collaboration with the goblins as a betrayal, a threat to their way of life. Harry Potter is a traitor, one pure-blood wizard said. He has sold us out to the goblins. He has weakened our magic, our culture, our heritage. Harry heard the rumors, felt the hostility. But he did not let it stop him. He would continue his work, continue to build bridges, continue to fight for a better world. He was the silver heir, the last of the Potters, and he would not give up. The second test came during an attack on Gringotts itself. A group of Death Eaters had infiltrated the bank, their dark magic overwhelming the goblin defenses. They had taken hostages, demanding that Harry surrender himself in exchange for their freedom. Harry arrived at the bank to find chaos. The goblins were fighting, their weapons blazing, but they were outnumbered. The Death Eaters had barricaded themselves in the main hall, their hostages cowering in fear. I have to go in alone, Harry said. I can't risk the hostages. Sirius shook his head. That's suicide. You can't face them alone. Harry smiled, a thin, determined smile. I won't be alone. I have the sword. I have the crown. And I have the truth. He walked into the main hall, his sword drawn, his eyes fixed on his enemies. The Death Eaters were waiting for him. Harry Potter, one of them sneered. The goblin lover. We've been expecting you. Harry raised his sword. Let the hostages go. This is between us. The Death Eaters laughed, a cold, cruel sound. You think you can defeat us? You think you can save them? You are a fool, Harry Potter. A pathetic, misguided fool. Harry did not respond. He simply attacked. The battle was swift and brutal. Harry fought with a fury that surprised even him, his sword blazing, his spells cutting through the air. The Death Eaters fought back, their dark magic powerful and deadly. But Harry was relentless, his movements fluid and precise. He cut down the Death Eaters one by one, his blades singing with a golden light. The hostages watched in awe, their eyes wide with wonder. And when the battle was over, Harry stood in the center of the hall, the sword still glowing, his chest heaving. He had won. He had saved the hostages. He had defeated the Death Eaters. He had proven that magic and steel could work together to overcome any obstacle. The hostages were freed, their faces filled with gratitude. "Thank you, Harry Potter," one of them said. "You saved our lives." Harry smiled. "I did what I had to do. Nothing more." The goblins gathered around him, their voices raised in a song of praise. Harry accepted their gratitude, but his mind was elsewhere. The battle had been won, but the war was far from over. The Death Eaters were still out there, and they would not give up so easily. Harry would have to keep fighting. He would have to keep creating. He would have to keep building bridges. He would not rest until the world was at peace. The creation of the new weapons had changed everything. Harry had proven that wizard magic and goblin craftsmanship could work together, that the two peoples could collaborate and achieve great things. The world was beginning to see that cooperation, not conflict, was the path to a better future. But Harry knew that there were still challenges ahead. The purebloods were still resistant, still clinging to their prejudices. The ministry was still corrupt, still slow to change. And the Death Eaters were still out there, hiding in the shadows, waiting for their chance to strike. Harry would not give up. He was the silver heir, the last of the Potters, the bridge between the worlds. He would fight until the very end. The final creation of the forge was the most powerful weapon Harry had ever forged. It was a sword, but it was more than a sword. It was a symbol of the alliance between the goblins and the wizards. Its blade was made of goblin silver, its hilt wrapped in dragon hide, and its pommel set with a stone that pulsed with a golden light. "This is the sword of unity," Harry said. "It represents everything we have achieved, everything we can achieve, when we work together." The goblins and the wizards gathered around, their faces filled with wonder. "It is beautiful," Griphook said. "It is the most powerful weapon ever created." Harry nodded. "It is. And it will be the weapon that finally ends this war." The Sword of Unity was not just a weapon. It was a symbol of hope, a symbol of the future that Harry was trying to build. It showed the world that the goblins and the wizards could work together, that they could overcome their differences and achieve great things. Harry carried the sword into battle, its blade gleaming with a golden light. He used it to cut through the Death Eaters' defenses, to deflect their curses, to turn their dark magic back upon them. And with each victory, the world began to change. The purebloods began to see the value of cooperation. The ministry began to embrace reform. And the goblins began to trust the wizards, to see them as allies rather than enemies. Harry was building a new world. The war was not over, but Harry could see the light at the end of the tunnel. He had created weapons that combined the best of wizard magic and goblin craftsmanship. He had shown the world that cooperation, not conflict, was the path to a better future. He had inspired hope in the hearts of those who had lost it. "I am the silver heir," Harry said. "I am the last of the Potters. I am the bridge between the worlds. And I will not stop until the world is at peace." His allies gathered around him, their faces filled with determination. "We will fight with you, Harry," they said. "We will not give up until the world is at peace." Harry smiled, a warm, genuine smile. Then let us end this war once and for all. The Sword of Unity was a symbol of everything Harry had achieved. It was a reminder that wizard magic and goblin craftsmanship could work together, that the two peoples could overcome their differences and achieve great things. It was a symbol of hope, of the future that Harry was trying to build. And with it, Harry would win the war and bring peace to the world. He was the Silver Heir, the last of the Potters, the bridge between the worlds. And he would not fail. Chapter 18, The Fall of the Ministry. The whispers had become a roar. Harry could hear them everywhere now, in the corridors of Hogwarts, in the vaults of Gringotts, in the streets of Diagon Alley. They spoke of change, of revolution, of a world that was finally waking up from a centuries-long slumber. The truth about the goblins, about the wizards, about the lies that had been told for so long, was spreading like wildfire. And the ministry was crumbling. Minister Fudge has called an emergency session of the Wizengamot, Hermione said, her voice filled with urgency. He's trying to contain the damage, but it's not working. The truth is out, Harry. Everyone knows. Harry nodded, his expression grim. I knew this day would come. I just didn't expect it to happen so soon. He was in the room of requirement, surrounded by his closest allies, Hermione, Sirius, Theodore, Blaise, and a delegation of goblins led by Griphook. They had gathered to plan their next move, to decide how to respond to the chaos that was engulfing the wizarding world. The ministry is on the verge of collapse, Sirius said. Fudge is panicking. He's been trying to suppress the truth, but it's too late. The people have seen the evidence. They know the wizards have been lying for centuries. What about the Death Eaters? Harry asked. Have they made their move yet? Blaise shook his head. Not yet. But they're waiting. They see this as an opportunity. They're hoping that the chaos will give them a chance to seize power. Harry leaned forward, his eyes gleaming with determination. Then we have to make sure that doesn't happen. We have to take control of the situation before the Death Eaters do. The attack on the ministry came on a Thursday. Harry led a coalition of goblins, Aurors, and Hogwarts students through the halls of the ministry, their weapons blazing, their spells cutting through the air. The Death Eaters had been waiting for them, their dark magic powerful and deadly. But Harry's forces were ready. This is for the goblins. Harry shouted, his sword raised high. This is for the wizards who have been lied to. This is for everyone who has been oppressed. The battle was fierce. The Death Eaters fought with a desperation born of fear, their spells dark and terrible. But Harry and his allies fought with the power of truth, the power of justice, the power of a world that was finally waking up. Harry cut through the Death Eaters one by one, his sword blazing with a golden light. He was unstoppable, a force of nature that swept through the ministry like a storm. And when the battle was over, the ministry lay in ruins. The fall of the ministry was a turning point in the war. Harry and his allies had seized control of the government, arresting the corrupt officials and Death Eater sympathizers who had been running it for so long. They had established a new interim council, made up of goblins and wizards who were committed to building a better world. It's not going to be easy, Harry said. We have a lot of work to do. The ministry was corrupted for centuries. We have to rebuild it from the ground up. But we can do it, Hermione said. We have the people. We have the truth. And we have each other. Harry smiled, a warm, genuine smile. Yes. We can do it. The interim council was a symbol of the new world Harry was building. It was made up of goblins and wizards, working together in a spirit of cooperation and mutual respect. They passed laws that restored the goblins' rights, that acknowledged the wrongs that had been done, that promised a future based on equality and justice. But there were still those who resisted. The purebloods were furious, their power and privilege stripped away. They plotted and schemed, trying to find a way to regain control. And the Death Eaters were still out there, hiding in the shadows. Waiting for their chance to strike. We have to be vigilant, Harry said. The war is not over. There are still enemies out there who want to destroy everything we've built. His allies nodded, their faces set with determination. We will not let them win, they said. We will fight until the very end. The first challenge came from the pureblood families. They had gathered in a secret location, plotting a counter-revolution. Their leader was a man named Tiberius Knott, Theodore's father, a powerful wizard who had been a Death Eater sympathizer for decades. We cannot let the goblins take over, Tiberius said. They are not our equals. They are our inferiors. We must fight back, reclaim our power, and restore the wizarding world to its rightful glory. The purebloods cheered, their voices raised in a chorus of hatred. But they did not know that Harry was listening. Harry and his allies attacked the pureblood stronghold that night. The battle was fierce, the purebloods fighting with a desperation born of rage. But Harry's forces were relentless. They had the power of truth on their side, the power of a world that was finally waking up. Tiberius Knott was defeated, his forces scattered, his plans destroyed. The purebloods had lost. But the victory came with a price. Harry had been forced to make difficult decisions, to use the power of the Sword of Unity in ways that he had not anticipated. He had killed people, had taken lives, had become a warrior in a way that he had never wanted to be. I don't know if I can do this anymore, he told Hermione. I'm not a killer. I'm not a soldier. I'm just a boy who wanted to tell the truth. Hermione looked at him with sympathy. You are more than that, Harry. You are a leader. You are a hero. You are the one who is going to change the world. Harry shook his head. I don't feel like a hero. I feel like a monster. Hermione took his hand, her eyes filled with a fierce determination. You are not a monster. You are a person who has been forced to make impossible choices. And you have made them with courage and compassion. That is what makes you a hero. Harry looked at her, a tear streaming down his cheek. Thank you, Hermione. Thank you for believing in me. The fall of the Ministry was just the beginning. Harry knew that there was still so much work to be done. The world was still broken, the wounds still fresh. The goblins and the wizards were still learning to trust each other, and there were still those who resisted the changes. But Harry was determined. He would not give up. He would not surrender. He would fight until the world was truly at peace. The purebloods had been defeated, but they had not been destroyed. They retreated to their homes, their hearts filled with bitterness and rage. They plotted and schemed, waiting for their chance to strike back. Harry knew that they would not give up so easily. He knew that the war was far from over. But he also knew that he was not alone. He had his friends. He had his allies. He had the goblins, the wizards, the people who believed in him and what he was trying to achieve. Together, they would build a new world. The fall of the Ministry was a symbol of the new era. The wizarding world had been freed from the chains of corruption and lies. The goblins had been restored to their rightful place. And the people had finally begun to see the truth. Harry stood on the balcony of the Ministry, looking out over the city. The sun was setting, painting the sky in shades of gold and red. We have come so far, he said. But we still have so far to go. Griphook stood beside him, his face filled with a quiet pride. We will get there, Harry. We will build a world where everyone can live in peace. Harry nodded, his eyes filled with determination. Yes. We will. The fall of the Ministry was not just a victory. It was a beginning. The beginning of a new era, a new world, a new future. Harry had brought the goblins and the wizards together, had shown them that they could work together, that they could achieve great things when they cooperated. And he would not stop until the world was truly at peace. The purebloods had lost the battle, but they had not lost the war. They were still out there, hiding in the shadows, waiting for their chance to strike. And Harry knew that they would not give up so easily. But he was ready. He had the sword. He had the crown. He had his friends and his allies. And he had the truth. He would fight until the very end. He would not give up. He would not surrender. He was the silver heir, the last of the potters, the bridge between the worlds. And he would not fail. Chapter 19, The Battle for Two Worlds. The sky above Hogwarts was black with smoke. Harry stood on the ramparts of the ancient castle, his sword in hand, his eyes scanning the horizon. The Death Eaters were coming, a vast army of dark wizards and creatures that stretched as far as the eye could see. They moved like a tide of shadow, their magic dark and terrible, their purpose clear. They had come to destroy everything he had built. "You're sure about this?" Sirius asked, his voice tense. "This is the final stand. There's no going back." Harry nodded, his jaw set with determination. "I've never been more sure of anything. This is what we've been preparing for. This is the battle that will decide the future of our world." He turned to face his army. They were gathered on the grounds of Hogwarts, goblins and wizards, elves and centaurs, students and teachers, warriors and healers. They had come from every corner of the magical world, united by a common purpose, a common hope. "My friends," Harry said, his voice carrying across the crowd. "Today, we fight for something greater than ourselves. We fight for the future. We fight for a world where goblins and wizards can live in peace, where the truth can finally be told, where everyone can be free." He paused, his eyes sweeping across the faces of his allies. "I will not lie to you. This will be a difficult battle. Many of us will fall. But we will not fall in vain. We will fall for something worth fighting for. We will fall for the dream of a better world." The crowd cheered, their voices rising in a chorus of determination. "For the goblins," they shouted. "For the wizards. For the future." Harry raised his sword, its blade blazing with a golden light. "Then let us fight." The battle began at dawn. The Death Eaters attacked in waves, their dark magic cutting through the air like knives. Harry led the charge, his sword blazing, his spells cutting through the enemy ranks. He was surrounded by allies, Sirius, Hermione, Theodore, Blaise, and 100 others who had pledged to fight alongside him. The goblins fought with a ferocity that surprised even Harry. They had been waiting for this moment for centuries, had been training for it their entire lives. They wielded their weapons with a skill that was almost supernatural, cutting through the Death Eaters like a scythe through wheat. The wizards fought with a courage that inspired everyone around them. They had been lied to for so long, had been told that the goblins were their enemies. But now they knew the truth, and they fought with a passion that came from the heart. Harry moved through the battlefield like a force of nature. The sword of unity sang in his hand, its blade cutting through the dark magic of the Death Eaters. The crown of the Old Ones pulsed on his head, feeding him power, guiding his movements. He was unstoppable. The Death Eaters were led by a figure that Harry had not expected to see. Lucius Malfoy had escaped from Azkaban, his dark magic restored by the chaos of the war. He stood at the center of the Death Eater army, his wand raised, his eyes burning with hatred. "Harry Potter," he sneered. "The goblin lover. The traitor. You think you can defeat us? You think you can destroy everything we have built?" Harry faced him, his sword raised. "I don't think I can defeat you, Malfoy. I know I can. I have the truth on my side. I have the people on my side. And I have the power of a united world on my side." Lucius laughed, a cold, cruel sound. "You have nothing. You are nothing. You are a half-blood, a mongrel, a disgrace to the wizarding world." Harry's eyes flashed with anger. "I am a Potter. I am the silver heir. I am the last of my line. And I will not let you destroy everything I have built." He charged, his sword blazing, his spells cutting through the air. The duel between Harry and Lucius was fierce. The dark wizard fought with a desperation born of fear, his spells dark and terrible. But Harry was relentless, his attacks swift and precise. And then, he struck. The sword of unity cut through Lucius's defenses, piercing his chest with a sound like breaking glass. The dark wizard screamed, a sound of pure agony, and then he fell. He lay on the ground, his body broken, his magic fading. "How?" he whispered. "How did you do this?" Harry looked down at his enemy, his eyes filled with a cold fury. "I did it because I had to," he said. "I did it because the goblins and the wizards deserve a chance to live in peace. I did it because I am the silver heir, and I will not let you destroy everything I have built." Lucius's eyes fluttered, and then he was still. The battle raged on. Harry fought alongside his allies, cutting through the Death Eaters one by one. He was not alone, he had an army behind him, an army of people who believed in him and what he was trying to achieve. But the Death Eaters were not giving up easily. They fought with a desperation that was almost suicidal, their dark magic powerful and deadly. Harry's forces were being pushed back, their numbers dwindling. "We can't hold them," Sirius shouted. "There are too many of them." Harry looked around the battlefield, at the bodies of his fallen allies, at the faces of his friends who were fighting with everything they had. "We have to try," he said. "We have to keep fighting. We have to hold the line." He raised his sword, its blade blazing with a golden light. "For the future," he shouted. "For the dream of a better world." His allies cheered, their voices rising in a chorus of determination. "For the future," they shouted. "For the dream of a better world." The turning point came when the dragons arrived. Harry had summoned them from the dragon vault, had called upon the ancient creatures who had been sleeping for centuries. They came in a wave of fire and fury, their massive bodies cutting through the Death Eater ranks. The goblins cheered, their voices raised in a song of triumph. "The dragons are with us," they shouted. "We cannot lose." Harry watched as the dragons tore through the Death Eaters, their fire burning away the dark magic that had been poisoning the world for so long. "We have won," he said. "We have truly won." The battle for two worlds was over. Harry stood on the battlefield, the sword of unity in his hand, the crown of the old ones on his head. The Death Eaters had been defeated, their forces scattered, their leaders dead. But the victory had come with a price. Harry had lost friends, allies, people who had believed in him and fought alongside him. The grief was overwhelming, a weight that pressed down on his heart. "I don't know if I can do this anymore," he said. "I don't know if I can keep fighting." Hermione took his hand, her eyes filled with tears. "You don't have to fight anymore, Harry. The battle is over. You have won." Harry shook his head. "The battle is over, but the war is not. The hatred is still out there, festering in the hearts of those who refuse to change. We have to keep fighting. We have to keep building." Hermione nodded, her face filled with determination. "Then we will keep fighting. Together." The victory was celebrated throughout the magical world. The goblins and the wizards gathered in the great hall of Hogwarts, their voices raised in songs of praise. Harry sat at the head of the table, the sword of unity at his side, the crown of the old ones on his head. "You have saved us, Harry Potter," Griphook said. "You have saved us all." Harry shook his head. "I did not do it alone. I did it with the help of my friends, my allies, my family. We did it together." The crowd cheered, their voices rising in a chorus of gratitude. "To Harry Potter," they shouted. "The silver heir. The bridge between the worlds." Harry smiled, a warm, genuine smile. He had come a long way. He had been raised in the dark, taught to fear the wizards and trust the goblins. He had fought battles, uncovered secrets, and faced his own demons. And now, he had won. The war was over. The world was at peace. And Harry Potter, the Silver Heir, the last of his line, was finally free. Chapter 20, The Lord of Gringotts. The celebrations had lasted for 3 days. The Great Hall of Hogwarts had been transformed into a banquet hall, its enchanted ceiling reflecting the golden light of 1,000 candles. Wizards and goblins danced together, their laughter echoing through the ancient stones. The war was over, Voldemort was defeated, and the world was finally at peace. But Harry was not celebrating. He stood on the ramparts of the castle, looking out over the grounds. The moon was full, casting a silver light over the forbidden forest and the Black Lake. It was beautiful, peaceful, everything he had fought for. And yet, he felt empty. The battle had taken everything from him. He had lost friends, allies, people who had believed in him and fought alongside him. The weight of their sacrifice pressed down on his heart, a burden that he could not seem to shake. "You should be celebrating," a voice said from behind him. Harry turned. It was Hermione, her face filled with concern. She was wearing a gown of deep blue, and her hair was styled in a way that made her look older, more mature. "I can't," Harry said. "I don't feel like celebrating." Hermione walked up beside him, her eyes fixed on the moon. "I understand. I feel the same way. The victory is bittersweet." Harry nodded. "We lost so many people. So many good people. It doesn't feel right to celebrate while they're gone." "They would want you to celebrate," Hermione said. "They fought for this. They died for this. They wanted you to have a future." Harry was silent for a long moment. "I know," he said finally. "But it's hard. It's so hard." Hermione took his hand, her fingers intertwining with his. "I know, Harry. But you're not alone. You have all of us. And we're going to build a better world, together." The next day, Harry was called to Gringotts. The Goblin Council had gathered in the ritual chamber, their faces filled with anticipation. Griphook stood at the head of the table, his eyes gleaming with pride. "Harry Potter," he said. "The Silver Heir. The last of the Potters. The bridge between the worlds." Harry walked to the center of the chamber, his footsteps echoing on the stone floor. "You called for me." "Yes," Griphook said. "We have an offer to make. An offer that we hope you will accept." He gestured to the council, and they rose as one, their voices raised in a chant that was older than any language Harry knew. The runes on the walls began to glow, pulsing with a golden light. "Harry Potter," Griphook said. "You have proven yourself worthy of the highest honor. You have fought for our people, protected our secrets, and brought peace to our world. We want you to become the Lord of Gringotts." Harry felt a shock run through him. "The Lord of Gringotts? But I'm not a goblin. I'm a wizard." "You are more than a wizard," Griphook said. "You are the Silver Heir. The heir of the Goblin King. You carry the blood of the Old Ones in your veins. You are as much a goblin as any of us." Harry looked around. The chamber, at the faces of the goblins who had raised him, trained him, believed in him. "I don't know what to say," he said. "Say yes," Griphook said. "Accept the honor that is rightfully yours." Harry was silent for a long moment. Then he nodded. "Yes," he said. "I accept." The ceremony was held in the main hall of Gringotts. Thousands of goblins and wizards had gathered to witness the historic event. They filled the hall, their faces filled with awe and excitement. Harry walked to the center of the hall, the crown of the Old Ones on his head, the sword of unity at his side. He was dressed in robes of gold and silver, the colors of the Goblin Kings. "Harry Potter," Griphook said, his voice carrying through the hall. "You have been chosen to become the Lord of Gringotts. You will lead our people into a new era. You will be the bridge between the goblins and the wizards. You will be the symbol of a united world." Harry raised his hand, and the hall fell silent. "I am honored," he said. I am humbled. I will do my best to serve the goblins and the wizards, to build a world where everyone can live in peace. He paused, his eyes sweeping across the crowd. But I will not be your king. I will not be your ruler. I will be your partner, your ally, your friend. The goblins and the wizards are equal. We will work together, side by side, to build a better future. The hall erupted into applause. Harry had become the Lord of Gringotts, but he had not become a tyrant. He had become a bridge. The days that followed were a time of change. Harry worked tirelessly to implement the reforms that he and the goblins had agreed upon. He passed laws that restored the goblins' rights, that acknowledged the wrongs that had been done, that promised a future based on equality and justice. He also worked to build bridges between the goblins and the wizards. He organized meetings, celebrations, and cultural exchanges. He encouraged the two peoples to learn from each other, to understand each other, to respect each other. And slowly, the world began to heal. The purebloods who had resisted the changes were given a choice. They could accept the new order, or they could leave. Many chose to leave, retreating to their estates and their enclaves. But others chose to stay, to learn, to grow. I never thought I would say this, Draco Malfoy said one day, but I'm glad you won, Potter. You've made the world a better place. Harry smiled. Thank you, Malfoy. That means a lot. The goblins had never been happier. They had been oppressed for centuries, their rights stolen, their history erased. But now, they were free. They could live openly, practice their traditions, and participate in the governance of the magical world. Harry Potter has given us hope, one goblin said. He has given us a future. Harry accepted the praise, but he knew that the real work was just beginning. The world was still broken, and it would take generations to rebuild it. But Harry was patient. He would not give up. He would not surrender. He was the Lord of Gringotts, the Silver Heir, the bridge between the worlds. And he would not fail. The first anniversary of the victory was celebrated with a grand feast. Harry sat at the head of the table, surrounded by his friends and allies. Hermione was on his right, Sirius on his left. The goblins and the wizards sat together, their voices raised in songs of praise. This is what we fought for, Harry said. This is the world we built. His friends nodded, their eyes filled with pride. We couldn't have done it without you, Harry, Hermione said. You led us. You inspired us. You gave us hope. Harry shook his head. I didn't do it alone. I did it with all of you. We did it together. He raised his glass, his eyes sparkling with joy. To the future, he said. To the dream of a better world. His friends raised their glasses, their voices rising in a chorus of unity. To the future. The world had changed, and Harry had changed with it. He was no longer the frightened child who had been raised in the dark. He was no longer the lonely boy who had been used by the goblins and feared by the wizards. He was Harry Potter, the Lord of Gringotts, the Silver Heir, the last of his line. And he was finally at peace. Years passed, and Harry's legacy grew. He was remembered as the one who had brought peace to the magical world, who had united the goblins and the wizards, who had told the truth and set the people free. But he was also remembered as a friend, a leader, a hero. He had done what no one else could do. He had built bridges. He had inspired hope. He had changed the world. And he had done it all while staying true to himself. Harry stood on the ramparts of Hogwarts, looking out over the grounds. The sun was setting, painting the sky in shades of gold and red. The castle was bustling with students, their laughter echoing through the halls. The world was at peace. He felt a hand on his shoulder. Are you thinking about the future? Hermione asked. Harry smiled. I'm thinking about the past. About everything we've been through. Everything we've accomplished. Hermione nodded. It's been a long journey. It has, Harry agreed. But we made it. We built something new. Something better. He looked at her, his eyes filled with love. Thank you, Hermione. For everything. She smiled, her eyes sparkling with joy. Thank you, Harry. For everything. The Lord of Gringotts looked out over his world. It was not a perfect world. There were still conflicts, still prejudices, still pain. But it was a better world, a world that was moving in the right direction. Harry had done what he had set out to do. He had brought the goblins and the wizards together. He had told the truth. He had built a new future from the ashes of the old. He was the silver heir, the last of the Potters, the bridge between the worlds. And he was finally at peace. The years passed, and Harry grew old. He had lived a long and full life, surrounded by the people he loved. He had watched his friends grow and prosper, had seen the world change in ways he could never have imagined. He had fulfilled his destiny. He had brought peace to the magical world. He had united the goblins and the wizards. He had built a future that was brighter and better than anyone could have hoped. And on his deathbed, surrounded by his friends and family, he smiled. I did it, he whispered. I did what I set out to do. Hermione held his hand, her eyes filled with tears. You did, Harry. You saved us all. Harry closed his eyes, a peaceful smile on his face. I'm ready, he said. I'm ready to go. And with that, Harry Potter, the Lord of Gringotts, the silver heir, the last of his line, passed away. His legacy lived on. The goblins and the wizards continued to work together, building a world of peace and cooperation. The truth was never forgotten, and the lessons of the past were never ignored. And in the hearts of those who remembered him, Harry Potter lived on as a symbol of hope, courage, and the power of truth. He was the Lord of Gringotts. He was the silver heir. He was the bridge between the worlds. And he would never be forgotten. Thank you.